Good afternoon, good morning, salutations to all the aliens across the universe. This is the Aaron O Show. Thank you for being here. I appreciate your patience. Things have to get done. So it's a lot of work that people do into getting prepared for these conversations. And I don't do a lot of preparation. So I have to do it on the go, and everybody else has it. It's easier for them, okay? For me, it's a little more difficult. So the first couple minutes, I just have to have a little bit of calmness, silence, just to get my mind right, okay? Um, Kojak said it ain't. It's 10:13 a.m. here on the West Coast, Kojak. I know y'all a couple hours ahead, so that's why I said morning, afternoon, salutations. Because we got people from Canada, Fatty tuned in from Portugal. So they like, I don't know what time it is over there. Everybody's in a different time zone. We got people from the UK, so I don't know about Australia, New Zealand. I guess it just depends. But listen, it's hopefully everybody's in a good mood because life is good. See, CC said it's 6 p.m. over there. Whoa, okay. No, Thanos. I don't eat pork, so I don't have no ham sandwich. But I do like to say go make me a sandwich. I like to say that, but I don't eat no pork. But definitely mayonnaise. You know what's crazy? I do not like mayonnaise. But I let that be known up front. Yeah, that's right, Louis around. I let it be known up front. Don't put no mayonnaise on nothing. Now, I'm not a diva. I'm not a diva. So I will scrape the mayonnaise off. I'm not gonna send nobody back, redo this, and that. Unless it's like doused, like it's doused in mayo. I just can't do it. If it's doused in it, but if it's light, I gently scrape it off. I'm not gonna whine and complain, right? Because we used to live on top ramen when we wasn't in jail. And see, I grew up with a bunch of brothers. So one brother get the beef top ramen, the chicken or the shrimp, and then we go into negotiations. Hey, let me get like four of those beef. And it just depends. I don't really want the chicken. Okay, give me that. You know how it go. Now, if you don't know, then you don't know. And of course, we drank Shasta. Now, Shasta is like the knockoff. Well, I shouldn't even say knockoff, but they're like the less name brand of certain drinks, right? I think they're actually publicly traded too. And so that, and you get to negotiations, yo, this, that, and then everybody, listen, this is only in the beginning of the month, and this is a long time ago. So I've experienced the food stamps, the actual food stamps, when you actually have the pack, the coupon on top, you open it. Like I've experienced that, right? There is a bit of shame that comes across of it when you go into the store and things like that, but you get over it real fast. You humble real fast. So uh those are just a different type of experiences. Sean said it's 6:15 in London. Yeah, he got the military time up. It took me a minute to adjust to that. I actually have my watch in military time too, so keeps me well rounded. So that way I can attract military women. They'd be like, "Oh, you could tell military time." You never know what type of women be interested. So be multifaceted. That's all I say. Have different skills to be prepared. Okay. Now I'm going to dress John the Baptist because he's the first super chatter of the show. I appreciate it. That's my guy. So let me see what he said. Let me get my reading glasses on. All right. So John the Baptist says, I'm writing to Congress. He didn't say my Congress. He's going to be writing to Congress to encourage the House to pass a bill to ban YouTube from speaking on marriage, relationships, and sex and money. Damn, they can't speak on money? The money conversations is the best. I'm just saying. Well, I actually agree with you, John. Like, you know what? I will support that, but I think we need an outlet because it's not as fair. We can't walk around and get the type of women that you was able to acquire back in the day. It's not fair. It's not fair. You get the women that said, I really need a husband. I needs me a man. Protect me from this house. I needs me once. We get women that say, I don't need you, but I want you. Like, I don't know. It's subtle, but it's a big difference for us, John the Baptist. So you got to understand that, right? You got to understand we're going through a little bit something different, okay? This is a little bit something different. But listen, I listen to the OGs. I'm one of the very few that will listen. But you got to understand we in different times. We in different times. You spoken to some of these women where you like, if you gotta hide your sons from some of these women because you see they looking at him like a dollar bill. Men have always looked at women like they're gorgeous, attractive. So that is something that has never changed from day one to day now. Our eyes saw women. We've looked at them that way. We were We've always been that way. Ain't nothing new. The way women see men now, it's just different. So, and it's fine. They have this right. We're evolving, whatever the case is. Maybe we're devolving. I don't know. But John the Baptist is different, my brother. It's different. And I'm not saying cut us some slack, but just try to understand we navigating waters. You try being like being in a submarine, in the military, protecting the country, and radar goes down, and defense missiles, they're offline, all this type of stuff, and you're blind. And you got to navigate as a captain, first year captain, got just sprung into battle. You got to navigate all this stuff, right? And if you're no good, they're gonna say you're a trashy captain, and then they're gonna also say everybody's supposed to be a captain. So I'm sorry, we're in difficult times. But shout out to John the Baptist, that's my guy. Appreciate you. Robert Platinum starts it off, said, "Let me hold some money." Yeah, that's what I'm gonna be saying. I ain't got one of those inserts that Fatty guys say, "Give me your money," because y'all love that dang thing. I'm gonna have Fatty make me one of those things real soon. See, I'm gonna have him make them real soon. But yeah, so like those just the type of experiences we got. Thanos said there's contingencies for that. Absolutely, there are, but you also know there comes a place where there is no contingency. You just have to deal with. It is what it is. And I didn't say what year it was, Thanos, either. When we first got submarines, we ain't have all this type of technology. So I didn't say what year it was and what submarine. We had to buy old submarine, okay? We couldn't afford the new ones, right? The new ones come with lashes, bundles, sew-ins, all packaged together. Like, it's different. Like, so we using that old money with the old subs, hoping to get the old stuff. They keep trying to bring us the new stuff. So it's just not the same thing, brother. But we're going to try. We're going to try to navigate these waters, okay? Hopefully some of y'all have ate breakfast. I know Cece says she'll be cooking Sunday dinner, something like that. Nothing wrong with knowing how to cook. Ladies, don't let these other women tell you, you don't need to cook for these men. Don't let them tell you that. Ain't nothing better than a man that can't cook, that need his woman to cook. Look, all the smart women be like, put that dang pot down. That's my stuff. He don't know. He waiting at home. She going for 12 hours. He just sitting there. I ain't got no food. Can't eat till honey come home. Just y'all think that's a bad thing. Oh, always waiting on me. That's actually a benefit. It's always a benefit. So I'm just saying there's benefits to everything. Okay. Now I'm just saying. So you got to take the good with the bad, okay? Now he's supposed to be able to bake some hot dogs and stuff like that, but at some point a guy don't want to keep eating hot dogs, okay? And now also, gentlemen, don't let these ladies control you with this ability to cook food. There are a lot of companies that will send you meal prep food. Oh yeah. Look here, Queen J. Ali. Most women is too lazy to meal prep. See, if you really want to be top notch, you got to be one of those women that got the like Love C, shout out to Love C, that you got the little board where all your kids' activities for the day, where daddy gonna be throughout the day. This is time to come, all this stuff, everybody's schedule everywhere. And then you got the little stars and all that stuff, all that laid out. Everything's chronologically in order, all this stuff. Man, walk into that, he gonna be like, dang, this woman organized. Can't beat her. It's hard to beat an organized woman, structured woman. Now, when y'all come in and say, "Oh, let me Let me figure it out. You in trouble. You in trouble. Now I do believe meal prepping saves some time, but they don't be meal prepping. Look, see, now everybody knows I love CC now, but she says I hate meal prep. See what I mean? What you gonna do? Meal prepping's to your benefit when you tired and don't want to get up and do these things. If I wake you up at 3 in the morning and say, hey, I'm hungry, make me some eggs, like that little thing that we was talking about earlier, right? And they be like, what type of man really wake women up in the middle of the night? Sometimes God be hungry in the middle of the night. Some women be like, okay, give me a second, get up. Other women be like, go make a hot pocket. So it just depends. The burden of performance for women is that you can't be defeated. These women can't do what you do. But the problem is also if relationships don't work out, you feel like you did all that for nothing. Let me tell you that you don't never do anything for nothing. There's a gain in it. You have to be aware enough to see the gain. Okay. Now, last show, we start to travel in some dangerous waters when it comes to interracial relationships, dynamics, and things like that. We started to tread there, but I was not able to dive as in depth as I like to do in these conversations, especially when it comes to like interracial dynamics, interracial relationships, friends, uh, backgrounds, cultures, traditions, etc. Because people come from different places, different places. They always say you need to travel, right? It does you no good to travel if you don't mingle and deal with other people anyway. This is the truth. It's like to a certain degree, right? Because I'm not going off the reservation sometimes, depending on what country I'm in. I'm gonna stay where all the American tourists go, and I ain't going to pinky toe past that line. I know my limits, right? But you don't get the experience until you head into the town where it ain't as governed, it ain't as protected, and those were the real people. It's dangerous, but that's the real experience. That's the real culture. So you have to take that into consideration, right? You just have to take it into consideration when we're making these decisions. Uh Luckily for me, there's some really cool people in these spaces that we can. Has everybody hit the like button? How we only got 90% of people hit the like button? That's crazy. I can't believe this. Now, first thing I want to say, uh first thing I want to say, hold on, give me one sec. Actually have it up. There it is. There it is. There we go. Launching. I got you. Um, I need to do a better job at checking my Instagram while I'm live. I do a horrible job at it. I get messages from people while I'm live, and I have no idea they sent it for like 2-3 hours later because I'd be focused in the conversation a lot, so I often don't see the things, right? But yeah, no doubt, Pedro. Go ahead and drop it in there, bro, and then I'll take a look at it for you. But yeah, we got into the conversation, but I had to hold back, right? I had to hold back because I didn't know how much time we had, and I didn't want to pull back the curtains on this conversation and limit it the space where we could take it, right? Because it was getting late, and I thought other people were going to do this and that, so it kind of took away from where the conversation could have gone. Didn't necessarily navigate the way, but it got a lot of people's express thoughts, whether good, bad, negative, indifferent, etc. And then you get the truth of the matter is people be holding back, but then when they really upset, they tell you the truth. So drunks and people that are angry tend to tell you the truth the most, right? Now, y'all guys know I don't drink, and unfortunately, I get angry all the time. You guys see me angry, right? Get angry all the time. But the downside is sometimes you prevent the conversation from going farther when you're drunk and angry. So we need you guys to be not drunk, drinking water, mm, intolerable. Okay, don't make this conversation harder than it has to be. Robin M. How do you come to the show and don't even say hi first? You just jump right in and just drop, bing. At least you could do is say hi. You know, I have no problem with your express opinions and views, but you can drop a hi first and then go into the. Hi, yeah, yeah. I don't know why it's that way. Look, sugar bum already here. Yo, the stuff people be saying. I'm not gonna respond to that. I don't know why y'all think I'm gonna respond to that. That's crazy. There was a post. Let me see if I can find it. Shout out to host Sway. Let me see if I can find it. There was a post before we jump into the Sleeping Beauty, Cinderella, the Little Mermaid, Pocahontas. Before we dive all into those dynamics, right? There was a thought that I wanted to. There was something. I don't know if she's a psychologist, but something that she said that I thought stood out, and also something that somebody else said. The two things combined. So let me see if I can find it. Give me one moment, people. No, not that one. Yeah, that one is here. All right, there it goes. I want you guys to listen to this and tell me what you think about it. If you think it's true, if you think it's a little off base, and just your initial thoughts. Pull it up here.
Women think that men don't believe in fairy tales too.
What do you mean?
Yeah, what does that mean?
Like men have been, not this man, but a lot of men have been hip on fairy tales too, talking about dying together, drowning together. Do not leave me if our rent can't get paid and we got eviction notice. Let's be homeless together because you supposed to be with me. Don't ask your ex-man for money because obviously you supposed to be with me through thick and thin, no matter how thin it gets. So men think like a fairy tale too sometimes.
That's a good point.
So when you go ahead and you step outside of that, you hitting him with reality that he didn't expect. And that reality is when push comes to shove, you're comfortable even going to somebody who you used to deal with and sleep with and lay with and let inside of your body help you with our situation. And I don't know about all men, but one thing I will say is most men, in my opinion, can't wait to show a woman why they are superior or how they are superior. Do women?
What do you think about that? Now, I believe men do have a fairy tale mindset. We don't talk about it as much because what we often do is we place that on to a woman's view. Women grew up in Disney, women grew up in a fairy tale land, and we often place that view on just women, right? But we don't often talk about it, although I do. I say, man, look, men grew up thinking fairy tales too, but we don't ever examine why, right? And so I try to use my abilities to listen, which are not very good, as you guys know. I'm a horrible listener, and to dissect information quickly and break it down and disseminate it. And I've heard some things, and I said, this might be actually pretty insightful for people who's never verbalized why they had this thought process. And I like to possibly bring it to your view. Schizo, what up?
Yeah, what's up, Eric? Yeah, this is a great topic. Yeah, you're right. It comes from my childhood, watching movies. Every dude's always, as a, I guess I can say in our teenage years, protecting women, saving women. That's where they get their Captain Save a Woman comes from. It comes from watching movies and stuff, and it puts this fairy tale idea that men, we always supposed to come to the rescue, that the frail woman, the weak women, that we got to come save them, even from themselves at times. In some cases, we find out as we get older,
And who grew up
we
with
break,
just their mother.
yeah, and yeah, we break away from that fairy tale idea of how things supposed to be. But that's where the whole marriage and the picket fence and all that stuff come from. You got all the kids around you.
Yeah, it stems from stuff like that. I think it's dangerous that we only talk about it with women, because we kind of give this theory that men are just logical, but they don't develop this logic until later on, right? So the logic doesn't tend to. Hold on, my bad. I forgot. Patriarch was supposed to hit me with that, so, and I'm not even paying attention to that. So there we go. Let me bring up the patriarchy and all dangers that comes with it. Yeah, I got a patriarchy. Let me know if you want to come up, bro. So when I kind of heard him speak like that, I thought he kind of went off spear with it just a little bit. But initially, how we see women in the world, the fairy tale thing initially starts that way. That's why they think this leads to this red pill raging, right? I call it the wake up moment that a lot of guys tend to go through. But what I found something that kind of broke down a possible reason why men have these fairy tale views on women. And so I want to get your perspective on it, right? So give me 1 second. Let me pull it up.
Okay.
Have it right. Yeah, there we go. There we go. Draw. Are they trolling? They probably trolling patriarchy. I don't know. Let me see. Hold on. There we go. There we go.
Who grew up with just their mother,
yeah,
and had no access to the dad in any way, no, didn't understand the dad side of the story, was just told that dad was terrible, they're more likely to be cheated on by their partners. And the reason being is, if they had access to dad and they saw for their own eyes that dad's a bit, he's a bit of a mess, it's not so bad. But when they don't even have access, mom just moved them away, just separated it, got courts involved. What happens there? What happens there is they start to put women on a pedestal. They think women don't lie. Women tell the truth. And they also don't see wife behavior. They don't see that wives are supposed to, come home at a certain time, check in or anything like that. They just see an independent woman. So when they meet women, they're naive. They think women don't lie. Women tell the truth. Men are bad. Yeah, that's how they see the world. And then they also don't know the protocol of what a married woman should be like, that she should check in. Whereas when you live with mom and dad, you see mom doesn't go out so much at night. And you see that mom's a bit annoying as well. Poor dad, she's a bit rude to him. You see both sides of it. You see how annoying mom can be. But when you get no access to that, you become totally, totally naive about the severity of who.
Where are the women in these spaces that look like this?
I had a feeling you might say that, because I'm not gonna lie, I was thinking the same thing. Like, well, she kind of cute. But let me hold that to
no,
myself.
I'm just saying, I mean, there's some people that want to make videos about men in these spaces. Where are the women that look like that? So the information I sent you was about, because we had a little back and forth yesterday about the desirability of quote unquote black men and black women's preferences for lighter skin or white men. And I sent you information on that.
Got you. Yeah, I'm gonna pull it up.
Yeah, and then even in the second thing I sent you with the OK Cupid stuff, black men were actually the least desirable amongst all other races collectively. Now, I know that there was that thing that came out about Asian men, but when you actually look at the aggregate data that I sent you, the only thing that keeps black men in that position was the fact that black women overwhelmingly want them. But when you leave black women, they're not overwhelmingly desired. They still have a negative rating amongst all other races of women.
Do other groups have negative ratings outside of it?
Yeah, they do. The most desired, the person with the highest, if you look at the OkCupid stuff, I don't know if you're seeing it, right? So if you look at
I can kind of
the
see
most desired man, the man that has net positive amongst all group are white men. Latino men also have like some positives amongst other groups, but the most desired is white women want white men. But the second most desired, and what keeps black men at their rating, is black women overwhelmingly want black men. And outside of that, they don't have a net positive rating anywhere else.
Yeah, no, that kind of makes sense. I think that most groups of people kind of have that thing outside of white men, right? So that kind of makes sense. Obviously, some of the data is kind of skewed, and so yours is a little bit more concrete, of course.
Yeah, and one of the things that was crazy was like Asian women had the highest dislike. Well, this is not a surprise to me, right? Like in the real world, I don't think that this is much of a surprise. But the highest dislike for black men was amongst Asian women. Like, I don't know if you're looking at the data on that. So I sent you 4 things in on IG, and I don't know if you're looking at the data on that.
Yeah, I'm scanning through it while I'm listening to you. At least trying to do my best to do it, multitask. I'm not good at that.
Yeah, so there was a little bit of a disagreement yesterday about mixed men being the preference for black women, right? There was a little bit of a disagreement on Fatty's panel, but in the data that I sent you, it in terms of black women responding, it actually is more desired. Now, this could be international. I do think America runs on a form of dark skin supremacy outside of America. And like, it's interesting when you leave the country, because America does put black on a pedestal. There's not like when you put people in media, when you create these trivial sports and you boost people to the top of the sports. And now you see even that's changing, right? So, for example, if you took away rap music and you took away sports, you think certain things, because it's funny how many people say that this is the same thing with female beauty standards. Okay, if we took away rap music and sports and the diversity initiatives in Netflix to have every other movie with a certain look of a person in it, do you think some men would be, quote unquote, the preference?
That's a good, interesting point.
Yeah.
Yeah, but like I said, black people have to be cool for now. And so because they're the cool, they're like, because if they're using Little Uzi Vert to kind of push things, and I don't know, maybe he's cool to people. But it kind of makes sense that but the desirability comes into areas where those particular black men are actually the most valuable because they're the most rich.
Exactly. So then it's like when people say Kim Kardashian likes black men. Like, that's a ridiculous statement. She likes rich men. All the men that she's dated are rich. She wouldn't like black men if they weren't rich. Like, that's another thing. Like, people say, well, this is her preference. She used a black man like Ray J to get in a certain position, right? And then from there, she just kept dating black men who were popular to boost her own name. And also dated white men too.
Yeah. Well, that doesn't shock me. That doesn't shock me at all. I think it's all technique when they're selecting the people that they're with. But I do believe my view on it of the reason why they keep dealing with the same people, because they want children by the same man. They don't want multiple baby daddies, and I think that's a strategy. It's just ironic she got 4 kids out of Kanye, and somehow all of a sudden he's too crazy. He was crazy the whole time, in my opinion. But strategy is strategy.
I think Kanye's one of the only men that's got as much back from her as she did with him. I think Kanye was one of the only ones, because most of the time she came out on top. Well, Chris Humphries is white, I believe, right?
I thought
Remember,
he was mixed. I think he's mixed.
Okay, so Chris Humphries, they actually got married. I remember that. But
didn't they get it annulled like fast or something like that?
Okay, I guess I stand corrected. But
no,
like,
I'm saying I think they got it like annulled fast, something like it was over really quick.
Okay,
marketing scheme.
So it's funny because a guy is in there saying Kim Kardashian's only dated black men. Did you hear about Pete Davidson is black? I didn't know that. Like this, it's cool. You have you think you're desired. We get it because it's BLM month. We got it.
No, I don't know much about Pete Davidson. I heard he's mixed, but
no, Pete Davidson is white. So the thing is, he's saying, the guy in the chat is like, she's only dated, but that's not true. Like, these women, they date. When has she dated a black man that was that was a regular black man that nobody knew? Because that to me is when you would have a preference, right? I didn't think so.
Yeah, that's a way of looking at it. Yeah, I think that's a good way of looking at it to a certain degree. I think when we kind of left the conversation as far as the type of when people date out, right? The type of man that they date, right? Nerd guy, hood guy, well-prepped guy, things like that. So, like the whole Carlton thing, right? Carlton Banks, he's not the desirable like of black women.
To who? What black women? It's funny because there's another person who made a video yesterday, but like, there's this whole thing on like nerds, right? The ugliest women, in my opinion, that want men who are ghetto and live in the ghetto. Like, when I went to, especially if we're talking strictly black women, the best black women live in the suburbs and date suburban men. Like, when I went to college, right? I went to HBCU. Those were the best looking black women collectively. And most of them did not, like 90% of them wanted somebody that was in college with them. So the idea that like, I don't hang around ghetto people, so I don't know. But like, this idea that men who are, like you're saying, like Carlton are not desired, I don't think that's true.
Okay.
Like, especially, they may not be desired by ghetto dirty looking women, right? Maybe the ghetto dirty looking women with big butts or whatever. But let's make no bones about it. The black people in the suburbs are shitting on black people in the ghetto, right? In sports, they're better in sports than them. They're smarter than them. Like, the women are more attractive. Like, come on, like, even Aaron, you're from the Bay, right? You're from the Bay, right? Okay, so you heard of a school like Bishop O'Dowd, right?
Yep.
Okay, so when I went to college and I saw not girls from like Skyline or any of the schools in Oakland, I'm talking about the ones from like St. Mary's and Bishop O'Dowd, right? The well-to-do black, they shitted on any woman from the ghetto. That's just, and most of them wanted men who were in school with them. They didn't want men who were ghetto.
Yeah, I see what you're trying to say. So are you saying that the people that are in the ghetto deal with people in the ghetto are the loser group, and that's just what it is?
Yeah. So what happens is people sell you, number one, there's not as many black people living in the ghetto right now as there were 40 years ago in the 80s, right? There's not that many of them. Most of them, look at sports. Look at the sports today. Most of the athletes who are good are what? They're mixed kids, or they're black kids that come from a 2-parent household. That hood shit is over with. That's done. If you're in the ghetto today, you're probably on dope, multiple felonies, a woman that's ugly with multiple kids, or I will say this, you may be older, like an older woman, right? Like a grandma or something like that. Mm-hmm. But now black people have largely migrated from inner cities. If we're talking about, like, I don't care about the women that are ugly. But most of the black women that I know that are attractive that went to college, they don't want dudes from the hood. That's just not that's not what they want.
Well,
Because it kind of goes to like what I was saying yesterday, Aaron, that most of the time human beings pick the same type of human being. It doesn't matter what race it is. They have a certain type of attitude and characteristics they like in another human being, and that's what they tend to pick. It's similar to like what Patriarch was saying with Kim Kardashian. She picked rich social people.
that's a good
Davidson,
point.
Kanye.
That's a good point. I think the complicated part comes with masquerading in
the
areas.
Best looking women live in the suburb. We talking black women.
Patriarch,
the best.
stay out the chat, bro. Jesus Christ.
I'm not in the chat.
Okay, let me make my point first. Because I don't know if you're watching the screen. You just blurted that out. So there's women masquerading in spaces they probably shouldn't be. For example, nurses, right? I could argue they're probably in the middle aspect where we say that we know nurses that's messing with the wrong type of guys a whole lot. There's some form of education there for the nurses, right? And they tend to be ones where we can say them nurses be the freakiest ones dealing with the worst type of guys, even though they're educated. And so that's why maybe there's a space, and I don't know exactly how we can center it down, where certain educated women that are at this low-level bar, whatever you want to call it, yes, they're educated, but then they pick from this lower tier here because they're not educated enough, or maybe need to have a certain higher level of education to pick from the other tier. Does that make sense?
No, that doesn't. Where did you like the best looking women I've seen? I'm gonna go back to this again. All in one place were in college, and those women did not want dudes who were ghetto. It's just, I don't know where you're seeing this. Like, maybe you've been watching baby boy movies or something like that. Those days are over. Women are not doing that anymore.
So, okay, so when women say I picked wrong,
I see more women today that are ghetto with other women than I see with men.
Okay, so what you're saying is when women say like I picked wrong, this is that, those are the loser women that are not educated. That's what, because that's
who is saying that?
You're not serious.
I am serious.
It's a bunch of professional women saying that.
Where?
I see them every day in DC. Like ones who got their single kids.
Down in Atlanta for sure.
First off,
and that's the story you always get.
Nah, I doubt. So DC is a very segmented place. Okay, so DC is there's a lot of, number one, there's a lot of more rough hood women that mess with other women. That DC is like the female version of Atlanta. Let's just start with that, right? The second thing is there's also a lot of well-to-do women who are with well-to-do men in DC. I mean,
that's not always the case. Yeah, on probably like the top end, yes, but it's not enough of those men to go around, so they couldn't.
Okay, so let me ask you a question. You think there's an abundance of women today, a large population of women today who are college educated, probably making $80K and up, who are dating men who make half as much as them and letting them use their car? You think that's going on in abundance today? Like, you think that there's like a bunch of women doing that today? Like the baby boy era?
All those situations aren't the same, but going on dates with these women, and the reason why the baby father not around and he's not even on her level, I've had those talks several times. That's why a lot of times I stay away from women who have sons.
But most of those women have those sons when they're younger, right? And when they get older, they tend to change the men that they're with. So a woman at 17 or 18 who has a kid, and now she's 23 or 24.
No. I'm talking about they didn't have them till like 30, 25.
These are okay. I don't believe it. I don't believe it.
They got young kids.
I don't believe. I'm sorry. I believe that today. I just don't believe that. I don't think that there's an abundance of. There's a lot of women saying that are making $80K and up, who had kids when they were 30, messing with men who make half as much. I don't believe that.
It's not enough men making over 80 and 100K. Even in
which
the
is why
DMV.
which is
Even
why
in
they're
Atlanta.
which is why hold on a second.
I
Which
don't
is
know about
why in the DMV they're messing with other women. Which is why in the DMV 1 in every 4 black women are gay.
Wow.
That's more of a talking point. That's more of a talking point.
No, that's not that's actually the truth. They would rather mess with other women they saw the way their mothers and their grandmother, they're not going back to doing that. They're not about to go to work all day, let you use their car and live under them. It may happen in rare cases, but it's not happening as much as it did 20 to 30 years ago. It's not.
They won't date them, but they'll have a baby by them.
They'll have a baby by them at 18 or 19.
Oh, at the professional level.
Okay. All right. Okay. You're going to have to show me that.
No, I actually been on dates. You think they got it together? They talking junk like this, and you find out they got.
Where are they talking together? Most of the people I see talking junk are men. Most of the people I see talking junk about women and them not getting with them are men.
No, women won't tell you that. You find that out later on.
You said that they were talking. Most of the people I see talking about the state of relationships today are men.
This nigga Eric preaching.
I gotta agree with Eric there, man.
But okay, I'll say it like this. There are women that do have these jobs and they got the degrees and their PhD, but they also come with issues that you on the surface it looks like they got it all together. But
broke hoes come with issues with no education. What are you talking about?
Hold on, wait. We're not about to do this. All right, so patriarchy. I don't know what world you're living in. I know you're very well researched, but TikTok is dominated by females. Dominated. And so much relationship content derives from there. Women overwhelmingly speak about relationships and their bad experience at high rates, high levels. It's just men don't tend to care to search them out.
So let me ask you, is there an epidemic right now of lonely young women or lonely young men? What group is not having sex? What group 1 out of 3 are not having sex?
That's not the proper
come on, man.
That's not the proper measurement.
That is the proper measurement to me. It's the proper measurement to me.
Okay. Let me ask you this. Are women happy in their relationships that they have?
They don't know what happiness is.
But see, now you're shifting.
But you're shifting to relationships to happiness. Happiness is trivial. Crackheads are happy when they get high every day.
That's a fact.
So the point that I'm making is that women are complaining while in relationships that they don't
complaining more. Men. Yeah, you're right. Men are quiet. Men are absolutely quiet today about relationships. There's no steady stream of panels on YouTube every day about men talking about it. This is just not happening at all. You're right about that.
But the difference is that he's saying is that the women are in active relationships complaining about relationships while men are complaining when they're not in an active relationship.
I haven't met no women in these spaces that was in an active relationship that was complaining about that active relationship. Not one woman. And on different panels, whether it's Poor Minds. I don't know if you guys know any YouTubers, right? There's Tony, I forget her last name, pretty dark skinned girl. None of them really
sounds like an oxymoron. No, I'm joking.
I love dark skin women, Patreon, but
I'm sorry to hear. I'm gonna pray for you.
I think you missed what was said. We saying that women that are in relationships are the ones talking about relationships, and men that are not in relationships are talking about relationships. That's the difference.
But they're talking about it in a positive way. Like y'all made it seem like
women are talking about relationships in a positive way.
Doing this
the
today.
women that are in relationships are talking about it in a positive way. That's a fact.
Hey, all I'm saying is this. All I'm saying, this is hilarious. I like that, by the way. So, hey, my mom is married, by the way. So you can call me Trick Daddy now. So for a couple rings, my friend. Let me just say this. I think that I don't know. I just think that I think that our generation got screwed over. Right now, we're all paying Social Security with women, right? We're paying for the debts of our fathers and grandfathers, the ones that could go to Freaknik and just walk up and slap a girl's butt and, and all that. No, we're paying for that now. These are the reasons why women are the way that they are today was because of the generations before us.
Don't blame us, brother.
It was fun. No, it was
Eric,
funny.
I'm happy that we don't get I'm happy that we don't get to just smack women on the booties no
No,
more.
I'm not. Yeah, exactly. I agree. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying that the older generation had their way, and this is women like striking back. And also, I just think that it's funny because the older generation are still the ones like, y'all need to go back and save these women. And it's like, bro, you're the ones that messed them up. Why do we have to clean up your mess?
Facts.
And that's it. So, but no, I wasn't saying that that's what you should do, right, Eric, at all. But yeah.
Eric, can I ask you a question, brother? Why do you guys always blaming the older generation?
Oh, because you had it so easy. Houses were like $20,000 back in your day. You didn't have to deal with all the people from the third world. Your competition was very limited. Women wanted y'all. Women walked up to y'all in the middle of the streets. And we seen Wait in the Exhale. We seen Baby Boy. We seen how easy y'all used to have it. And y'all didn't even keep the house clean for us. You destroyed the house and then told us to clean it up.
Do me a favor, Aaron. Put up my first super chat, if you can.
Yeah, women are still walking up to the right men. I can't speak
Eric,
for everyone.
I didn't say the right men. I'm saying that they're not doing as much as they used to do.
Eric,
or you wouldn't have 1 in 3 men not having sex, or you wouldn't have so many women with other women if women were behaving like they were in the past.
Okay, let me inform you. Even back in the day, only 1 in 3 men were having sex.
That's not true.
You guys
go look up the stats. Because look up the stats. It's a phenomenon even to right now. Did you read the article? Did you read the article about how rare what's happening today is?
They're just keeping numbers now.
Well,
it ain't no different than what was happening in the 90s.
So you're telling me the marriage rate today is what it was in the 90s?
I'm not talking about.
You're telling me. Hold on.
You're going marriage and sex.
No. Okay. So you telling me the child reproduction rate is what it was in the 90s today?
Of course not.
Okay, so then you have to have sex in order to have kids, right?
Okay, but the difference is now the population is so much now than it was back then.
No, it's the control of birth control which is affecting the birth rate.
Oh, so you're telling me they didn't have birth control in the 90s?
Not to what it is now.
Oh, really? They had women was getting abortions in the 90s and they was on birth control. That's a lie.
Nothing compared to now.
Nothing compared.
Yeah, nothing.
So
most of the women that are having abortion now are educated women.
How do you know that?
We'll go look up your stats and see the numbers.
But I just gave you stats on how much men were having sex in the 70s, 80s, and 90s, and you threw those out the window. But now you're telling me I have to take your stats.
I'm telling you, Eric, because I lived. Okay, I'll give you an example. When I was about
I have
hold on 1 second. I was 21, working in a warehouse with 60 dudes on my shift in shipping. 15 of us were getting pussy. The other 45 weren't getting nothing.
Okay, how do you know that? The other 45, the other 45 could work at a shipping yard. Let me finish. Other 45 could work at a shipping yard and have enough money for 2 houses. Do not compare that day and age to the day today.
Are you which 2 houses can you afford in 1990?
What are you talking? Do you know how much how good the quality of life was in the 90s versus today?
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
I mean, 90s
cost
is
of
my
living,
favorite
all
decade,
of that.
But women have not changed. We just have more information to see it up top across the board. But women have not changed.
You're right. Women have not changed at all.
At the same time.
We got women. We got a woman vice president, but women haven't changed. I got you. Women have been in the exact same place, right, since the 90s, right?
No, they're not in the same place.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, that sounds like a change to me.
The only difference now, you guys got that
to me.
You got this inclusion program, which we never had.
Okay, so women are changing then.
No, the men are changing.
No,
how are they changing?
The men are allowing women can only do things that men allow them to do.
I agree.
right?
I agree.
So who did the change? Not the women, the men.
But
Women were always crazy. They didn't start today.
uh-huh.
They were the same in the 60s, the 70s, 80s, and 90s.
Were women making as much in the 60s as they're making today in certain areas?
No, they
That's a
weren't.
different part of the
Women
argument.
out earn
That's
men.
a different argument.
No, that's not a different argument.
Yes, it is. Now
No,
you
it's
talk about
not.
money. I'm
Money
talking
matters,
about just
right?
the women, period. Women have not changed.
That is wrong.
The only thing changed.
That is wrong. You want me to believe?
Game.
You want me to believe right now?
The only thing changed is how we play the game.
Game. Okay, game. I got you. You want me to believe right now women are settling for men that are beating them up, giving them their cars, letting them live under them and all that today? You're like they were in the 90s and in the 80s?
Do you think it was that prolific back in the 90s and the 80s?
Yes, I do think it was that
prolific.
Yes.
I think you guys watch too much movies.
No, I don't have to watch the movies. I can read the stats on Section 8 living and how much women lived in the projects and things like that versus today. That's also changed.
Projects are doing that.
I would say that.
Well, how many more women were living in housing projects who were black back then versus today? That number is all. That number is all. No, I'm talking about specific. No, I'm not talking about new immigrants of Latinos and things like that. I'm talking about the way black communities looked in the 90s versus how they look today. I'm talking about how housing projects were in the 80s and 90s versus how they look today. I'm talking about how many more women were living off the system in the 80s and 90s versus today. That's what I'm talking about.
So you think
I'm talking about today, women will rather lay down with another woman than let some man live under them that's not making any money and all of that. That's what I'm talking about. So they have changed.
So how far have the numbers changed with the poverty with the Section 8?
Well, first off, they don't even
have that many projects as they did back then.
Yeah, first off,
most of those projects got torn down.
Okay, so you can look at the amount of people on Section 8. What I'm saying is this, right? You can look at, for example, Sharon. You can look at periods of places that were majority black and how many people have now left those places to go live other places in terms of being low income. So, for example, like Kansas City, at one point in time, 80% of black people lived east of Truce, which is the mostly black area in Kansas City. Now, that is below. This is probably 80s, 90s, right? Now that number is below 50%. And it's because people have become more progressive. Now, in order to live in the projects, those were homes that were mainly women, female-led homes, right? They've become more progressive now. So now there are less women that are living in the projects today.
That's not the only place where a Section 8 voucher could be used.
I know.
It's
well,
Section
look up
8
Section.
mixed in with subdivisions.
Well, look up Section 8.
It's 4 and 5 bedrooms.
But look. I know what you're saying, and then there's also new construction as well. Are you telling me right now, in 2023, look up how many people, let's say black women per se, are on Section 8 versus how many were in 1993?
Well, I don't have the numbers in front of me, so I can't argue this point.
Yeah,
I don't want to get caught up in this back and forth woman power. The conversation is about interracial relationships. So I want to allow you guys to get all that hostility out towards man in it, and then we want to refocus on interracial relationship dynamics, right? The conversation typically states upon black men don't care if black women date out, and black women saying they do care, and then the inverse, and fetishize, and all these different type of things, right? Do you guys think black men care if black women date out?
Yes,
Nope.
absolutely.
Nope.
I don't think so.
Nope.
Absolutely.
On a majority, no. But you have that section of dudes that will always be jealous of white men, so they care.
Overwhelmingly, I think that they care about women. So let's listen, right? If you're telling me that a bunch of black men,
one by one, so we don't go down the rabbit hole.
Patriarchy. We got to make sure we.
I'm the only one that said yes. Everybody else said no.
Agreed. Go ahead.
So you're telling me if a bunch of men care about women submitting to them and women getting with them, you're telling me that they don't also care about who women date, especially if it's outside of their race?
That's not
Generally,
my woman. I
no.
don't care what color the
Yeah,
dude is.
I don't know if those are that could I don't know if those are the same reasonings, right? I think you
Well,
want any woman you deal with to submit.
but the thing is this: if you're already worried about the women that you're not with right now,
Mm-hmm.
if you're already concerned about the women that you're not necessarily with,
Okay.
then I do think that this is something that people would care about if they care about the women that they're not with.
Oh, okay. Okay. I see why you make it. What about the opposite? Do black women care about black men dating out?
Well, black women have
100%.
Well, black women have a preference for men that aren't black, well, men that aren't of darker skin tone. So I don't know.
Okay, so you definitely know black men have an issue with it, but the inverse you're not sure of. Okay.
I didn't say all black men. I said the men that are concerned with women in what they do and what they do generally.
And what percentage of men do you think that is there, Eric?
Well, let's say since 30% of men are not having sex, let's just go say 30%.
Well, okay.
I think black women are definitely more vocal about interracial dating with black men and white women. They always try to make it seem like the white women that are chosen, that they are more docile, they more friendly, and this is the reason why most of the time these black men can't handle black women. So I think black women definitely seems, at least vocally, seems like they have more problem with interracial dating than the opposite. I think most men like, hey, do what you got to do. Men don't really care what. Like, all right, you go on. I'm gonna go get the next one. That's how most men look at it, I believe.
Except for the 30%, right?
No, I think except for the people on YouTube.
Well,
because I don't hear this talk from men in the real world.
That's a fact.
Okay,
you don't hear what talk from men in the real world.
I don't hear black men complaining about about black women dating white
men.
But
I do hear black men complain about white men and white people and Hispanic and every other race. You don't hear that in the real world?
Wait, nope. Complain about them how?
Okay, so hold on a second. Whoa, time out. So you're telling me outside of YouTube, you don't hear black men complain about white people?
No.
Oh, okay.
All right. That is not. No, I no. I do.
Okay. All right. Yeah.
No. Hold on, Eric.
No, racial division is not happening at all. You're right.
Eric,
I do. Interesting areas.
Eric, I do hear black men complain about white people as far as racism, but as far as what they're dating out, no. For black women dating out, no. I hear black women complain about white folks more than that.
I don't disagree with that last statement at all. I don't. So you may be right about that. The racial.
Okay. Eric, let me ask you a question, Eric. And as far as victimhood between black men and black women, who complains about victimhood more?
Probably women. But what type of victimhood are you talking about? Are you talking about the racial stuff?
Racial, yeah, racial.
Yeah, right now,
y'all moving the conversation.
Because Eric said because Eric said you don't hear black men complain about white men.
Yeah, I don't disagree with you.
Yeah, but that's moving the conversation though.
Yeah, let's go back. Sorry about that. Let's talk about the women. My bad.
Okay, all right.
Yeah, so let me introduce one of the first videos, right, that we can dissect. And then I have a few that we'll go down the line with. But this woman here is pretty popular. I don't know if you guys are familiar with her, but she's pretty popular for some strange reason.
Never heard of her.
Are all these black men going after white girls? The same reason why all these white men are dating black women. They want to. The only difference is most of the women that are dating white guys are getting all their bills paid or married.
Oh, that's sure 7. I know.
So, why are all these black men going?
Interesting perspective.
The same reason why all these white.
Yeah. Do you think she's right?
Not even close.
Yeah, she's that level up chick.
I don't know. I never heard of her before.
I know. I've never heard of her, but
she doesn't necessarily look like the type of guy that a white man would like.
Most black, Latino, Indian, and Chinese that white men take are fetishes. And I don't know why people don't really see that. The majority of when they date out, it's just a fetish. It's very rare that you see these long-standing interracial relationships with white men and black women.
Well, what's a fetish?
White men and
yeah,
black
Well, wait,
women.
stop. Hold on, Pedro. Let me construe. What's a fetish? What do you mean by that, Gary Grant?
Something that you like to play with. It's new, it's different, and then after, it's like a new toy. You play with it for a while, and then you go back to normal life.
I read something
What
somewhere
the
that white.
hell
Hold on a
are
second.
you
I
talking?
actually read. Yeah, I actually read something somewhere that black women and white men have like the longest or the highest marriage rate. So that I
Yeah,
don't know
they
if that's
do. I
No,
was
no,
just
no,
about
no.
to
They
say
do
it.
have the
No, I
highest
was just
marriage
about to
rate.
say that. That's all. Like,
They
where did
have
he
the,
get this
but
from? Because that's
so. I
you
don't
missed what I
understand your
said.
fit. I
I
don't.
said long-term relationship. They get married to these men,
Yeah, but they
but most
stay
of them end
married
up in
to.
divorce.
No, that's not true.
Oh,
Actually,
okay.
no. If you look up the divorce rate, they're actually least likely to get divorced. If you
Well,
look up black men and white
the
women, they're
least
actually
likely
least
to get
likely.
divorced are Indians, but I
Oh
understand your
no,
point.
but I'm just saying in terms of interracial
Yeah,
relationships,
yeah,
right?
yeah. Because
They're
Indians ain't gonna marry you,
yeah,
so
black women and white men are actually like least likely to get divorced. So I don't. I
Yeah,
mean, I guess if
he's right.
that,
It's more
but
successful. He's right.
then in terms of like fetishes, I mean, I like women with big asses. Is that like a fetish or is that like
No,
natural? I don't.
that's a preference.
So what's the difference between a preference and a fetish?
A fetish is something that
it's
you
not
play with.
that.
A fetish is something that you play with now and then, and is like, okay, let's get back to real life. It's
So
nothing
I
you
mean, I
take
don't think too
serious.
many people play with marriage. If they get
so
married, I don't think somebody was playing.
Yeah, so yeah, I don't. I get now that statement right there, Gary. That sounds like a little bit of an issue. That sounds like you may have a little bit. If I'm somebody on the sidelines and I see that, well, he don't really like her. He just a fetish. That comes off as like dirty macking to me, just a little bit. Be honest.
Yeah,
Exactly. I agree with you 100%, Eric.
like I've slept with lots of white girls. I never intended to be with one. That was just a fetish. I slept with Chinese girls. I intended always to be with a black woman.
But do
That's
you
a
know that?
fetish.
But how do you know that every so? But if I
I
see
don't
another
speak
black
for
man, but if
everybody.
I but well, you're speaking on a woman
It,
and a man though. But like if I okay, so if you said I slept with a white woman and it's only a fetish, if I see another black man with a white woman, I'm not gonna say, well, that's just his fetish. If
Yeah,
it's your fetish,
I
it's
don't.
for
I
you.
agree with Pedro. It's not a fetish. That's what we sell, right? Because we can make the same arguments for when a black man is with a black woman, he fetishizes her. We like the dynamics. We can literally make the same argument. The only difference is we'll say they have more things in common because of their cultural background. But if he's looking at her big butt, all these things that are physical with her, then you can argue that's fetishizing.
So for example, the first woman that you brought on, the one with the psychology woman, right?
Yes.
I don't know what she was. She looked like she was either mixed or let's say she was Hispanic,
She was fine.
right?
Yeah, she was
And
fine.
so if I like her, right? If is that well, I just have a fetish. Like, no, she's attractive. Like, I don't understand. Like, I don't get it. And most men like attractive women. Most of them.
And that's the difference is men like women from all levels, groups of races. It doesn't really matter to them as long as they're attractive. It's not the same for women because they rarely find men attractive. I talk to women all the time. How many attractive men have you walked past today? They'll say maybe one or two. For men, shoot, I see one walking down right now. So we like our range and scale. She doesn't have to be like a 10, but we see attractive women everywhere we go outside all the time for the most part. And for women, it's rare occasions. So if they're already
Not if you live in the ghetto, you don't.
You're an asshole.
You should be moving out the ghetto, okay? You should be moving, not just. We get the point, So, I want to ask y'all this: what type of men? What type of men do What type of white men do black women typically date out and get?
The smart ones.
Men who are. So have you ever seen an Eddie Griffin? Eddie Griffin had this stand-up where he said, when black men get a white woman, they get a fat, ugly woman. But when white men get a black woman, they get a very attractive woman.
That's interesting. I've seen that one.
Yeah.
Or
They
he's
get
a,
the
or he's a
baddest of the bad.
professional.
I've
They
seen
get the
that
I
bad
see
before.
more
benefit.
professionals that black women date are mostly professionals that I know
I
in real
see a
life.
lot of
Okay, wait.
good-looking
Patriarch,
black women.
let's add this dynamic, and then I want to shift it to Sharon real quick. How about as far as a white man that says he only dates black women? Because remember, these are distinguished. I want to distinguish that point. I only date black women. What type of black girls does he usually get, or what type of black girls go after those type of white guys?
So normally what I see is that man is usually the one that got the drip, that he's a part of the culture, that he get a pass to say the N-word. He into the hip hop, he into the hippity hop music. He drive a dunk. He's from down south somewhere, and he grew up in the project somewhere. And he likes
like a
white
Paul
girls that's from
Wall,
that.
like a Paul Wall,
Paul, exactly.
Paul Wall.
Okay,
Fofos.
so I got a video for that, and tell me what you think about her perspective, right? Let's pull this.
Wait, before you move on, Aaron, you can hear me?
Okay. I can hear you.
Hey, y'all. So I just wanted to point out what you just brought up, right? I don't hear a lot of white men even say that, though.
Oh, don't worry. You will.
Aaron.
You got video?
He brought a whole slideshow for this.
Did you know? Hold on, Venus.
Because you know where I was going. Like, I think black men are unique where they have to announce how much they don't like their own, but other groups I don't typically see do that.
Okay. So
white women. Hold on a second. There's no I'm gonna say this right here. There's no more disloyal woman who announces her hatred for anybody. They're worse than white women. White women are the worst, most self-hating. Like like the white. Yet they are. I'm sorry. Like
liberal.
But it doesn't matter. They're still white. White women, to me, are the most disloyal group of women out there. When they don't like their own, they always announce it. Like after Donald Trump won, like all of this stuff we see in the country right now, it's white women who turn their black. And I don't like white men and the white male
but who do
patriarchy.
those white women date?
Black men.
No, they
Wait,
don't.
Eric.
Yeah, they
don't. No.
Yeah, they do. Yeah, they do. Yeah, they do. Yeah, they do. Yeah, they do.
Most white liberals stay with their own.
No, some do, but a lot of self-hating white women like go for black. I'm sorry.
Oh yeah. You're right about that. I stay away from those white women.
I think for women.
I want to get
Let me
hung
ask
up
Eric
on
a
it.
question.
Self-hating white women.
So, Eric, would you agree that when anybody black announces that they don't like other blacks, that is a form of self-hate?
Nobody is worse with self-hating than white people. The biggest self-hating group is white people.
Right.
I'd say black women come a close second.
No. Black women. Do you know how bad if white people don't act like they don't stick together, they don't help each other out, they're so quick to throw each other under the bus. There's no group of I understand what we're saying about black men, because we're in like these little YouTube spaces and black men announce it and they say it, but it's nothing compared to like self-hating white people. I'm sorry.
But Eric, how could that be when the marriage rates amongst whites are still like way higher, right? Like it's not at the same capacity as it is with black men.
Because white people kill other white people over black people, and white people lock other white people up over black people, and white women throw their entire families under the bus and say, well, my family is this, and lie on their family for black. Like when black men or black women say, they don't have that amount of power to really destroy each other like white people do.
That's a good point. So I don't want to get hung up on this. I want to be able to get through a bunch of the clips. So I just want to read what Greatness to Work says. There are almost 1 million more black men married than black women, even while there are way more black women than black men. Think about that. All right, we'll think about it. But I want to just play this video real quick. Well, who's laughing? Who's doing that laughing?
All right, we'll think about it. Moving on.
Okay, gotcha. Okay, I'm a little funny.
So I pretty much mastered the type of white men who usually tend to like black women and usually come on this app and talk about their preferences with only black women. And sometimes it's done in like a really fetishizing way, but that's besides the point. I've come up with 2 categories. This category is going to be the buzz cut buster. He's going to say that he grew up in the hood. He hates white people. His whole personality trait is probably going to be how he doesn't affiliate with other white people. He needs himself a chocolate queen as soon as possible. Second category is going to be like your suburban white kid who claims to be cultural. He's going to say he doesn't have a type. He's going to say he likes things flavored. He likes girls with a little attitude, a little sass, and he will be very clear about the sass part. You might hear the phrases, my parents voted for Obama. I don't see color. I don't usually like black girls, but you're hot.
Okay, this woman obviously dates white men. That's just, I'm going to start with that. Like, this woman obviously.
Nah, for
Well,
real.
how does she, no, but how does she have so much experience with understanding?
Because
that?
maybe
She
she's
went
dating
to
a
school with
Carlton.
white
Maybe
folks.
maybe she's dating a Carlton that talks the same
a
way.
buzz cut buster. Buzz cut buster. She got turned down by the buzz cut buster.
I think it's
Maybe she lived in the valley.
You equating her speech.
She gives
with,
that she went to school with them. I think she went to school with a bunch
She
of white.
wanted white men.
That's kind of
buzz cut.
interesting that you.
I'm telling you, I know it. I know. Like, have y'all ever seen like Dear White People? Usually, the most woke women. The most woke women. What do they say?
No, I saw
radical,
I saw
radical in the streets, colonized in the sheets. It's like AOC and Ilhan Omar. They all got white boyfriends.
All of the super pro black. This is part of the starter kit. You have to have a white significant other, or that's what makes you pro black. Apparently, they always have a white person, but they're screaming pro black. It just doesn't make sense.
That's true. That's true.
That is not true. So you saying only
That
people that
is.
scream out, the only people that scream out pro black is people that's interracial dating?
Usually when it comes,
no, she said only.
I'm not saying usually they are though. Like Colin Kaepernick dates an Arab, right? The Black Lives Matter people date white women. The pro-blackers are the biggest, like, that's what I'm saying. Like, they don't make these movies like Don't Be a Menace if there isn't some shred of truth to this.
Mm-hmm.
My milk of magnesia.
So you saying that most black people, so with that being said, most black couples that are married or dating, they not into black people at all. They not pro-black.
No, I'm just saying there's a difference between being pro. Well, first off,
they're not the loudest.
You are
okay,
but because their actions. Show me what your actions and not your words. Obviously, they have a black family. They're going to produce black children. They're probably going to give their black children a good life. That means more than you going on YouTube or anybody else talking or whatever. Usually, the people that talk and always try to one up somebody, those are the people that are usually colonized in the sheets.
So let's try this. Is there a perception that the black man, black women, their counterparts, white man, white women, treat them better in relationships? Do they both think that, or just one way?
I believe it. I believe it. I believe it.
I say based off observation, it looks like it.
I think that they believe that they will be treated better, but the outcome in relationships always lead back to, it depends on the people in the relationship.
Interesting.
Nah,
so y'all are saying that y'all believe that when people interracially date, they think they all be treated better by that other race.
No,
I think some people just want, for example, with men, I think some people just want a woman that they find as attractive. I mean, that's what I think. So I think when women date, okay, I hate to get into this. I think when women date, they are looking for somebody who will take care of them no matter what it is, right? So they date for different reasons than men. But I think men just want an attractive woman a lot of times.
But you don't think the treatment matters at all? Because when we hear
I don't think you should be treated well at all.
When
no, messing with y'all.
Really?
I'm just messing around. I'm messing around.
Being Eric, man.
What?
I believe he believes that a little bit, but we gonna.
No, I don't. No, I don't.
Okay.
I think deep down you used to play with Barbies and ride a tricycle.
I did. I love Barbie. I had a collection every year of the limited edition one. I have a whole thing that's probably worth a lot of money right now. But anyway, when you hear men speak about their issues with women, it's usually the treatment. So we can't say that the treatment doesn't matter and it's all about attractiveness, because they'll tell you, I might be attracted to some of them, but I don't like the attitude. So they do care about how they're treated, and they usually will compare and say this group of women behaves this way, so they treat us better, right? So the men do care about the treatment as much as the women.
Yeah,
No,
but the treatment doesn't go with race relations. It goes with
no,
how the
exactly,
character is of the human being.
Character,
So
exactly.
exactly.
certain people at certain levels of life, or where they grew up at, if they came from a family that was with their mother and their father in the household, that those type of women, no matter what race they are, they all pretty much act in a certain kind of characteristic.
I
And
agree with
and
but hold on,
let's be real. Black women are like Mike Tyson. Okay, you're gonna get hit in the beginning. If you can survive the first 3 rounds, then you're
Oh
gonna
shit!
win the
Oh my
fight.
god!
Wow,
Oh my
man,
god, man!
that's
Oh
not true,
man! Come
man.
on,
no, I
Man,
You
kind of
don't
that's
get
get
it.
cold.
you don't get what I'm saying. You don't
I
get what
kind of
that
get
means.
it. I kind of get it.
You're gonna get some attitude in the beginning,
yeah.
but deep down they're not really. Like people like Venus. We all know deep down. We know deep down you're not really like this. We know that sometimes but I don't think all black women are like that. To be honest with you, I don't. I
No,
think
no
that
one.
I think there's some who have bad. I don't even know if it's bad. I don't know. I think there's too many women with too many different ways out there that you can't really judge them all. I
Okay,
don't know.
let me read the super chat. Happy and Trick says, in my experience, I had to approach other races first. Other races share they are too nervous to approach black women.
I
To
heard
that
that
you
before. I heard that before.
okay, do you guys agree or disagree?
In some
I
cases, yeah.
agree.
I
No.
say no, I don't.
No,
Okay.
actually, I've been around other races, and especially with women. Some, before they would go out with me, they had to get to know me first, because they didn't know too much about me. They thought that I would just turn out to be a bad dude because I was black, and what their parents have always told
They're
them.
talking about
Uh,
women. Do you think?
Well, not even when men dating other women, because there's other women of different races that I have dated. Especially, I'll just go Filipino. I'll just go straight out with that. The other Filipino women that told me that other women told them not to mess with me because I was black and I'll be bad for them. And then they found
So
out I'm not a bad dude. If it wasn't for my
Oh
job,
man.
honestly, I would still be in that relationship.
I
But
had
after
to
they
hide
get
the
to know
hood.
you and be
That
around
is
you,
different, man.
huh?
I think the question was, do you think other races of men are nervous about approaching black women?
Oh no, I
No.
was just talking
No.
racially pointless. Other races are nervous around black people. That's what point I was making. Black people, period, not men or women, until they get to know us. And some of them ease it, some of them it doesn't.
Depends on
That's
the
what I was
environment.
mainly getting at.
It depends on the environment, though.
I say
I would
yes.
say
It's
social
true.
media. I say social media probably made it easier for them to do it, but usually I would see the woman approach the outside race person.
That's my experience as well. But let me read the super chat. AL, white people don't really view themselves as a group or team. They more identify with their nationality, Irish, German, Italian, etc., etc. Yeah.
100% correct.
Hold on a second. And by the way, that Mike Tyson thing was an analogy to talk
We
about like
we know,
attitude.
Eric. Come on,
Okay, I
bro.
don't want it. It has nothing to do with any. I don't condone any acts of violence at all.
Come on,
No,
man.
you're just saying if you don't get knocked out in the second
No,
round
I'm
or
talking
first
about with
round knockout, you
attitude,
good.
right? Like even the ones
No,
that
no,
give
that's what
you
I'm
the
saying.
attitude in the
Because you said
beginning. That's
third
all.
round.
Yeah, usually, yeah.
Okay.
By the 4th insult, they're worn out.
Wow.
That was crazy, man. So let's get to the next video. Omar says he agrees with Eric. Black women are soft. I don't know
We
about
don't
all
mean that
that.
in a bad way, though. I'm not talking about. I think that the hard exterior
The
is
shell.
Get to the
All you
yeah.
gotta
candy
do is
shell.
crack the
All
shell. What do
right.
you
Get to the
mean?
candy shell.
Okay, we'll get to that. You know what? I'll play this one first, but I have another one actually.
Buzzcut Buster.
Buzzcut Buster. Oh, Buzzcut Buster. This here is a Caucasian fellow here. He shall speak to some of his experience here in the world.
Why is it that nowadays, whenever you see a black woman dating a white man, it's almost always like the most goofy, dorky version of a white dude you can think of? It's like You realize that there's white dudes out here that will date black women that are normal looking, go to the gym, played sports, have some swag. You don't, it's like, and I understand where it's coming from because there's this misconception that when you date a white guy, he's going to treat you better than his black counterparts, which is not true because there's white men that use and abuse women just as there is black men that use and abuse women. Like, there's good and bad from every ethnicity. So you can kind of tell when someone is dating for safety or financial security or any of the other reasons that women date other than, you know, attraction and personality. It just doesn't make sense to me because there's plenty of dudes out here white dudes out here that'll date black women that aren't complete freaking dorks. It's like, and I've got no dog in this fight. Like, I'm married, happily married. I found my queen. I've got 3 kids. Like, this has no personal, like, interest in me. But I have seen, you know, some anger coming from, like, the black male community. And then I put over this issue and I put myself in their shoes. And I think, man, if all of my sisters were out there, you know, dating only, like, goofy parts of a different ethnicity, that might kind of irritate me too. It's like, this is more like, so yes, this is a TikTok post, but it's also like a legitimate question. Like, has anyone else noticed that interracial couples where it's black woman, white dude, it's like just the most obnoxiously dorky, goofy white guy, not like a regular looking white guy? I'm curious, man.
Interesting.
You don't hear white men beating up on black women.
Excuse me?
You don't.
Well, there was a video of this football player that played for
from
the
the
Seattle
Jets.
Seahawks.
I thought he was a
I don't know. Maybe it's an anomaly.
Can y'all stay focused on the current task, please? Lord, please. Stay focused. Black women dealing with white guys tend to be goofy-ish type white guys, not the regular ones that let's say the corporate white women get. You find that to be true or not?
Yes.
That's a 50-50 right there. I'm not. Can't really answer that.
Okay.
For
Serena
me
Williams
personally-
is married to Alex Singer. Is he a goofy-looking dude or what?
But she's goofy looking. She
Okay.
look like she on that testosterone.
Name me the black woman that's married to the Adonis white dude.
What?
To the what?
To the white dude that he's talking about, you know, the athlete.
There's so many of them I can't even count.
Serena
bro.
Williams.
Name me one. That's all I asked. Don't tell me so many.
There's
Just one.
So all right. So I'll give you an
Serena
example.
Williams.
I'll give you an example. No, I'll give you an example. No, I'll give you an example. I hate to go this route, but look at like Steph Curry's mom. She cheated on her husband with a white guy.
Damn.
But that's
And
somebody
Steph
that's
Curry's
a part of,
mom.
but that's
and
somebody that's a part of their circle.
And Steph Curry. So what does it matter?
It's usually a class. It's usually a class situation. So your higher end white guys are usually the nerdy types that date black women, but the swaggy white dudes usually hanging around the hood and some of the lower.
There's so many like black, like a black.
No,
woman,
Eric,
man
I think you're missing my point here, bro.
Robert De Niro, isn't Robert De Niro with a black woman?
George Lucas was with a black woman
when he became
George
70.
Yeah, he was. No,
When he
had
became
three kids with her.
Robert
Three
De Niro
kids
was
with her.
married to a black woman for a long time.
Yeah,
Isn't Bill Burr with a black woman?
Bill Burr's the dude with swag? Come on, brother. We're
Bro,
talking about an act.
Bill Burr is one of the best comedians of all time.
I'm not talking about that. I'll say it again. Name me the black woman that's with that dude like a Tom Brady or Aaron
What
Rodgers.
about Travis Kelce?
Serena
No. What about
Serena
Travis
Williams?
Kelce? What about
He's
the
had
girl
that
Kayla?
girl for 7
What
years.
about the girl Kayla with Travis Kelce?
Travis Kelce is hip hop. He's into hip hop music.
No, that doesn't. No. That's what. Hold on a second. That's what. No. Hold on a second. That's what Gary. No. That's what Gary. Okay, hold on a second. That's what Gary. That's what Gary asked. Gary asked for that guy, Travis Kelce and Kayla. What about them?
All right, no, guys, stop.
That's not what he asked.
My bad. Sorry, Aaron.
All over the place. Let me ask you this: the guy in the video
About
that we just played,
G-Eazy.
the guy in the video that we just played. Notice he said he already has his queen. Is that like
Yeah.
a flag, red flag, orange
Definitely.
flag for you guys when that type of language has been spoken?
No, he's saying
100%.
that because that he don't want to get backlash.
Well,
So it
it
seems
don't
like
matter
he hates
what
black
color
women.
they
So
are. If they
It's
say
most
like
likely
a-
he's dating.
kind of like a
he's most
PR
likely
move in a
dating
way.
person.
He not saying
Damage
he with his
control.
pinky.
No, he's most likely dating a person of color. Most likely, I doubt because I rarely hear white men consider and say they woman as queen.
Well, who?
never heard it.
Yeah, but they're black. Like who else called queen but black women? Like they're black. She's black.
So she's definitely black. Like it's in the video. He has the font of it that knows his woman's black. But I just whenever I hear somebody, I got my queen, I'm just like, have black women convinced men to call them queen of every other group? Like that stuff is insane.
Are you serious?
We
So
don't
so
have
black
to convince anybody. They pay
so
attention
black
to what
so
we
black
do, and they do it to get in good with us.
so
Like I've had
black
white men talk
hold
to
on
me
a
like
sec.
that in public. They just copy.
Are you telling me you don't see a trend? You said you don't see people calling people kings and queens, white people doing that?
No.
There's a whole Black History
Yeah, I've
Month
never heard
trend.
that.
There's a whole Black History Month trend on TikTok where they're walking around, hey, my black king, hey, my black. Now go look that up on TikTok. Oh, now it's not what you're saying. Okay.
I don't know if you heard what I said.
Aaron, I'm
Like, I don't
telling
know
you,
if
we don't have to convince white people. I'm speaking as a black woman. When I interact with some of them, they will pick up on the ways we address each other as a way like an icebreaker. Like I've had a white man call me sis. That shit was weird.
That's
But
not.
this is the type of stuff that
Was
they
he a
do.
gay
Nobody
white
has
man?
to convince them. What I'm telling you, they listen to us. Those who are interested
Well,
in the
was
culture,
he a gay
whatever.
white man?
I'm
Because
sorry.
Lord knows y'all steal a lot of y'all black women steal a lot of their swag from gay white men. Was he a gay white man? They called you
Honestly,
sis?
I don't think so.
All right, guys.
Okay. It's the truth though.
Jesus Christ. That was the point. Was I when a white guy says I got my queen, it sounds like referencing to a black woman. I on a normal basis, you talk to a white guy with a white woman, he don't say queen. I'm not saying that it does never ever happen. I'm just saying it's extremely noticeable that the queen
He probably
king
have a black woman. Yeah.
Yeah, that's all I'm saying.
Venus was correct. It was Venus was
Right.
correct. It was appropriation.
Yeah, because now when I think about I don't often hear a white woman say I got a king, but I could be wrong. I don't know. It's just not something that I hear a lot. But this
We is kings.
Yeah, I never heard we was
You
kings from a
wouldn't
white
hear
man.
it because black people are the ones running around with that rhetoric about what we were back in Africa, blah blah blah.
Facts. Exactly.
Yeah,
I get
black
tired of
women are
that. She's
still
right.
getting with black men, and they're not saying I got me a king. Okay, I'm gonna move past that.
Mine's do.
Wait, Aaron, let me say something
Aaron,
before you
mine's
move
do.
on, because I wanted to point something out about that video you played too.
Yes.
I don't know if it's true or not about the type of white men, but if that is the case, I want to really. He said something important about you can tell they're dating for safety, right? So that man looks safe. He does not look threatening, right? He looks like what do you call him, a dork or whatever? Yeah, she saw the same thing in him that you saw, and he looked like safety to her, and that's why she's over there.
Fair.
I want to point that out.
It's true. It's true, Venus. Like the ones I worked with over my career, they've been dorky white guys married to black women, but they make money.
Right.
And the
So they
ones
can provide,
that's from
and they're not
Jersey,
threatening.
like the John B, my John B white looking friends, they got the women that came from the hood.
Okay.
All right. So therefore, we are saying that people are choosing the same type of human being. It just doesn't matter what race. If John B likes ghetto bitches, that's what he's going to date. So this whole idea that women are dating white men just for security is false. They like a certain type of man, characteristic.
Well, they have black men who are like that. If they find that, so that's not true.
They find that in
They go
another
to the
race,
white
they
guy.
want to date that as well.
Okay, guys,
Sharon, no, because they have those options in the black
I have a
community,
question.
but she overlooked them. She wanted the white man.
I have a question.
No, hold on, guys.
true.
Hold on.
Yes,
Let
it is
Venus
true.
speak so I can hear her thoughts and then return. Go ahead, Venus. I'm sorry, they cutting you off.
I'm sorry, boo. I was just trying to make the point to Sharon. He's actually kind of proving my point. Like, there are black men who are highly intelligent. They may not have the best social skills, right? They may not dress the best. There's a reason the black women who choose to overlook them. It's the same thing that black men do. The negative traits they claim they don't like in black women, you will see them with that white or Hispanic woman who portrays them same negative traits. And the same thing for
Sounds
that
like
black
some
woman.
hate.
Same thing for that. It is self-hate. Thank you. That same thing for
No,
that
it
black
sounds.
woman.
It sounds like you hate.
No, I don't care. I'm just
All right,
pointing something out.
No,
Venus,
see-
what I'm
Guys,
hearing.
let people finish. Man, my
Yeah,
fucking head
please.
will
I'm
explode.
just pointing something out. The same dude that claims he's overlooked by black women, they didn't like me, blah, blah, blah. Those same black women who you see with the nerdy white man, she had options to pick a nerdy black man. There's a reason she went to white. She wanted white. Why are we denying that?
Sharon, your response?
The reason why we
Venus.
did not the reason why we did not that because in real life we see nerdy people usually date nerdy people. They don't care about the color of the skin. They usually date a specific character trait. So if I'm nerdy, like the nerds that you talking about, and I go to school, I'm most likely going to date somebody that's going to the library. And the people that's going to the library are not the people that come from the hood. So they look and talk and move a certain way. Most people from the hood is not reading Harry Potter. I'm most likely going to date somebody that went to the Harry Potter book signing because we met there and we had a connection.
Or from the
Shit,
underworld.
you like
That's
Harry
not
Potter
the example.
too. And then we start having a conversation.
Sharon.
You was just mad when somebody was interrupted. God damn it! Am I saying something wrong to you?
Sorry.
Hey,
Am I
let
saying
me.
something? I don't get
Hey,
that.
Sharon, is Robin Thicke a nerdy white person?
Absolutely not.
Okay, but all right. So the woman he's got, or the woman he had, right? So why do you think she liked him? Are you saying that she liked him
because he's an entertainer and he wound up dating an entertainer?
You don't think it was? Hold on a second.
Michelle Obama is a lawyer. Michelle Obama is a lawyer. She married a fucking lawyer.
She's not a woman though.
Angela Bassett
Stop that,
married
Eric.
another fucking actor.
And Michelle Obama is a woman.
cap.
We went to
Wait,
high school
Sharon,
together.
the man in the video made that distinction.
I'm giving you. Hold on. I'm
for
giving
a
you
reason.
actual
They're
examples.
different.
Give me examples of what you're talking about.
Sharon, the man in the video made that distinction for
Robin
a
Thicke.
reason. The white man wouldn't stand out for being nerdy if the black woman was too. He was making a clear distinction. Why does this type of attractive woman always end up with that type of white man? So you can't argue against. That's what it is.
That's not the truth. What he's saying is not the truth.
What I'm saying is that woman that he is dating or he married, the type of man that he is, that is the type of man, no matter what race she would have dated, would have been similar to him. That's what I'm saying.
Sharon.
She probably like a docile man. She probably like somebody that she can run, and he would like somebody that a woman can run.
There's black men she could run.
Okay, so you don't think it was because
you're correct, Venus.
But he's talking about random examples, I guess you could say. But you don't think that a man dates a woman because he finds that woman to be attractive?
Yeah, because
for example, with Robin Thicke and Paula Patton, you don't think that Paula Patton found Robin Thicke attractive?
Yeah.
Okay, or was it? But where's the ulterior motive? Where is it? Well, I just need to get me a white man.
Okay,
so that's what I'm saying.
So what I'm saying is,
Paula Patton is a half breed too, though, Eric.
I want to
Robin Thicke is white, though.
Yeah, but she's half white.
Let me respond to that real quick.
Oh, okay.
So we are acting like that. People cannot see they type from a mile away. I could tell a hip hop from a mile away. So if I could see an entertainer, I'm like, oh shit, we got the same whatever it is that we see in each other. I'm gonna recognize it from a mile of fucking way. It doesn't take rocket science to see if somebody is similar to me.
So what do you mean similar to you?
How are they similar to you?
Like this, what I'm saying.
What he's saying that they're into the same things. They have things in
don't
common.
know until you get to know them. That's not no.
Yes, you do fucking know.
If you can't, I'm with Sharon on this one. If you can't recognize it, that's on you.
No, I'm not gonna fucking calm down because this is fucking insane. Y'all acting like we cannot see you. We see you from a mile. When you walking towards me in my direction, I can fucking see you.
I'll be scared to see you at this point.
Some fucking kind of surprise when we recognize.
Sharon, you're yelling in the house on Sunday.
Sharon, so when you saw that white woman who didn't open her mouth, wait, when you saw that white woman who never opened her mouth from across the room, you saw yourself in her. Let me get that right. That's what you saw?
Okay, so therefore, again,
Yeah, when you saw the white woman across the room, you knew.
I want to answer.
They're
I
similar.
want to answer your question. I did not say I was ever looking for a woman that I see myself in her.
No,
I
you
never
just
said that.
said you could see from a mile away. So I'm saying you saw a white woman
Venus.
from a mile away and you knew she was like you. Knock it off.
Hey man,
Venus,
Sharon,
it's not
Sharon,
that you-
Sharon, let me help you, bro.
calm
These
down.
Okay, so
people
then I wanna
take what you
answer-
said
hold on,
literally.
Let me answer it, Gary. So therefore, I've seen her characteristics that we had the same interests. Yes, I could see that from a mile of fucking way.
That
Yes.
makes no sense.
Can you
It
turn
doesn't
off the
matter if it makes sense
cartoons
to
in the
you.
background? You're yelling with
No, I got
cartoons on
children.
in the same. They hear you yelling right now?
You goddamn right. I can raise my
You
fucking
cuss
voice in
around
my
your
house.
kids.
All right. No. Let's not get sidetracked because I want to get to this next video.
Eric, you got no kids. Don't tell another man how to raise his
All
kids.
right, I
Relax,
just don't think you should be
relax,
cussing
guys,
around
please.
kids. That's me. I'm
He
sorry.
was
I'm
just joking.
sorry.
They just joking. Okay, it was just jokes.
You cuss around children, Gary?
Nope.
Here we go. I'm not gonna look. Don't. I'm trying to read the super chat and move.
But also, I have no children there, Eric.
I'm gonna hurt y'all today.
Hey, Aaron, you want me to read the super chats?
When you cut your YouTube, TikTok, 90% of things don't exist. A lot of them are just rejects with a camera and an internet connection. Could be true. Goofy should date Goofy, no matter what the race. No, I don't think that might be a good idea to have two goofy people at the wheel.
Goofy looking women look the best.
Shout out to all the goofy women.
Jesus. Like, what do y'all think hood ghetto women look good? I'm curious.
Hell no.
Like, what is this whole what is this
Who
fascination
dates
with
hood
ghetto
girls, though, man?
shit?
Who dates hood girls?
How you gonna act? So wait. Ghetto is a look or ghetto is
yes.
Okay, so ghetto
It's
is a look.
It's
yes.
a behavior. It's a language.
But so then,
it's
everything. Because all y'all in there, the women want these hood dudes.
It's everything from the South Side of Chicago, where I grew up at, in the same neighborhood as Larry Hoover, that I did everything that I could possible to get out of legally and left because I do not want to be around those type of people.
Damn, we got
So are we saying so?
And they women is ugly. They got the ugliest women. Most of the women are ugly.
Hold on, gentlemen. I got to get through the super chats. I'll let Sharon ask this question, then we're gonna lead to the video. Okay. How come other women can find a good black man and black women can't? You see it here in Hawaii with Polynesian and Asian women being with black men.
Oh
Sounds
my
like
God.
I'm in Hawaii.
That's just Hawaii, man. That's just Hawaii, man. Come on.
I don't think so.
Calm down. Let people have their opinion. Jesus Christ, you don't have to agree with everything they say. He said that's what's happening in Hawaii. Ain't none of us in
Nobody
Hawaii.
want no Lilo and Stitch
I know
looking
everybody
woman.
on this panel ain't none of us in Hawaii. Okay. Shout out to the Buzz Cut. I see you. I think this is a troll from the guy that was in the video, got the hair like that. Looking for my chocolate queen. You should be able to find her because a lot of them are single and available. Now, Sharon, please lead with your question.
So just now, Patriarchy said you could see ghetto, and it's a certain look. So how come when I'm saying that you could see the other person from a mile away, all of a sudden that's foreign?
Not with that mustache, you can't. That's all I'm saying, right? Listen, I think people like attractive people. I think for women, men like attractive women. And women that are attractive, some people find women that are attractive in all races. And it's the same thing with women. I think women like men that they find to be attractive. And sometimes they find men of other races to be attractive.
Okay, so this next video is a little...
And most people in the ghetto ain't attractive.
Okay.
Have that
I'm from the ghetto, and I take that overly offensive, but seeing as you're a guy and you're not into guys, I don't give a damn.
Yeah, that's definitely cap. I just can't pick you up from your house.
I'm not about to fight patriarchal. There's some fine.
So you think women in the real? So you're gonna compare Oakland to like the hills? Isn't your area like the hills where all the like good-looking mixed women and black women with money live?
You only like mixed women. That's your problem.
But also, the best-looking black women don't live in the ghetto.
No,
they don't.
If you don't like dark skin, fine. Like women that
the dark-skinned women that are attractive, most of them do not live in the ghetto. The ghetto women are ugly. They're ugly.
Right, Evan. You're right, man.
I'm not about to argue with him.
No, that's not
fine
true.
Women everywhere.
No, he 100% right. I've been living in the suburbs for many years, and the better looking black women.
What is y'all talking about?
And most women that like hood dudes are hood and are ugly. They two birds of a feather.
I don't want to confuse what somebody looking attractive to me, like having to like them beyond that. Like you can see some fine women in the hood and be like,
I don't see most of the women in the ghetto look. If we're talking about strictly black women, most of the attractive black women are in the suburbs.
Okay, fine. I don't know. I don't know. Okay.
What the hell?
I gotta agree with him 100%.
Okay, fine.
All a woman needs to do is walk up to me. What your name is? What my name is? You're speaking backwards English. Bye, Felicia. What your name is?
Down. Let me listen.
He's talking
Felicia from Friday was actually attractive.
That's the reason I'm not around that. I grew up around that. After age 25, the world was my oyster. I left all that behind. Like hell to the no, to the no.
Y'all need help. Okay, let's get to the next video because y'all gonna drive me crazy. I ain't gonna even make it out of here because y'all just insane. Let's get to the next video. Here we go. Now
that's in the hood.
Calm down. Hey, just
ramen noodles looking hair
I
stuff.
have got to allow the videos to be played because it's a lot of stuff in the background, so we need to be able to hear the audio. Please, gentlemen, just let's get through the video. Thank you.
So I want to help my sisters out. A lot of sisters are saying that the white men are intimidated to approach them. Here is my advice to you. Start with your vibe, your aura, your energy. That's going to speak for itself. If you can be that vibe, that aura, that energy, he is definitely going to open his mouth. If not, it's okay for you to extend that vibe and allow things to naturally, organically happen. Be yourself. People are attracted to people that are themselves. If you're trying to be somebody else, it's just not going to work in general. Like, be yourself. As Black women, I must attest that we sometimes have that resting bitch face. Get rid of it because that's going to immediately intimidate a white guy to be like, oh, yeah, no, never mind. She's probably not even interested or don't even want to be bothered. Crack a smile. Crack a smile, a little wink or, a little flirtatious type of motion or gesture. That is going to get his attention, baby. Do not be afraid to speak first. Say hello. Hello does not hurt anybody. Actually, believe it or not, sometimes a hello can go a long way. You make somebody's day sometimes by just saying hello. Give him a compliment. Believe it or not, men like to be complimented, and that is definitely something that's going to make them open their mouths and extend some interest. Make sure you are whole within yourself because any man can spot weakness. So make sure you are whole and you are walking in with extreme confidence. Those are a few tips that I hope will help you guys. And trust me, if there's any more tips that anybody got, please drop them below. Comment below on how you got your man, sis, or how your man found you, whatever. Be the part. Play the part. And you will.
That is that's ghetto. If I saw a woman that looked like this, hold on a second. If I saw a woman looking like that, walking and smiling at me, I'm leaving, right? I'm automatically I'm walking to the other side of if I saw a woman like that walking down, I'm walking to the other side of the street. That is ghetto. Her aesthetic is ghetto. Her accent is ghetto. The way she presents herself is ghetto. Even all her manifesting and all that is ghetto. Everything about her is that's exactly what I'm talking about. Those are the type of women, and she's stepping out of her lane. You should be with yourself, and yourself is in the ghetto.
Well,
that's
hold on there, Eric. Didn't the smoke alarm going off already prove that she was ghetto?
Not only the smoke alarm going off in the video, the woman looks like a wood-tipped Black & Mild cigar.
Facts.
Well, I thought about the TV in the back while you're trying to give a message,
That's ghetto.
Hold on. And that caramel skin. Ghetto.
Listen, just because if you don't like her being ghetto, cool, but we're not gonna act like she's just ugly. The woman was not.
That's not what. But she's not a 10. All of her ghetto accessories make her look worse. The hair makes her look worse. The tattoo on your titty makes you look worse. The nails make you look worse. The accent make you look worse. Your ghetto aesthetic is holding you back.
So, slow down.
Ghetto.
The neck roll and all this here. It's like, everybody.
Okay, we understand your preference. Can we move on?
She need to be she would like a hood dude, Thanos.
Can we move
on? Women like
the
hood
dude. You don't like those girls.
Okay, so what I would say about the video is this: that she pretty much she made it a little bit more. Hold on, Pepper, please. Is that she is saying exactly what I'm saying. That if you want to attract a certain person, you can see what you like in another human being. You can see it from a mile away. So if you're not a soft person, if you got a resting bitch face, if you're angry, you got an attitude, you're mad at the world, we can see it from a mile away, no matter what race it is.
Okay, so what are some things that about that video that sticks out to you guys? That's what I'm. Besides breaking down how she looks, unless patriarchy is just trying to say that's the type of woman that won't get a white guy unless he's a ghetto white guy. Aside from that, what sticks out?
It's women like that will get white guys, because you have some serious brads, and women like that is like a fetish for them. You know, if you could tame them down for them to act like a normal functioning human being, you've won. I know a white guy like that. I know a white guy like that. He got this chick, and she from Florida. I'm like, Lord Jesus, fix it. And because they beyond the worst. This one, next thing you know, a couple of months into the doggone deal, he's like, we're going to go on a doggone nature walk for like 5 miles. And she's like, yeah, I'm going to be with. I'm like, you got her nature walking? Man, bro, you definitely got some game, pimping. I don't know what he learned in the army, but I'm like, you definitely got some game. You got doggone hood rattatized doing nature walking and whatnot. And it got to the point she acts like a civilized person, and they got married and the whole 9 yards. And I was just like, oh, wow. Was the Felicia all about her aura? Was that a defense mechanism or something? Or she just, people should not be ashamed.
Some of you dudes really sound like y'all hate black women. Y'all really sound like y'all hate black women. Like, I've never heard something like that before in my life.
Hey, I want to say, like,
it is so a guy offers. It's funny. It's funny because a guy. No. But the thing is this. This is what I'm talking about. A guy offers a critique. It's not like women don't offer critiques on men, right? Like, it's not like women don't call certain men.
I don't compare myself to how women do things. If I don't like something, I stay away from her. Or I'll be like, she's not that cute, so I'm gonna move on.
So you don't believe it. So you don't believe in telling the truth. You don't believe in telling the truth.
No, but. How many times you gotta tell it? If I know you already,
I'm done talking.
Why do you gotta keep telling me?
Because I don't. Because
that's my whole thing. Like, it sounds like when you
so
go
people
through a long
should.
spell
So
of saying
people
what you
should.
hate,
So people
and I hear
should
more
tell
about
their
what you hate
preferences.
than what you like. That's crazy.
So people shouldn't tell their preferences.
Not the way you say it. It
so
takes
so
one
it's the way I'm saying
maybe
it.
two.
So it's the way I'm saying it. So that sounds very female-like.
Can I ask
The idea that men can't say.
Oh, hold on there, brother. Could I ask one question to the panel? When did criticism become hate?
Can we finish?
Because
y'all hate black
have
women.
A problem with truth.
Y'all hate black women.
Like, can we finish the topic? I want to go in on the topic.
Truth.
I want to speak on the topic.
Well, you hate the topic because you're talking about it.
I want to speak on the topic.
Hey, Lil King, can I ask?
You hate the topic.
Yo.
Hey, Lil King, I don't like Brussels sprouts. The end.
What don't you like about Brussels sprouts?
Hey, yo. Hey, yo, look, right? So I just want to say, like, what the lady was saying ain't nothing out the norm. I mean, she's typically just saying something that women should just consider if they want a man, period. Like, but when it comes to the white man finding a black woman, it's just a black woman actually putting herself in the space where the white men are actually, to look like. You ain't gonna, white man not gonna walk into Walmart or whatever in his area and just see this chick with this resting chick face that's attractive and go with her for longevity or anything like that. It probably may be in a space where he's looking for actual engagement, like, you know what I mean? But that's not gonna be at your local bar or your club or something like that. Go ahead.
I agree with that, what you just said, but I just find it so funny how a guy who comes on here and talks about white men look nerdy and goofy and black women are dating the white men who are nerdy and goofy and all this kind of stuff, and how certain white men look. The minute that a man starts talking about how a ghetto black woman looks, they get triggered. But you just talked about how white men look.
Wow.
Black.
I don't get it, brothers.
we
We
can
care
say
about how other men look.
so, no,
That's a weird one to me.
I'm just saying. I'm just saying. So, no, people commented earlier. I'm just gonna say it. Thanos in particular. You commented earlier on goofy looking white people. So it's one thing when people say people look goofy.
I didn't say anything about goofy
You
looking
never.
white
So
people.
you never said that the
it's a
women
class.
you never said that the women that you knew that dated white men dated goofy looking white men because they had
One
money.
moment,
You didn't say
guys.
that earlier.
One
You
moment,
didn't say that
guys.
earlier.
Hold
I didn't
on.
use the term goofy. I did not use the term goofy.
One moment. I've been instructed to read this. It says read out loud. People can't see it. It says, Leonard, your teeth look like a demolished railroad track. The nerve to speak on a woman's looks. That's what that was. What was said.
Actually, his teeth did match that couch that was right behind them. Same color.
Oh man, you see, brothers always gotta be shitting on one another, don't you?
Yeah. So let me tell you guys.
Y'all continue with the dust.
Let me tell you guys what I noticed, but let me run through this. Shout out to B.O.B. He had a battle the other night on Fight Club. Aaron is like a headmaster at the boys' reform school. I'm trying to get everybody on track. Hood women look like Jay Prince. That is not true. They look like women from the projects. B Love says she was well spoken and not ghetto. I don't think she was ghetto, but I could be wrong. So any woman with fake hair, eyelashes, and nails is ghetto. She spoke well. I don't agree that she's necessarily ghetto, but I don't know. These guys' interpretation is slightly different. The point of the video is why should sisters do that to attract a white man? Not cool for black men. Correct. I won't say correct, but that's what was distinguished from me. If that same lady was white, would she be ghetto? She technically be white.
Yes.
White people cannot be considered ghetto. They can only be considered white trash. It's not the same. My question is,
I call them ghetto.
Why do you have to act to attract? Is this bait and switch? Why not actually be the person you're trying to attract? It's complicated to answer that because most people are
She's
trying
on
to
that
sell themselves to
esoteric
somebody.
stuff.
They're just trying to sell themselves to somebody. But let me say this. In the video, it says white men are afraid to approach black women, right? So instead of saying,
did you see how she looked?
Instead of saying,
I wonder why guys are afraid of me. Have you looked in a mirror
alone?
But that's like
on the message. Jesus Christ.
But the message is this. If you're saying why are men afraid to approach me, and you look like you've been in a mess of knife fights your whole life, and you got that twist out scoop on the top of your head, you look like a low cut having Cruella DeVille with a rose tattoo on your tit, and you're asking about why white men don't. If you want, so she made the post because she wants to attract white men. She made the post, not me.
No.
Hold on, no. Look at the post. She's like, why are white men? If I want fish, I have to have the right bait. I cannot complain about the fish when I don't have the bait. And if your bait got ramen noodles and 40-ounce malt liquor on it, don't complain about the fish that you're catching.
So she was answering a question about white men that are afraid to approach black women. So she's giving
look at her.
So she's giving information to other black women on what to do since white people are afraid to approach black women. She's saying, well, go ahead and approach them, make it easy, get rid of that face that they're afraid of, et cetera, et cetera. So making concessions for women to be slightly more aggressive to acquire them. I don't know if the same stipulations are made for black men, which I normally hear, I ain't going up to no man, he need to come up to me. So I find that interesting. To get a white man, it's you might have to do this or that or that. Now I don't care, do what you got to do to get the goal, but it's a distinguishing thing that I noticed.
But one thing I'm curious about is why are black people on these panels acting like you don't have grandparents or cousins or aunties that tell you certain things is ghetto? Why don't you have that woman? If she walked into her grandma's house with that style, her grandma would tell her, like, why do we act like I'm or the people on these panels are the only ones that have these beliefs on how people present themselves?
Some of us.
I'll tell you, Eric, because we live in a very PC culture. If you speak the truth, you're a hater. You're not allowed to talk about your dirt, but you can talk about somebody else's dirt. even though you live in a
But I
jungle.
will say this: if I saw somebody asked about a white woman, if I saw a white woman behaving like that, I would have 10 times more hatred for her. I don't hate the woman that just spoke, but the white women that act like that, I do. I have absolute hatred for them, 100%.
Somebody has some background noise, but your point there, my observation was just what you said. The fact that she's advising black women to posture themselves to be more acceptable, more presentable to white men. And in my experience, it's literally the opposite, just like what you said. It's like, girl, I ain't
So,
approaching no nigga.
Sean, your audio is
Is
mad.
it me? Is it just me that sound like he's in the water?
Yeah.
No, he's
yeah.
driving. He's
Yeah.
driving.
Yeah, he's driving. Makes it sound like that.
I'll be back. My bad.
Okay, thank you, bro. I think his phone is probably
But
too far
what
away
Sean
from
was
him.
saying in the chat was actually right. She was telling women to posture, because I read what he was saying. She's telling women to posture themselves in a certain way to attract white men. That's her whole point of the video.
Yeah. Okay. I mean, okay, kind of makes sense. It is what it is. It is what it is. I just noticed it's like to get that outcome, you got to do this and that. And I'm like, dang, I hear women say all the time, I ain't going after no man. He got to come after me. So that's the only thing that I noticed, particularly in that particular video. But I'll pull up this next video. This one's a little bit longer, not too long. It's probably like 2.5 minutes or so, but it's a lot that's jam packed in here. And, you know, the truth shall set you free. That's all I can say. The truth shall set you free. That's all I can do.
Oh God.
Listen, Patriot. Calm down.
I know he's starting
You're
out
already
the gate.
making assumptions before the lady even speaks.
She's wearing that long sweater because she's got cuts on her wrist.
If you don't stop.
Oh, damn it, man. Yo.
Listen, let this lady speak so we can at least hear what she got to say. She might say something extremely profound. I don't know.
Because a lot of black women, and I'm speaking African American, feel forced to date Hispanic men or even white men because black men treat them so poorly.
I was literally about to say.
Let's talk about the stereotypes, right?
So the clip that you just watched was a clip of a Latina explaining the harsh stereotypes against Black women versus, Latina women. And this was very shocking when she said this. She said Black men don't treat Black women well, which is, I wouldn't say it's 100% true because there are Black men out there that genuinely do love Black women. When it comes to Black women, they feel like they have to date outside their race. And this, from my experience, this is very true. The last 2 guys I dated were actually white guys, and they literally went out of their whole way just to fucking show me that they like me and they want me. But when I
Maybe
dated,
it's because you're
Black guy, it
attractive.
was like, oh.
I think she's a decent looking girl. I don't like that. She's a little cutie pie. I don't like the nails that long, but I think she's cute. She's got cute cheeks. Want to pinch one of them. But the first girl is a self-hating Hispanic woman with red scarlet hair who's probably vaping in the backstage with a bunch of cuts on her wrist, who, wants to characterize Black men because her dad went for 3 empanadas and a side of strawberry soda down at the local bodega. So the first woman is an idiot. Her glasses are ugly. Her clothes are ugly. She's probably walking through the next Puerto Rican Day Parade in New York. Probably wears dirty shoes, hops for bus tokens outside of the train station.
All right, calm down. Save some. There's a little bit more in the video.
Second girl is nice. I think she's cool. I just don't like the nails. I'm sorry, but she's a decent looking woman.
Okay, thank you. Save some it's a little bit more in the video. Anybody else initial thoughts?
My initial thoughts. I just don't care, just to be honest.
Okay. Thank you.
I just can't get wrapped up in, whoa, somebody in Indiana said Black women ain't Black. Whoa, a Hispanic said a white man. I just can't do it.
I know you got better trolling for us than that, sir.
No, I just can't get wrapped up in blood pressure. I can't do it.
Okay.
Thank you.
What do you think of her nails?
No,
I just don't like how they categorize all of us.
I think it
they,
has.
they categorize all of this when they treat it. Like a lot of women, they date bad dudes and they blame all the dudes for it. They love doing that. All dudes are bad. No, just the dudes you date. But I let other people do it.
I
So
think it really depends on the energy that these women are bringing to these men, right? I think men in general, we want somebody that's cool, peaceful, calm. I think if a woman's bringing a certain energy, a specific combative energy, then naturally, we want to buck up to that. But however, they don't take an account into as far as how they're contributing and what energy they're putting into, right? That's what I believe.
Oh, my initial thoughts are, if you dated two white guys before and they did all these great things, why are you not with them? That's my first initial thoughts. Like I hear all this great treatment and then they still don't keep the man. Like, oh, he's so great, all this great treatment, but you don't stay with them. It's always something there for me to make me go, So those are my initial thoughts. What
Yeah,
about
especially how long she been with these white guys,
Because
right?
maybe she deep down wants a black
patriarchy?
person.
No, you went off on her already. Like, hold it to the end of the video, okay? You gave her enough shots.
No, I was talking about the Hispanic woman.
I know. Okay, leave the Hispanic woman alone.
Hey, Aaron,
What
real
about-
quick.
Yeah.
The black dudes that do treat them right, you know what they do to them? They put them in a friend zone. They become their buddy. And no one damn well. I'll let other people go, though.
Okay, Keisha, what's going on, Keisha? You have initial thoughts?
Yeah, I think she's right, and I think it's just a reflection of how other women view. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm trying to get my StreamYard and YouTube from playing in the background, but I believe she's right. But I want to continue the video.
Okay, thank you. Gotcha. Let's do it.
Oh, let's smoke. You smoke. Oh, what's the word? It's not even respectful, like the way that they approach me. And so when I date outside my race, and it's not because, oh, I want my kids to look a certain way. No, it's more of me just wanting to be treated like a woman. I don't always got it, sometimes I do need help. And I know it's a lot of black men. I don't know why I keep stuttering. It's just I just don't want to put them all in a box. I don't like to stereotype, anybody, but a lot of black men don't really see me as a woman. It's kind of like, oh, you got it. How many black guys I dated, they, instead of wanting to be like the leader or the head, they would rather be my passenger princess. And it's, and it made me feel very like, what is
She's
up
so
with
cute.
acting like a bitch right now? And I hate to say that, but why is he acting like that? And I don't doubt that there's not white men who treat their women like this as well, but I've noticed they're a lot more gentle with me, very patient. And there's this movement called the Passport Bros where they're like, oh, women in America are this way, that way. And the face of that movement are black men. And I find it funny because a lot of women are not putting up with their shit. So they're going overseas to get some pussy. And they're claiming that they want wives, but that's not accurate at all. They don't want wives. They want someone that could be like a little slave to them. Someone who's able to have their kids and then them not doing anything to freaking help provide for them. And now they're rubbing it in our faces like, oh yeah, I got my passport because women in America. That's actually very embarrassing. You have to fly overseas to get you a woman who also just wants you for your money.
She's so cute. Look at her with her little. She seems sad, like she needs a hug.
You know
But
what she has? She needs handling. She
yeah,
said two key words. She said that those guys are gentle and patient with me, right?
but
Meaning
she
that in
doesn't
order
want
to,
him. She
right?
wants
No,
a black man.
but those black men, are probably
No,
gonna,
but
be
but
be with her energy, meet her energy where her energy's at.
no,
So the fact that these white men need to be quote unquote gentle and patient with me means that she needs to be handled a certain type of way.
no.
And until they run out of patience with her, then they get rid of her. So she has an issue of being handled.
Well, no, she wants she's ungrateful for what she has. Why do the passport people bother you? I mean, if you're telling me you have white men that are treating you well, you want those men that are leaving. And I feel sorry for her. I really do. I think that she really needs a hug because you wouldn't care. If I make a video and say, hey, listen, I have these women that are treating me right, but these other women, they're leaving. and I don't like them, and they treated me like this. It's deep down she feels alone, and I wish I was there with her.
Eric, I'm glad. Hey, yo, Eric, I'm glad you feel sorry for her because I sure as hell don't. This is just a goofy broad
But
that
they're
is.
all goofy like this. This is why they act like this. They're all just throwing little temper tantrums, and they all like, come on, you see, you don't see through this.
But in a way, I do because she brought up passport bros, and I'm like, that's less than 10% of the fucking country. Less than 10% of Americans have a passport. So get off this dumb passport shit because the man you want doesn't want you because you're not presentable. Something about
No, that's
you.
not what she's saying. She's saying the men
Oh,
that she wants.
no, she's saying more, but she's saying more. I'm just pointing that out. That's all I'm saying. But let me hear you, Sharon.
Because her problem is that the way how she's treated, she's getting it from the wrong race. She want a black man to treat her gentle and kind. That
And be
is her
patient
issue.
with her.
So the reason why she possibly left those white men is because they was fucking white, and she felt guilty.
But Sharon, she said she needs someone to
To
know
help
how to
her.
treat me, know how to handle me, all this other stuff. That sounds like an incomplete woman that wants to be in a relationship.
I want to sing the song
this
for
man,
her.
this man on the panel said handled. She said they treated me gentle and kind. That's what she said.
Why?
This man on the panel said
and
She
why? No,
She
I don't
said
have
gentle and for them to have patience with me.
Hold on, for the record,
I think the young brothers are missing one major thing, Zane. She said, help me.
There is. Let me make this perfectly clear. I have zero problem with interracial relationship. I have zero problem with that. Now let me get to this point. Woman, if those two white men treat you very well, why are you not with them?
Cause I don't wanna be alone. I don't wanna go without you. I don't wanna be without you. I don't wanna go without you. I don't wanna be alone.
I can't stand y'all.
But she is alone, Eric.
But basically what she's saying, she had two good options. She's not with those same options. So I'm starting to think the problem is her.
It is her.
Well, we know that. That's obvious,
patience
Chris.
with her.
So the
Again,
problem is she
those
felt
white
guilty
guys
dating-
ran out of patience with her.
No, that's not what happened. She felt guilty for being with a different race. That's what it was. She wanted to be
Sharon, you're too nice, brother. You're too nice.
That's what she expressed just now.
But Sharon, we can say that's a personal problem. But Sharon, we can say that's a personal problem that she
Okay.
got to deal with.
All right, guys, calm down. I got to read 2 super chats, and then I want to introduce the next video. I'm going to be trying to push through.
We should do these all day. TikTok reaction videos. I think it's dope.
Yeah, I'm working on perfecting the crap. Patriarch. Give me
Aaron, you want me to read the super chats?
Yeah, go ahead, bro.
Prime VA 757. Shout out to the 757. $5. It's a series on YouTube called Surviving Bottom Shelf Brad. If women treated her better, that series would not exist. Movie J, $5. Actually, $4.99. Partial discount. Eric is a savage, yo. KC, Midwest Energy.
Right.
Stay away from the Midwest girls.
Dustin Crust. Oh, Bobby Bloom, $4.99. The white man is original passport, bro, and you were actually correct about
He's
that.
correct. I would call him. I would call him a vaginal colonizer, but I guess.
No, however,
well, I say the white woman. The white woman is the original passport.
But there's a bunch of black dudes who don't even have one. They get on the internet yapping, "Oh, Colombia, whoa, Dominican." They ain't never even been outside of Memphis.
Man, you gonna come in Memphis like that?
Memphis got garbage barbecue.
I was gonna go to Canada. I was gonna go to.
It looked like Sharon up is in the clouds, man. I need to get my man. If I ever make some money, I'm getting
brand new whip. Got no
if I ever get some money, I'm getting one of them cars. I want to be in the clouds too. Boy, don't
Sharon is in the construction mafia.
I know I'm gonna act a dog fool if I get some money.
Sharon, what kind of car is that?
Tesla.
Never mind.
I
don't respect people who want to save the earth. I don't respect people who want to save the earth.
Oh shit!
Spoken like a true capitalist. You're my brother.
Yes, you do know what I'm talking about, Chris J. Stay out the chat. So let me say this. Venus was on here earlier, and she said, "It's the black man. You know, they're the ones always talk about what they don't like this and don't like this. Won't they just deal with them and not complain?" I'm like, y'all act like y'all just leave black men alone and just go be with who y'all want to be with and don't say nothing. I don't know why that's presented, but that's not typically the experience that we have. Do not say anything about the towel on her head, Eric. Don't you say nothing about that.
No
towel
words to be said. On and on and on.
Don't you say nothing. You let her speak.
Keep bumming like a rolling stone. I just saw Erykah Badu.
Okay,
let her Tyrone.
And let's hear what the lovely sister.
But you can't use my phone.
We got to hear what the lovely sister got to say. Okay, listen up, gentlemen. Preach, sister.
Absolute true definition of standing 10 toes down to what I believe in. I done told y'all not once but twice that I do not condone the interracial relationships, and whoever don't like it can stick it up their fucking a-hole. All right. People have a major issue with me feeling strongly about interracial relationships, but my question to you is this, okay? And I don't mean no harm. I don't mean no harm. But you tell me, what can a Caucasian woman teach black children? You tell me how that Caucasian woman can address black children when it comes to systemic racism in America. And when you can stitch this video and you can properly give me the correct answer, then I might stand down. Because I'm willing to bet your last dollar that it is absolutely nothing that a Caucasian woman can relate to when it comes to our culture and our community and or our mental health. Nothing. Okay. I done told y'all black men over and over and over again. Okay. This sick fantasy that you guys have. No, I'm sorry. Sick fantasy that Caucasian women have to have a mixed baby. Right. It's absolutely disgusting. Right. These women have no morals and no integrity. They are having children just so they can gossip with their other Caucasian friends and family about the way their mixed child hair comes out, or if they're light skinned, or what color they are. All right. And if you can't see through this, you are completely under a rock. All right. And I stand 10 toes down to what I believe in. And I said what I said. And you are absolutely right. Any black male that is dating outside his race, his parents absolutely failed him to the highest degree of failed university. I said what I said. You have failed your black son.
Shout out to
Your
Barack
black
Obama.
son is dating a Caucasian woman, you have failed him. Because now he has lost all his morals and integrity. He's lost everything. And I said what I said. You can send this and stitch whoever the fuck you want to do. Send it to whoever. I said what I said. I stand 10 toes down. America's sole agenda is to break up black homes, right? It's to tear us apart. Because in everybody else's eyes, you know, having a black family and a black healthy relationship with one another is not normal. They don't condone in that. So why would you why would you take debate? Talk about a house ninja.
Okay. She definitely, let's start with this. Number one, she definitely would have been in the house. Lady, you're like 30% Caucasian to 40% yourself. Okay. Also, number one, your nails are not done. Okay. The next time you make a video, can you please do your nails? Coming on here with extra amounts of blush on your face. You look like a Cabbage Patch Kid. Okay. You got 2 roses on each side of your cheeks, but your nails are clearly not done. And what is that over your shoulder? What is that? Is that a jacket over your shoulder? Or is that one of those airport things, those airport pillows that you put around your neck? Like, why are you getting on here? I can't stand when lighter skinned people play the pro-black card. Obviously, somebody in your family was a guy that dated outside of their race, or you wouldn't be as light as you are.
Can I ask a question? Why are the most pro-blacks the race ambiguous people?
It's grifting.
I'm not looking at, you know what I mean? I don't get it. That's just crazy.
Maybe
to me.
she's sharing from her own experience. Like
Her own experience of what? Of being privileged? Your own experience of what? The person, and then you say, well, the white women want to walk around talking about they mix kids with curly hair. Girl, are you black women don't talk like that? Black men don't talk like that?
Seriously,
Like, what are
facts.
you talking about?
Facts.
My only response to
There's
this woman's
men
go
that have
ahead.
talked about her like that because of her skin and the texture of her hair.
Now,
And got more holler from those dudes because of that.
here's my only response to her, ma'am. Where's your husband? Not your baby daddy, not your boyfriend. No, where's your husband? That's number one. Number two, where's your kids? And number three, let me put them in real world situation and let's see how they survive. Then we're gonna realize how much of a failure she is and how much she needs to cut off her internet and give away her cell phone and focus on her damn kids. She sounds like a goddamn fool. She sounds like the problem. This is why I hear a bunch of people say racism is for broke people.
Okay, but y'all said
That is a fact.
the girl in the last video, though. Can we just address what she said in the video instead of like making personal attacks on the person?
Why? Look
in
at the
video?
differences between the girls in the video. Look at the last girl and look at her. Look at the differences between the women. Number one, like, yeah, I said I don't like long nails. You can get a French manicure at least, lady. Okay. The second thing is the last girl did not come off on this pro-black angle, like, oh, I'm trying to save the black community, and it's a big conspiracy against the black people. And you two shade. She could pass a brown paper bag test. She could make line at AKA in 1960. You're light as they come.
Well, I think the major problem is she never said anything about white men. Everything was white women are doing this, white women are doing that. So the first thing I see, you jealous of white women. Or maybe a white woman took your man and left you with a baby.
And I'll have to give her the options. Mel, you have two options. Do you want a trash ass black man or a successful white man? What you have to choose one. Let's see what you'll choose. If you choose the black, this is the type of goofy woman I don't need in my community, in my tribe. She needs to go.
100, Chris.
No, I mean,
and I think also she's absolutely wrong that another race cannot teach another race about society.
Yeah, because all of the racism stuff that black people think they're going through, that's not real. It was taught to you by white people. White people are the ones, systemic racism, the idea of systemic racism and all the racial equity and all that. Who's teaching you that you're oppressed? It's white people. White people are the ones telling you you're oppressed. They're the ones that wrote all these books and all that and founded the NAACP and all these other organizations that teach you that.
Yeah, so I think she's an absolute, I think she's just wrong. I think she's just caught up in the whole race war thing and she think it's real. And she probably feel guilty that she is light-skinned. She probably is guilty. She feel guilty.
Light-skinned guilt.
Yeah, she got light-skinned guilt. That's what it sounds like to me. Saying she needs some therapy. Like, we got to act like most of the time when people go to therapy, it doesn't necessarily mean it's the same race as you if you go to therapy. Therapy helps you, right? So, like, I don't understand this lady at all. She definitely has some issues, and she needs to go to therapy.
Actually, I think some of the things she said as far as not believing other races can teach mixed children or raise them in a world where they understand race dynamics is a common view of black
being
women.
an idiot.
Who raising black? Wait a minute. Let me ask you a question. Who raising black children right now?
The white
Okay.
teacher at school.
I thought so. All right.
I'm not falling into that trap. The other things that what she stated as far as failing your children if they like someone or are attracted to someone outside of their own race leads to either then you have to grow them up to make decisions based upon race while then telling other people to not make decisions upon you about race. I ain't gonna hire you because of race, but you'll tell your kids to make their decisions with dealing with people because of race. It's hard to separate those two things. I think she's probably pretty honest with how she feels and how she sees things. I think she's limited to just the white woman's impact because I think only men matter to her as far as the impact of black women dealing with white men. It's always, once again, do your thing, sis. Oh, you got one of those? Shoot, you deserve to be treated right. Shoot, because it's a presumption that black woman tried black man and the black man failed her before she went to the white guy, which would go back to the argument that black men should just leave black women alone and only celebrate white women instead of saying that they don't like black women and then deal with black women and then go deal with white women. So how things are being stated and how they go about them seems completely different.
That's a big lie, Aaron, when they say black men put down black women and boost up white women. It doesn't matter what
They
you
do
do.
it on this show and on Fight.
No, they don't. And I'll tell you why it's a farce.
Hold on, say that one more time. I missed it.
I say it's a
Some
lie
do,
that
some
black
don't.
women say that black men put down black women and boost up white women. Black women have a problem
Yeah,
with
that's a lie. That's a lie.
black men having being with anybody but them. Even though most of these men they don't want them, they just want first right of refusal. And how dare somebody else want you if I don't want you? Most black women don't care if black men date outside their race if they're not successful, but don't have anything, then they have a problem.
Mm.
If Billy,
That is
if
true.
Jimbo
That
down
is
the
true.
street, if Jimbo down the street is dating Shirley, the white girl, they don't care because Jimbo's just a plumber. Don't let it be Jim that's playing in the NBA dating Shirley. They have a major problem with that.
He has a point. He has a point. Like, cut my salary in half. Nobody would care if I was to date out summer race. But let me make my current salary or double that. Women are gonna be in their feelings that I'm with somebody that's not a black woman,
Yeah, I
and that
think
is a fact.
the argument is the best of the best they can't acquire because the best of the best tends to leave. I think that's the argument. Let me read a couple super chats and then we'll.
Okay, you know, want me to read super chats?
Yeah, go ahead.
John the Baptist, $5. I now offer pre-marriage counseling for lions and zebras. I charge $59.95.
I don't know what that means.
Jonathan Berryville, $9.99. She just made me realize that white women make black babies might be the solution to the victim mindset. We don't need more black children being taught victim and systematic racism. Black. Kevin C. Don't know what kind of currency it is. It might be shillings, pesos, or something, but it ain't a lot of money.
It was Honduras.
Oh, yeah, he's in Honduras. Shout out. Que lo que. Me gusta. If black parents failed their black son, didn't they fail black women who date outside their race as well? There has to be a consistency on these points.
Well, they only have to tell their side.
John the Baptist, $5 more. I've learned that it's safer to play with dynamite than support black modern relationships.
Better ask that football player what happened to his fingers when he played with dynamite.
Damn it, Baptist.
I just got one question.
Yes.
And I'm just being honest.
Of course.
Other than YouTube, I really don't even know about this bliggity black, wiggity white, all this other stuff, and they hate the white man and they're dating. I only hear it on YouTube. I never sat on the phone talking to a woman that I was interested in. We're gonna meet up and had this conversation sitting across from it. I've never done it. Where do y'all get this stuff from? And how does it get into your veins? How? I personally can't take it. Only on YouTube because I come to troll. How does it get in there?
YouTube, social media, Clubhouse. Oh, go ahead.
Yeah,
And
I
it's
think
the stupid chats.
people have these conversations in music. People have these conversations sometimes in solitary, typing letters up. They may not converse the same way, and people confuse YouTube with the way we have to express ourselves as being able to apply it to real life. No, you cannot do it the same way in real life. You just have to see the things happen. For example, man, I saw that black man look at that black girl crazy when she was walking with that white man. But in real life, I just might see somebody look at her crazy and not say anything.
Right, I'm saying, how important is it really that important? You're eating a turkey sandwich, and Talisha Jenkins and Becky Frentrowski is walking with a black woman, and they say, why is it so important? Does it really interrupt your turkey sandwich that much? Or can you just let it go and just go to the car and go do what you were supposed to do? Why is it so important?
Well, people's actions in society have impacts on other people's society. If you're in anybody's other community, if I don't,
what community?
So for
go ahead.
No, I'm giving you the I'm not talking about black community. I'm giving you the example of if I live in an all white community and then Becky all of a sudden wants to bring in a black guy into our community and produce children when most of our kids didn't grow up around them. And we have a perception that they might not be the best people to be around. We then have to start dealing with those conversations. And then that outcome comes with, I grew up in an all-white neighborhood, and this is how I felt as a biracial child. And then this is how this person felt. So it just...
Aaron, there's no white community either. They're not all holding hands and
no, there are communities. But
I'm saying the white people are not a community. People act like the black people are greasing each other, but the white people, they stick together. No, the hell they don't.
It's about the class. It's like
white people have communities. The problem is we're aligning communities with population, and you can only do that with black people.
No, Aaron, I have to tell you around there. White people, as you guys like to refer to them, their community is the neighborhood they live in.
Yes, what I'm talking about.
Yeah, not outside. Like no other, they don't care about no other white people.
Hey yo, it's simple.
That's exactly what I'm saying, though. You probably heard it through.
All right, sorry, bro.
They scam likely, right? What it is we all know, black man do his thing, work hard, grease his elbows, and get up out the hood and probably go off and quote unquote marry a white girl. That's something that we all know. But what happened was,
why that narrative?
Hey, it's something that may happen, brother. That's something that we all know. Yeah, what may be the rarity, what wasn't useful, normal was when Chad would possibly come down to Shakisha's neighborhood and, just walk the neighborhoods like as if it was a normal thing. Because if it was a white man with a black woman, they'd probably be coming from the same neighborhood and the same project, same whatever background shit. But for the Chad guy to come from wherever the hell he's from, like out suburbs, good lifestyle, whatever the fuck, but to come to the black neighborhood, be sitting in the local Burger King or shopping in the local plaza with her, it's like, hold the fuck up. She thinks she better than, or whatever the case may be. That's where the issue started to like go crazy.
Now, Lil King, I lived in Texas, lived in Washington State, Florida, Virginia, Maryland, been all over the place. I don't go and see this stuff. Most people don't care. They really don't.
Right. But it's like in those cities like New Jersey, Newark. It's like small city, New York City. You know what I mean? Like little cities and shit where you got the majority is black.
You guys are making this complicated. So let me read the super chat and I'm gonna simplify it. Cooley says, patriarchy, you're wrong on the jewels. On the jewels are teaching them about racism. I got you. Well,
that's not true. But
this is what you guys don't understand. A lot of people are lonely. A lot of people are isolated. A lot of people don't have a lot of friends. So the reason why y'all may not experience these things because maybe you guys have a social group, but you don't pay attention to the people that are in non-social groups that isolate in different areas where they are not. And what you'll tell them is go out and speak to people, get better social skills and all these things, right? That's what y'all ultimate solution for them is, right? And so they exist, they see things, they experience things. And what you'll find is that, like patriarchy said, most men are lonely. They don't have women. Most women are in relationships and are sad. They're too unhappy to be alone and not happy enough in a relationship. They have it probably the most dysfunctional because they're in relationships that they're setting up for disaster in most cases because they are unhappy in those relationships because they're not exactly the type of men that they want. And they feel if you're not exactly the type of man that they want, I'm settling. They don't necessarily want to settle. They've just been told that they have to settle, which is a conflict in its own. And men are just like, I can't even really get the women, so forget the women. I ain't going to deal with most women. And the rest of y'all that are dealing with women, sleeping with women, probably not marrying them, staying in relationships, etc. Y'all telling them it's easy to get these women. I be slaying them all the time. And y'all think because it's easy for y'all to run through and slay through women, that the men that are not getting those chances, they're just losers and things like that. And they actually, unfortunately, are the guys that think they probably shouldn't be running through women and think they do want to be in relationships with women, but those women ain't even attracted to them. They attracted to guys like y'all that's running all through the women, saying it's easy to get women, and the cycle continues. All of this is what's happening while we're in the conflict that exists. It's not. I'm trying to simplify it. I can be extremely complicated, but I choose not to be because it's not fun that way. but that is what is happening. Okay, so
That
now
was fairly accurate. Fairly accurate. Most people are dealing with people who don't like them, or they don't like the person, and everybody hate each other.
That's so weird to me, man.
What the fuck you just said? You said most people are dealing with the people
Little
that
King,
they
this is a
don't
fact.
find attractive or that they don't like.
The woman go to the restaurant tomorrow or go
He's
somewhere.
right.
Woman sitting with that dude. She doesn't.
I'm
just
bad.
there.
My bad. I get you.
The dude who's with
Yeah, it's
Anisha,
just
he doesn't
we're
like
just too
her.
prosperous. We're just too prosperous in this nation. Like we want more. We always want more, not to improve for a reason or a purpose. It's just that we covet, as and I'm just saying as a society. So I think that's part of the big reason, because I had that problem where the girl wasn't pretty enough or she didn't do this enough. Not saying I intentionally blew up relationships, but I would have somebody that I could have settled with, but I chose myself to, in my mind, be like, man, I wish this was better. And it was for no reason. So, and I know people that have this even way worse than I did. So, it's a
So
sign of the times.
So rightful, they're not saying that most people are married to people that they don't want to be with. That's not what they
I
say.
wasn't talking married. I'm just talking about in general. The
most
people that are around
most
the
people
people
are
in
not
the phone.
married. And then even if you argue
That
that they
too.
do get married, which is a small percentage of the population, they get divorced at very high rates.
Right. It's just
Sharon
50-50. It's just
Sharon
50.
was saying
It's not even a high
50% is a
rate.
decent number, and I understood his point.
Yeah, it's
Everybody ain't meant
50-50.
to
I mean,
win.
some people do it, some people just right down the middle. I hate
But
the high rate shit.
yeah, the complex, like what we're dealing with is a non-understanding of what relationships are in 2023. You see an abundance of women saying, I hate this hookup culture. Where are all the relationships at? And then when you do get like these weird situationships and all these things, it's complex. And so there's no more systematic ways of doing things when it comes to relationship. Hey, we're together now. It's extremely convoluted, unclear, and
Those women that say things like that don't know what it takes to actually be in a relationship, because if they did, they'd be in a fucking happy relationship. They just want the relationships that they see that are promoted and advertised to them.
Well, like I said, a lot of people are in relationships that they don't want to be in, but they don't want to be alone. So I don't want to be without you. Be without you. I don't want to be alone. Like it makes sense, but unfortunately, more men are alone because they don't have the options that women have. Women use their options. They dislike it. They complain about it. There ain't no good men out here, but their legs stay open. So I have to.
But isn't it only 30%? Is it only 30% of men that's alone, and the other 70% are with someone else?
I see. I would say those numbers, they could be skewed. I don't know the exact numbers. I know that one thing, we're victim of our own experience. Like the people we hang around, we think they cool, and if we're even decently cool, then those guys are getting women. We think that's normalized. Oh, guys getting women. But when we really sit back and really pay attention to how many people exist out there, we can think of a lot of guys that was getting no chicks at all. And so if you just extrapolate that, you go, wow. You start to play this out city by city, state by state. You look at the rates of adult entertainment, how many people are producing things. Then like all of that. And then you think of the men that are married to women that have maybe a double life. They may not be sleeping with other women, but they're probably online getting some experience that they need. It's just all a whole lot going on. It's just so much technology, so much access, so much information, so easy to fly. A lot of money flying around. It's not being stagnated. I mean, people are making money. They just can't keep money. So it's a lot that goes into this. I'm just saying when it comes to the online experience, what you'll get is a different group of people. Some people that get women, some people that don't. And they're just giving the conflicting information. You don't know how to get chicks because you don't know how to talk to them. And they think that's the solution, but will get mad when they say you shouldn't be blunt with women because women don't respond to bluntness. And so it's a whole bunch of different conversations. But let me get to the next video as we want to shoot through these videos real quick.
Well, and I had a quick commentary on that.
Absolutely. Go ahead.
It seems to me like in the equation, it seems like the men who are sleeping with all the women are the problem in the scenario. And I don't understand why men don't, like the men who aren't getting women, why don't they combat the men who are? That's where I get confused, because they're actually diluting the dating market and they're lying to women. They're causing them to open up their legs, all the sorts of stuff. So why can't y'all all gang up and go in on those quote unquote alpha men who are doing that? They're ruining
because
it.
that is
Can,
called
can I answer that,
Doubling the
please?
because
problem.
that is
Because that
called
would be penis
dirty.
envy.
No,
First of
that's
all,
because that's
It just
because it's
makes the
called
problem
dirty
worse.
macking. Men do not cock block. Men do not
So
stop
the other
other men from
option is
getting
to go
whatever
off
women.
on
That's not what
women.
we do as men. Shit.
So,
The option is to let somebody else finish a whole thought. We let you finish a whole thought. But go ahead.
oh, okay. I'm sorry.
No, Keisha's cool, bro.
Oh, go ahead. I was gonna respond,
but Keisha is my nemesis in the chat. She loves me, but she's my nemesis in the chat. So the thing is, I understand your question. The complex part comes with this. Women have free choice, and we can't get past that. And I'm gonna be honest with you. Not many women have came on here and said, I let my brother pick my boyfriend. I let my uncle, I let my dad pick my man, because I know they're better at vetting these men out. You still are going to say, ultimately, I have to be responsible for the guy I pick because I got to like him. And so I can't really be too caring about what my parents want. And so there's no level of protection because you're claiming that women are being lied to. And then when solutions are possibly given, like, look, that's the case, just go ahead and get married and use that highest level of protection you can have, meaning that, yes, guys can lie and still marry you, do you dirty and all that. But it's highly unlikely that they're going to be willing to do that because even the brokest men of all are willing to restrict marriage away from women. Women can't get broke guys to marry them. Like men are very like, I ain't getting married. They ain't got no money at all. I ain't getting married. They homeless. I ain't getting married. Like they are very restrictive with their marriage applications. They're not giving them out to women, even if they ain't got nothing at all. That's why you ain't got nothing. You still ain't getting married. It's like they're very restrictive. So that is the burden. We're like, yo, use that as the first biggest thing you can start to X some of the worst people out that are for you. At least make them possibly do that. Because then we got one barrier out the way to stop them from lying as much, right? Because typically they're gonna meet family, this, that. But then you have women say, well, I don't think he's gonna wait for me if I don't sleep with him before we get married. Are you valuable enough to get a man to marry you before you sleep with you? Probably not. Women have to deal with that reality. They're not as valuable as they think they are. Then it gets uncomfortable. So there's not a lot of layers of protection.
Well, is it that we're not as valuable as we think we are, or is it that y'all are flawed as Black men because y'all are programmed a certain way as well?
You're not as valuable as you think you are.
Guys, don't let her trigger you. What do you mean by flawed? What does us being flawed have to do with you getting married or not opening your legs if other two don't happen?
Well, right now men are pretty hypersexual due to things that are, in our society. So a lot of men, whether that woman is a good woman or not, they'll push her to the side regardless of if she opens her legs or keeps them closed.
Okay.
There are a lot of great women who are being passed up because of that. So
Keisha, that's a rigged question.
That's a good thing.
It's rigged, what you just said.
It's a good thing to pass them up.
Hey, Keisha, what you said was rigged.
So
I was going to respond to the first thing you was talking about.
I just asked
about why don't the regular men beat up the alphas and whatever. Here's the deal. There's a whole bunch of dusty dudes that can't get no women. And then there's 6 dudes that can get them all.
Mm-hmm.
If we went and killed them and stoned them to death, we'd still be them ugly men that can't get no women. For example, I'm ugly on the weekends. Today's Sunday, so I'm ugly. I can't get no ladies today. So Sway got 76 ladies. It doesn't matter. Them women still don't want me. So what's the point of me beating them dudes?
How can the men that don't get women tell the men that get women
that too
how to act with women?
I'm shocked. Hey, real talk. I'm
it's not
surprised
gonna make
you guys
it more attractive or make the woman want them
Can I
anymore.
answer your question though?
I'm shocked y'all entertaining this question because I would never answer that. I've been quiet this whole time. I'm like, I'm answering this stupid shit. What do you mean? Why don't the ugly dudes go talk to these quote unquote alphas?
It's like
Number one, she insulted you.
Chris,
what's up?
It's like saying the broke dude should tell the rich dude how to make money.
What to do exactly?
I don't understand.
It's all about dust.
Okay,
I mean, I'm here for the conversation, but that didn't make no sense to me.
You're talking about what I said or the question?
Oh, I'm trying to address what she said. She said that the niggas that don't get coochie or can't deal with women should be telling the niggas that do get coochie and are dealing with women how to deal with women.
No, I said maybe y'all should actually fight each other and actually come up with
So
a
you want the
solution.
men to fight each other?
Well, actually, you should come up with a solution instead of getting online and bashing women for 8 hours.
No, y'all are missing what she's
Can I?
trying to
Y'all
do.
should have a
She wants dudes to do the work to make
Keisha,
the men
hey
become the men
Keisha,
that she wants so she can get them.
Keisha,
It's real.
Keisha, I'll say
Yeah.
this. Okay, there is a large percent, how you said, like men are hypersexualized. Unfortunately, that's Western society, and that's women as well. They're
Right.
hypersexualized as well. But hold on. But since that's the case, you're going to have a cohort of women that will aggressively defend these men. Say if we did gang up on them, you're going to have a certain percentage of women that will throw themselves as shields in front of these men. Okay,
No,
that
I
they
don't
won't
agree.
allow it to. Okay, you don't have to believe it, but okay.
Women
Y'all
aren't
missed
saviors.
y'all
That's
missed
the
the
men's
agenda.
role. I don't agree.
The agenda is that let's say Sway is Macasaurus and get all the ladies. Me and Aaron are Dusties and we can't get them. She wants us to go beat up Sway, shake him up, and make him stop cheating on her and be the dude that she really wants.
No, that's not what I
said.
That's not what
I like your Regina there, Sway.
What I
Then we
said
get
is
dry
that
meat at the end of the
currently in
day.
the
He gets
dating
all the booty
market,
and she gets what she wants.
the guys who are causing the issues in the dating market are those men who are getting sex. So why are, like, I guess, quote unquote, the nerds or the unattractive guys getting online and bashing
First
women
of all,
instead of just supporting those 20% of men and telling them, hey, stop damaging the women so we have wives?
You gonna blame the niggas that y'all give y'all coochies to?
But I
Yeah,
mean, this
yeah,
is
I'm
where
gonna
we
say,
start
what are
getting
we talking about here?
It's our fault, Sway. It's our fault because you can get
And
women.
she blaming the niggas that don't get. She telling niggas that don't get coochie to go combat the niggas that do get coochie.
And then they still ain't gonna get no booty at the end of
y'all
the
a
day.
viable solution
Hold
instead
on,
of
y'all.
complaining online all day.
Dare I say the men that don't get no box is the one that's messing up the dating market because they're trying to cater to women and pander to them and simp for them. And that way, the women are getting what they need without giving something to the man. So I don't know what she's talking about. If she's talking about her personal experience, I'm a mute up. If she's talking about in general, she is out of her rabbit ass mind.
No, actually, I can reference Aaron when I say this, but he complains that guys can't find wives. So essentially, he ties that back to like body count and not closing our legs. He said that repeatedly. And so, what
Well,
it comes down to is technically those men who are getting sex are the ones who are having sex with the women. So, why not just like go after those men who are having sex with all the women and ask them to stop?
Because the women don't want to have sex with them. That's why they don't do
I'll
anything.
explain to you.
Oh,
I'll
but
explain
that's
to you.
not an
So,
option.
If
But
that
yelling
is
at
what
women all day
Aaron,
so
online is
Keisha,
an
if
option.
that is,
y'all charged
so
up. I'm just
Keisha. So
saying.
number one, so
If they
Keisha,
tell
number
us
one.
no,
Hold
do
on,
we?
Keisha.
Then we ask the women to stop having sex with the men?
But we're hypergamous in nature. See, now
Oh,
you're trying to
but
get
we're
us to reprogram
hypergamous
our
in
nature.
nature. We just
But
can't
now you're
control
asking us to
ourselves.
reprogram
We're
our
just
nature,
so good
though. Isn't
looking.
that the red
I just
pill
have to have the
logic?
babies.
So here's the thing.
Isn't that
Also,
the red
Keisha,
pill logic? We're
Keisha.
hypergamous.
Another
We
thing
Well,
that you
all
isn't the
want
missing,
the
logic
Keisha.
that
alpha
men want
male.
to spread their seed
Red
far
pill
and
is
wide and
dust.
they want to fuck a bunch of bitches, so that's what they're gonna do?
All right. So another thing that you missing, Keisha, with your
Keisha, you're
question
on
is
your own.
that the men that are getting vagina
Your
on this.
nature.
Oh shit! The men that are getting all this vagina, they do not hang around the men that don't get vagina. So they do
That's
that.
not
They do
what
not.
Aaron just
They do
said.
not. What I'm saying is that they don't. I'm answering your question. Why that the men that don't get vagina build up a team together and then go attack the ones that do. They do not hang around each other. They're not at the same places. They don't go to the same sporting events. They don't go to the same Comic-Con. They are not the same.
So y'all don't be on panels together.
So
So
the men
those
that
type.
are
So
the men.
This
y'all
is
don't
the
be
So
on panels
internet,
together for
darling,
8 hours.
darling.
There's not
I think
alpha
you're
men and
missing
let me
something
beta
in
males.
let,
I
There's
let
not
think
me
you,
answer.
I want you to
Okay.
do
I
it
think you're
again.
missing what Sharon's
Okay.
saying.
I want you to
I'm
do it
In
actually
again.
real
not.
life, the men that are having sex with multiple women, they're not around men that are not having sex with any women.
But you're
So
on
when
panels.
the gang that you're looking for to combat the dudes that are having sex with these multiple women, they don't exist, baby.
Guys,
But
guys,
I
guys.
thought you're
Hey,
on panels.
Keisha, I'll be
Every
the dude that
hold on,
can't be
gentlemen,
nice.
gentlemen,
I'll,
gentlemen.
go ahead.
Everybody cannot attack her point at once, okay? Because what happens is Woman says thing, all the stoic calm men start getting emotional responding. It's not the man's fault that like that's an intentional thing, and y'all fall for it every time. This is why women tend to target the men that does not work on, and then y'all make it look all focus on her question, give her an actual response, but do it in a reasonable way. So I'm going to try to answer your question. So the reason why what you're asking to be done, I think you said, why don't we combat them, right? I think there are a lot of men that do. The problem is you want us to go directly to them and have a conversation, which we have. And in return is I do what I want. Now, if that happens, you then want us to do stuff that is probably illegal, cause harm to them, damage them, attack them, etc. Right? You want us to break the law in order for you to not have to be responsible for your own decision making. Now, if you don't want to be responsible for your own decision making, it's best that you give your decision making to somebody else, which women don't want to do. They actually want to be in charge, but don't want accountability for the power that they have. So if you don't want accountability for your actions, then pick a man that you want to be accountable for your life. However, you have to live with the consequences of somebody else being in charge of your life. So what women have done is said, forget it. I'm going to take control of my life. I determine who I spread my legs open to. And if I'm unhappy, I'm going to claim, well, the men should stop treating us like this. Women are liars. Okay. Y'all say y'all want a certain type of guy. Y'all never have them. So y'all are the liars. Not men are not the only ones that actually lie. When we give y'all an opportunity to say, you know what? Let's try and get you to be with these type of men. Y'all just don't want to do it. Once again, the greatest barrier you can have, because we're not going to go out and just start getting rid of a bunch of guys, knocking them off the face of the earth because they're going to continue to populate because naturally they're going to be alpha type males all the time existing in life that are more established, more physically dominating, more financially dominating every time. We cannot get rid of them. We're not going to be able to eliminate them and then be a bunch of omegas running around. It just does not work that way. So in order to combat that, it's for you to acknowledge that a lot of these women are toxic and they want those type of guys and let them have those outcomes. Now what you're hoping for is, what about the women that don't want those outcomes, are not toxic? Can you please find a space for us? That's what you're actually essentially saying. And the short answer to that is not if your excuse is going to be it's in our nature to be hypergamous. Well, we can't stop that. And it's proving that now. So ultimately, I'm going to try again. Pick a man, your father, uncle, brother, somebody else that you will say, can you be responsible on whether this relationship goes bad or not? Can you help me find a guy and run them through them? Because most men don't want to be wrong. And if they are wrong, there is actually going to be accountability for that man that's running in and out of your life. Your brother told you that, or your uncle told you that this guy is cool. So it's going to be a problem if it ain't cool. So accountability will be reestablished. But you're making decisions on your own because the type of men that we would pick for you, you're not tingly for them. And if you're not tingly, well, nature says I should be tingly. We've got a lot of battle for us to fight. And we can't overcompensate all of that stuff. Is that fair?
Well, let me make sure I'm understanding you clearly. Let me just make sure I'm understanding. So the alpha males.
God damn, I can feel the bad faith in already. Like Jesus Christ.
So
This is y'all's fault.
Concise.
This is y'all's fault. This is
The
y'all's fault.
alpha males. The alpha males are allowed to sleep with as many women as they want, and that's okay because it's in their nature. You can't mess up their game. But when it comes to women, and we're quote unquote hypergamous, we're not allowed to stay in our nature. We have to somehow come back to men, get them to pick a man for us that we normally probably wouldn't even be attracted to. And then we have to settle down and step outside of our nature to get what we want. Like, I don't get it. Like,
You're allowed to say no.
That is insane. That's not what
out
he
of their
said.
nature.
Okay, so
That's not what he said.
let me make sure I understand. So what you're saying is that you want us to get rid of the type of guy that's in your nature, right? So that way they're not available for you to pick them.
No, I'm giving men a solution instead of combating against women, because now we have a gender war because these men who aren't getting sex are creating YouTube videos and things like that saying that they hate women, but instead they really should just actually, go for the alpha men instead of just putting all their energy into combating women. That's
No,
what I'm
no,
saying.
there's no gender war. It's a relationship war.
What?
There's no gender war. I've already redefined this. There's no gender
Okay.
war. It's a relationship war.
Oh,
We're
okay.
having issues.
There's multiple wars.
No, it's not a gender war.
Can
It's a
we
relationship
get
war.
a clear, concise foundation? Is it a gender war,
There's,
relationship? Like, can we all make sure we're on the same
Good
page?
now we're
It's
no, there's
derailed.
not. It's
multiple
not.
Sorry.
wars.
There's no gender
Derailment
war.
has started. We've derailed. It's okay.
There's
No,
no
there's
gender
multiple wars
war.
going on.
There is
There's
no
men who
gender
can't get
war.
women versus men
So
who
now
can.
there's not a
Guys,
gender war.
let's answer her question, right?
Derailment.
She's saying that ultimately she's giving us a solution for the things we're doing, right? She's saying
Mm-hmm.
women are not leaders, and the men are, right? So we should use our focus to focus on those men, right? But she's actually guiding what our focus should be. But in the same breath, claiming that we're the leaders. Us as leaders, per se, are saying maybe you shouldn't say crazy stuff like it's in our nature to be hypergamous and go after these alpha males. And I tell you, well, alpha males will always exist. It's genetics. They're
And
going to
operate in
always
their nature.
exist.
And
You said
operate in
what?
their nature, right? They will exist and operate in their nature, which is having sex with multiple women,
No,
right?
They'll have sex with multiple women that say yes. It's up to you to say no.
So I'm getting confused because Chris just said something totally different from you, Aaron. So which one is it?
What did Christian say?
Chris just said that they have sex with multiple women who will allow them to, and you're saying no. Which one is it?
Okay, so I said no to
That's
a
not
different
the wow.
That's why I said not everybody needs to blurt things out because they're going to utilize that to be a confusing thing. Once again, I'll try again. Alpha males are going to sleep with a bunch of women that want to sleep with them. They're not going to force you to do that. And if you want to sleep with them, how can you tell somebody don't let you do what you want to do?
You tell women to do that all the time. Like what?
Do they listen?
So, ma'am, so you saying that we should tell alpha males not to sleep with you, even though you admittedly say you want to sleep with them?
No, what I'm stating is that instead of spending your time to go at 100% of women, you should probably just focus on 20%
Y'all
men.
come. They
If
just.
you have an issue of not getting
You see,
sex,
you're missing one
maybe you
important
should
thing there,
attack the
Keisha.
smaller portion
Man,
of men
Keisha,
against 100% of the women.
Keisha, I think you're missing one important thing.
I
Men
heard.
don't
I'm
want
not.
men. So men will not be going at men for women. They want the women. And these men that you want to go at these men, you women don't want them.
Bro, y'all
Well,
That's what I
that's the
said
talking
earlier.
point.
No,
This
I
is the
don't
talking point.
like
You
every
set the
single
bar low to
person on
get
this
coochie,
panel
then it
is
is what
missing
it
what I'm
is. I
saying,
mean,
and I'm
nobody told
very
y'all to set the bar
concerned.
low and y'all wanted to be sexually liberated and fuck whoever you want and sport fuck like men and be as equal to men and try to combat men the same
That's
way
not
men
what I'm
move.
saying at
That's on
all.
y'all, man. I mean, shit. Hey, you giving the men what they want, it's fine.
No, I'm saying that if men get to operate in their nature, then women need to get to operate in their nature as well. A lot of
Okay.
times, y'all think that we're just programmable, but some of the things that women do is actually biological. And so instead of telling women not to operate how they're biologically designed, maybe you should focus on a different solution. That's all I'm saying.
Oh, okay.
That's
I hear what she's saying, right?
It's
So
strategy. It's like
okay,
basic
okay,
strategy. I don't.
I hear what
I
you're
love it
saying,
when
right?
you the
But
same
okay,
people that don't get the outcomes they want.
Stop, hold on, guys. We're actually not telling you not to operate in your nature. You're telling yourself that. Look at the end of the
Okay.
day. If your nature is you want to mess with the most top guys and share them, go ahead and do it. You're going against your nature of understanding that you don't get to control a top guy and saying, "Oh, I know I'm attracted to these top guys, but my feelings are hurt." And my nature says that I want to be with these guys, but they hurt my feelings by being with other women. So can you guys make them stop being with other women? The answer is no.
But Aaron,
You stop going against your nature and understand that you can't control men and just let them slut you out and run through you and be cool with it because that's within your nature. But the
okay.
problem is you're going against your nature saying, I will try to deal with a guy that is not alpha-ish so that he won't cheat on me. Your whole issue is cheating. That's it. Your whole issue is making sure a man don't cheat on you and sleep with other women. Well, it's too bad that's not in your nature to control. So if you want to just follow what your nature is, it's not to control men's nature. So I don't know how y'all. There is actually no solution based upon the examples that you gave, which is women are hypergamous and they want the most alpha dominant males. Well, you don't get no controlling aspect in that, because if your desires is those type of men and those type of men do those actions, there's no variable to do that unless you're talking about offer up the beta males or whatever as in between to kind of hurt those guys. And if there ain't no more around, we'll go with the beta males. Like there's no logic into what you're describing.
No, it's plenty of logic. Y'all are
Yeah,
just
it's pretty
married,
dusty.
but it's just like it's a
A lot of dust.
strategy. But
The
instead of
strategy
just
of have your cake and
online,
eat it too. You want to
instead
be,
of coming
you want
online
to
and
live in your nature,
attacking
but you want us to
100% of
combat a
women.
male's nature. You want to send the beta men to combat the men that
Yeah,
can
send
actually
them to do
live
the
in their
dirty work.
nature because they salted that they can't, because y'all decide y'all want to deal with the men that can live in their nature. Like this is the voodoo backwards shit that y'all be thinking makes sounds like logic. It doesn't make no sense, and none of the men.
Well, it doesn't make sense to you, but what I'm saying
It
actually,
don't make sense to
It
none
don't
of
make
us.
sense
Keisha,
to nobody.
no.
What
hey,
it
Yeah,
does,
So
yeah, yeah,
I
man.
got
It's
a
the
question.
same
I got a
conversation
you
we
could
had
question.
have put that
before.
on the
Hey
fucking
Keisha.
hey, can
stamp.
y'all?
You
Hey
could have
Keisha.
put
So
that
if
Separate the
all
before
difference
the
if all
law.
the
between
men,
Oh my
nature
You
God.
said
and what's
what you said has
programmed.
any validity to it. You want a niggas to live in their
No,
nature,
because
then
y'all
live in
don't
your
know the
nature.
difference
Go
between what's
date the men
nature and
that
what's
live in their
programmed.
nature.
Guys,
Y'all don't.
listen
That'll
to
allow
what
you to
she's
live in your
saying,
nature.
because we can't all combat her. So I'm gonna let her speak, and then Sharon will
She
get to
cut me
respond.
off, nigga. What?
Yeah, no,
I know that because all you gonna do is go off on her because
I didn't go off.
yes, you did. Yes, you
No, I
did.
yeah.
didn't. I didn't call
Yeah,
her a single derogatory
yeah.
word. I didn't
Because
shame her or nothing.
I'm not giving you that
I was talking
opportunity
about
just
her
yet.
ideas and points. That's not going off.
No, and you've already combated that, and that strategy is not she's not responding to. So
Aaron,
You
I'm
see
gonna let
how
her.
lucky you are, Keisha? That even though you're making no points here and
and
talking in
Aaron is
circles,
defending you with
Aaron,
facts
it's
of a
like
hoe.
it's not just Aaron. It's a man's nature to protect women.
I'm not defending her.
No one's protecting.
I'm trying to hear her point and strategically answer it. Why not allowing a bunch of men to scream all at one time so that women can chat and say, "Look how emotional these men are,"
Right.
with an
Nigga.
inability to control themselves. That's what I'm actually doing.
All right, whatever.
Yeah, let's just have
Yeah,
a
nobody's
conversation.
going off yet.
We don't
Well,
have to do all
yeah,
the yelling
yeah.
back and forth. But one
Stop
thing
but
I've
here,
like
cutting the nigga
realized is
off
y'all
then.
don't know the difference between what's nature and what's programmed.
It,
So it's
it's
like
not.
we're trying
It's
to change God's biological function, and then we're
Yeah.
like, "Ooh,
Y'all wanted
I
it's
to
not
act
a
like men that
conversation. It's not a conversation if you
you
have
came up
like
here ready
eight
to
men
talk to the
trying to
men that's
convince
programmed.
you.
Talk about.
Look, hey, look, it's not a conversation if you literally have eight men trying to convince you of the same thing, damn near.
okay." Well,
Okay.
actually, it's
So
not a conversation because y'all are just spewing a bunch of nonsense, and you're not allowing me to
Well, your
combat it.
nature wouldn't
Let's
make
take it
your
one
nature wouldn't
point
want
at a
you to be on this
time
panel
and
either.
discuss
Your
one
nature,
point at a
you wouldn't
time.
be on this panel. You would have a man and you'd be taking care of a family.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So let's go through one point. I mean, I'm not
Sway.
but let's go
Hey,
through one
You
point at a
wouldn't.
time.
I,
And you look
Blair,
about,
Um,
you about 30
I got a
something,
point.
30 what, 34, 32, 35? Shit.
no.
Definitely shouldn't be on this panel.
All
Okay.
right,
So can we
so
go one point at a time and
Not if
yeah,
you ain't
I'm
not if
a,
you're in
elaborate
your
instead
nature.
of
So
like
I mean,
three
we talking
points
about
at
in your
one
nature.
time?
That's all
so
I'm saying.
so so
I
here's the
can.
thing. The problem that you have in Keisha is that we Aaron did go one at a time, and he's proven with logic that your strategy is not going
Who's
to work
speaking?
in a majority, but you just do not want to accept the answer. That is the problem that you have.
No, what I found is I understand Aaron's point, but I don't think Aaron understands the difference between nurture and what you can program. So that's why I want to go one at a time because I want someone to define to me what's nature and what can we program. That's what I want. So nobody's answering that.
All right, I got it. I got it. Well, just to break down the basics of it, the job of the man is to gather resources, provide a home, and protect the home. The job for the women is to produce children and make sure she has enough resources for the children. So the best bet is for the children for the woman to make sure the person she's having children by can provide resources and actually will be around to protect her, not a guy that's just going to pass her on to the next woman. So it's up to the woman to vet the guy first instead of for just having sex with them, because us guys just in our protective nature is more so to try to teach a woman the best that's going to protect her from making a bad choice instead of forgetting on the men, because our nature is to protect the woman, to tell you that guy right there is going to run through you just like he's running through the other guys. But you're saying, I don't care what you're saying, I'm going to go do that anyway. Okay, I tried. But the nature of the woman is to gather resources, and if you want a man not to treat you badly, don't have sex with him, you'll learn stuff about him. You'll know if he's the person with you. And if he just passes you by, then you know that he really wasn't with you. That's what I would tell my sister, my daughters, and all that. Vet is like you're doing an investigation before you have sex with them, because you could produce children from that. You want to make sure your children are taken care of.
The problem with what you're stating is, right, is we're leaving out an element about happiness. That has nothing to do with nature. So like when she's talking about, let's just talk about nature.
But is there any proof to back up what he's saying is actual nature, though, before we just assume that is the correct, like that's in our nature as Homo sapiens? Can we verify that? Because I don't think
so.
that's
Ma'am, so you don't think that it's your nature for a woman to have children and nurture the children?
I think it's in our nature to have a menstrual period every month.
That's not actually a question, a specific question.
Yeah, I think it's in our nature to have a menstrual cycle every month.
No, but
think that's
okay.
a
So
yes or
let me
no.
try to ask
Sharon,
let me try to
don't
ask
get
that. Let
pulled
me try
into
to ask
this,
the
man.
question again. Let me try to
Don't
ask
get
the question
pulled
again.
into. She won't answer.
Okay, I heard you. So again, do you not think that women are naturally, that their nature is to have children and to nurture their children? Do you think that is natural? Yes or no?
I think you can argue that scientifically.
Yes or no?
Okay,
I
I'll
told
go
y'all
with yes.
this is your
I'll go
phone.
with yes. I don't feel like arguing. I'll go with yes. That's fine.
Okay, so therefore that is your proof that he said something that is natural.
That's not proof, because he said a lot more than just that. That's not proof at all. So,
Ma'am, that was his whole talking point.
that doesn't mean his whole talking point was correct. That's what I'm trying to
You just agreed
communicate
to
to
it. You
you.
said yes. You
I
said it.
agreed to
I
the
didn't force
point
you to
that
say it.
women are designed to grow children and to nurture those children. I agree with that point, that's our nature. He said a lot more than that.
So
You
what
know,
else he
Aaron.
said is for
Oh,
you
sorry.
to
This is really funny.
I
Why
just
are brothers trying to argue logic with a woman?
no, it's not even.
this,
I mean,
That's just crazy, man.
bro.
No, this is
It's
so
just
she could understand her
I
words,
never
so she
like
could
arguing with
understand.
people that combat. They're arguing about getting outcomes that they might want, or I guess currently still want, but they don't have those outcomes, and they're preaching you how to get them. I'm like, bro, I don't understand how you can preach about the outcomes you want, but you don't even have them yourself. So maybe we just should listen to the men who are trying to tell you how to get them, or other women. Maybe they're talking through you. They're talking to other women in the chat, or whoever else comes after, how to get a certain kind of man. But in my opinion, most of the time when y'all come up here just being combative, it never gets you the outcome you want. So what's the point?
Most of the time, y'all just attack the person instead of the
I've never
argument.
attacked a person.
Like, if
Most of
you
the
could
time we
just say
attack
what's
I
nature
attack
and
your
what's
argument.
programmed.
Don't I pretty much
Like,
attack what y'all
okay.
think.
Okay, that's fine.
Most of the time you guys aren't even cammed up, so you pretty
Okay.
much attack what you think.
Hey, Keisha, I had a question for you.
I'm just saying, like, honestly, it really gets you, and even men. Men who just come up here arguing, it doesn't get in you guys nowhere if you're arguing about the outcomes you don't have, trying to preach the outcomes you don't have.
Okay.
Hey, Keisha, I had a question. We're trying to make it something. Beside all the nature and 78 talking points, what's the outcome you're trying to get? And what is it that you can do to get that outcome? Because let's be real. There's a woman on the other side of your city that got that outcome. What is it that you can do to get that outcome?
To get what outcome exactly?
The one that you want.
The woman that I want?
No, the outcome that you want.
I'm actually just speaking on the topic. I didn't know when this became about me personally. I'm just discussing the topic. It just kind of switched into my personal life. But I just prefer.
I thought it was because the way you.
I keep trying to tell you guys the strategy is to prove that man can't stay on topic. You'll take personal attacks. You can't defend your argument. That's what their goals are. And that's why I keep trying to tell y'all gonna keep falling into it unless you stay to the point.
Yeah, I was just asking a question.
No, but she doesn't.
I wasn't attacking. I was asking a question because that's what I assumed. But maybe I was wrong.
That was the point, because she's gonna say we were just having a conversation. Why are you personalizing it?
Yeah, I was just having.
No, it's not personal.
Her points have been destroyed several times, though. Her points have been destroyed several times.
Hey, fellas, it's all right. But Aaron, would I have been wrong when she asked that goofy question to begin with? Would I have been wrong for saying, fellas, don't answer that question, let's move on? Yes or no?
Well, first we can't make that presumption that that's her initial statement. We have to presume that she's coming to the conversation in good faith. So she has the right to answer the question. We have a right to respond, and if she
Right.
doesn't understand, there should be another attempt. After that, then you can go into the possibilities of bad faith and all those other things. In my estimation,
Based off the language and the word that she used, would I have been wrong for saying, fellas, do not answer this, keep going, because I saw what happened and what's going to happen in 15 minutes in the future? Would I have
yeah,
been
no,
wrong for saying that?
that's fair if that's what you saw, but I didn't necessarily catch that because I'm trying to listen to her
Yeah,
point.
I just would prefer to have a conversation with Aaron then. I don't know why other people were jumping in anyway, but I'm just trying to have a conversation. I'm not trying to put my
So
personal life into it.
Fellas, fellas, fellas,
Listen,
fellas, fellas,
that
fellas.
is
Hey,
insane.
fellas, fellas, wait, fellas, fellas,
you don't
fellas,
see a problem with that?
fellas. Hold on. Do not
You don't see a
respond.
problem?
Let's move on.
Okay.
Jesus Christ.
Now,
Next video, please, Aaron.
Next
I
video,
just
that's
gotta
my
ask. You don't see a problem with that, Keisha? I just have to ask.
I tried.
I'm cool with going to the next video.
Let's go to the next
Mhm.
video. To the next video. I often hear that black men belong to black women belong to black men. We should be fighting for each other. We belong to each other. We're the group, right? But I don't know if that's consistently expressed truthfully. And this woman has her opinion on what she thinks.
One of the most irritating things about dating interracially is comments like these. There is always some squawking negrodactyl in the rafters who got something to say, as if black women are owned by black men. We were never promised to y'all. We were never promised to nobody. White, black, anything. How can you lose something you never had?
I'm stuck on Negro dactyls. I'm gonna be honest.
I agree with her.
I mean, she makes a pretty solid point that
Mhm.
but you know, people.
If she makes a solid point, I want to talk to Keisha for just a moment. Keisha, do you agree with what she said?
I actually missed the first part of the video. So
I don't worry, I'll play it again. I got you.
Okay.
Yeah, I got you.
One of the most irritating things about dating interracially is comments like these. There is always some squawking negrodactyl in the rafters who got something to say, as if black women are owned by black men. We were never promised to y'all. We were never promised to nobody. White, black, anything. How can you lose something you never had?
Do you agree with her?
I mean, I'm not in an interracial relationship, but I can see why she would be annoyed with comments from other people. But no, I don't agree.
So do you believe black women belong to black men and vice versa?
I wouldn't say, but yeah, that's fine. Yeah. I
I know y'all are holding it back, man, but I couldn't.
I will say this, Aaron. I'm pretty sure it wasn't a light skinned man that made that comment because we don't give a fuck.
I can assure you that a man that was getting anything on a regular wouldn't even contact her.
But what's funny, she was a light skinned woman too, making that comment. So I guess light skinned people are considered black now.
Well, it matters, right? Because this position of we have ownership over black women and black women belong to us. If it's not a shared thought, then black women should make that clear. But it seems like black women do belong to black men and vice versa, according to Keisha.
I think women of any nationality, usually their men favor them and take kind of ownership over them. So yeah, I mean, same with Jews, Palestinians. They prefer to date their own.
No, I understand prefer, right? I'm not talking preference. She said, y'all don't own us. We're not promised to you. There's a huge distinction there. Huge. As opposed to first right of refusal type of stuff.
Mm.
And so that's why I was trying to ask you if you agree with her but you seem to be on the opposite and you're more of a blackety black Well, at least in this expression, that we belong to each other. We need to be with each other.
I mean, the use of ownership is a little much. I will say that. I don't really like that video, to
That's
be honest.
that
The
the
video was weird.
programming, man. What's the benefit? I'm just trying to understand. If it's by a man, let's just say it's by
This is crazy.
let's say Aaron, let's give a man like Aaron 250,000. Would it really be that bad? Like, I'm just saying, we don't have to say you were owned by the bottom of the bottom. Like, we always think go to like the worst, most craziest, most ghetto pookie like black man, but like if it was a respectable man who'd be willing to look out for you, is it so bad to just say, all right, black men own us, we own them, we claim each other, yada yada yada, they get the outcomes you want? But it seems like it's just the programming of black men ain't shit for all your life. You're hearing that all your life, that it's kind of like I can't really just say these things because something about it don't feel right. But it would get you the outcomes. I don't know.
Sway, I think you're missing something. You think these people actually want solutions?
I
They
mean,
don't, man. Because if there's no conflict, they don't feel they're alive. Trust me on that.
Well, I definitely kind of really more lean towards that. I don't think human beings could own another human being. I think that era is done. I don't think you owe any race person
do you not own your
anything.
children?
Huh?
You don't own your children?
But I made those.
Oh, that's a
We
human
talking about
being.
she was talking about relationships, saying that
Good one, man.
yeah. So
I
we talking about we
just a
talking
human
about
being.
free willing.
It's a human being. So
Yeah, but I'm not gonna date my child.
that's
This is
not the
about
point. You
relationships. This is
said
about
you
yeah.
can't
It
own
is
a
the point
human
because the
being.
conversation was about interracial dating. That was literally in the fucking thing. She said, "You know what I hate about being in an interracial relationship is that you do not own the other gender." That's what she said.
I
This
think
is
it's more
not
about
about
the
children.
idea of holding the more
No,
responsibility over the
we
other
talking about
person.
the video, Sway.
But
And
I'm
she
saying
said
the idea of
interracial.
ownership is more leaning on we hold each other we hold responsibility over each other. You care about each other, you look out for each other. And I'm not saying it's going to be unconditional love type of deal, but yeah, there's going to be a bias other than over other races.
No, she said, "You do not own me. Just because I'm born of the same race doesn't mean that you own me. You are not promised to me just because we are the same race. I have the option I'm a free willing human being, and I can go wherever I want and find love." That is what she is speaking to. And I would agree with that.
Okay, can I speak? Can I
No
comment
other
on that?
race owns the woman of that race and vice
Well,
versa.
I'm more
brothers.
just arguing the term, but yeah, if that's how she feels, fine. But
Can
I
I-
don't see if you use the term in the context that I use it, I don't see the problem. But yeah, okay.
Look, to me, and when we're talking about relationships between men and women of the same race, when we're talking about quote unquote ownership or responsibility, or we're supposed to be intricately linked and all that, men of other races and other countries can pass laws and enforce those laws on their women if they want to. We kind of don't have that right. You know what I'm saying? We as Black American men, I'll just speak in that context. So I'm just saying, like,
So white American men can do it?
They choose not to. That's just not their culture in America. I don't know. I don't know what to tell you, but I'm just saying, I can understand where she's coming from, where she says, you know, we don't own each other and all that, because especially in the context of us living in the West. Now, maybe in another country or another African country or something like that, you can make that claim, like, yeah, these women belong to us or we belong to each other. But I just think because of our special status or how we Black people are in the West, I think, you know, that term is a little, you know what I'm saying? Like,
Sharon, who made it possible for women to vote in 1920?
Congress.
And who ran Congress?
What you mean? It wasn't a race, it's men.
Oh, it was men, was it? What was the race of those men?
All different types of colors.
Oh, this nigga Sharon being so fucking disingenuous right now.
Stop
He's coming into a
bro.
good face, man.
So
right,
you gotta understand, when you are in Congress, you are voted in by people, and then you gotta go by the people.
Who are they voted in by?
But oh shit. So they are voted by the people.
And they were voted in by
their district.
What gender of people?
And so when they run on something, they say, we running because we're going to go do this, that, and the third for you people.
Sherrod,
And then they
they
say,
couldn't
yes, I'm going to
vote
vote
at
for you.
all. So they couldn't make a single decision until the men gave them the right to. What are you talking about?
We are talking about race. We're not talking about men.
Okay, and who was the majority of the population in 1920?
So this is the thing, because you're changing the subject of what we're talking
about.
about. Because we're talking about a specific video of what she specifically said, and now you turn it into
I'm talking
how
about
did
what
she
you're
get to
saying.
vote?
I'm talking about what you're saying, bro.
No, you Sway. Aaron played the video twice.
All right.
I am talking to what that woman said, and now you are changing it to voting. I don't give a fuck about who voted. This is not the topic.
Okay, Sharon.
I love you too.
So ultimately, it's the important question is, do we belong to each other? Right? It's important.
Well, we're kind of hashing that out. We never really got through that.
No, we do not belong to each other. The person that belongs to you is the person you're with. You're not belonging to each other just because you have the same skin color.
So now the thing is, I don't know if black women agree with that.
Well, like I said, black women like controversy. You know what I mean? That's what they like. I'm sorry to say. They would rather fuss and fight than agree. We can see it by our conversations we're having today. Simple yes or no questions become a full stream argument.
Shots fired.
If the shoe fits.
It's an important distinction, and I'm going to explain why. Then I'll move on, right? If we don't belong to each other, then there cannot be a request for us to be the ones to fix the problems. Black men need to do better. That shouldn't be a request. You should ask every man to do better if we don't belong to each other. That's the problem. We can't ask black women to do better unless they belong to us. Otherwise, we should stop talking about that. They don't belong to us.
Of course not. They don't. I'm sorry to say, and we fix what problem? Everybody's got to fix the problem in their own house. Like this big community thing that we could fix black woman's problem or fix black man's problem, it's a bunch of BS. Let's be real. Understand? Because this is the internet. We actually think that what you do in your home, Aaron, is different from what I do in my home.
I get it.
All right? Most of these people are looking for a cookie cutter relationship. There's none of that. Every relationship's different. What works for me might not work for you. You get what I'm saying? But most people think that, okay, this is the way to do it. No, it's not. This is the way you did it, and it worked for you. But 9 other guys can try it the same way you did it, and don't work for them.
Yeah, let me catch up on this super chat real quick, and then I'll go to Keisha if she wants to respond. John the Baptist says, I used to believe that the ABC community was crazy. Now I believe the ABC community is a cure in any generation after Gen X. Stop reproducing. I'm just saying. Wow.
Wow.
He has gone nuclear. All right. Is the number 8 before 9 or after 7? This is complex in 2023. The old way of counting doesn't work anymore. Yeah, you are right. We are getting to some dangerous waters in a lot of ways. You can't put me against my guy. Sorry. She's basically telling her you can't pin men against men just for divisive outcomes of women and whatnot. 100% of women don't watch these spaces. Oh man. Lions and zebras have a nature, and this is why I now offer pre-meal counseling. Yeah, that's a good point. A woman's domain is in her mind. You got to get in there like Professor X. Whoa.
That is true.
Failure is on the horizon if that's the case. Black W don't want to be owned. They just want to be rented. Interesting. If we don't belong to one another, why do Africans separate themselves? Oftentimes preaching to their daughter to refrain from black men. Do you own them? According to everyone else, no. you know. And
And can I answer real pookie? First of all, most Africans don't want even them to mix with other tribes, much less other different nationality. That's just how it
And
is. So
and
you should.
also he's talking about a father
When
owning a
given the
daughter.
option,
Yes,
it's a
if
little
you are
different.
a father talking to your daughter, you absolutely have the right to tell her something of that nature because you own your child.
Facts.
That's not so. I don't know. This is crazy to me.
Can I give you guys a stat which is funny? Do you know that 94% of all arranged marriages don't get divorced? They only have a 6% divorce rate of arranged marriages. And that's
But
what
how
they were
many?
doing.
What does
The
that have
question
to do
is
with
how
the black
many?
community?
No,
Yeah,
the question is
that's
what percentage of human beings are getting arranged marriage, and then we can have an honest conversation about it.
Right.
Okay.
Because like
All right. All right.
like
You
The
want
Aaron
to get the
said,
the
percent? Okay. Hold
percentage
on.
the
Hang
percentage
on.
that's having children.
Hold
The
on. Hold on. Hold
percentage
on.
that's
Hold on.
having children and outpopulating others. That's the percentage.
Well, the Indian people in India have 1 billion people. They do arranged marriages.
what's the point?
Well,
Right.
their percentage is way higher of people getting married
what
and
is
What
less
are
the
you
that
talking
get
about? What's
all
the
divorces.
right? So
point?
all right, hold on. So here's the
No, what's
thing.
the point?
So
We're not in India,
here.
and people are
So
given a
here's the
choice.
thing.
It's a total
Over
different game.
here,
Okay,
50,
here's my point there,
24%. 20.
Dusty.
Let me give you the example of what I'm trying to understand. Right, 24% of Americans are married, and 50% of those marriages work. Now, give me the stats like that.
Okay, the Indians, 80% of their population are married, and their divorce rate is 4%.
Right. It means nothing. America's not India. Most people are not going to
Right.
move to India. As
Okay,
well as
here's the point I was trying to make.
we get a different response.
When we're
America,
left to our own choices, usually we make a bad one. When we're left to our parents' choices, usually we make a good one.
who
That's
said
the
it
only
was a
point I
good
make.
choice?
Excuse me?
Who said it was a good choice?
Well, because
Good based
they
on
don't
what?
have the same
Well,
problems that we have,
exactly.
even
Their
though they don't
families,
even have.
their
You're
families
correct. They
seem
don't
to
get
be
that.
intact.
All
Oh,
right,
hey,
we're getting
Scam
we're getting
likely.
off track. We're getting off track with this.
My bad.
We're going very far. Like, I'll just say this briefly, and I'll ask Keisha if she wanted to make a statement. Then I'll jump into the next question. Because in other countries, a lot of their laws are respective of their religions. We don't have that same experience here. All right, like we can do things that are against all type of religions and not go to jail, be punished for it. So it's not an equal comparison. Although would it be better if we adopted those? Would be the next question. Keisha.
Oh, then I'd like to respond. If that was a question, I'd like to respond. But go ahead.
Am I responding to the video or the question?
No, I'm giving you open floor so that if you had a question or if you did want to respond to something, so I could hear you.
Oh no, I don't have a response.
Gotcha.
Oh, can I respond to that question?
Yes.
Let's go back to this. Back in 1947, we was married at an 89.2% marriage rate. Okay, those marriages got us to where we are right now when given a choice. What does that tell you about those marriages? What does it tell you when the people from India and other countries, when they come over here in their first generation born in the United States, Africans, Nigerians, Middle Eastern, Hispanic, that they make a different choice and a different option, even if it's bad a lot of times? What does it tell you if they're making a different choice?
It tells me that most people, given the choice, will always choose wrong.
I'll leave it alone.
And tells me that we have no structure, because when you have a structure, you don't have that kind of problem. Why is somebody that's 10 times more poor than where we live don't have the same problems we have? Because they have a structure. We don't.
That's the answer. Survival. They don't have a choice.
They don't have a choice.
No.
What do you mean they don't have a choice? They live under a structure.
I'll leave it alone.
All right. No worries. Let's get back on topic.
Called you don't have a choice. That's what the structure is.
Okay. If you know that most people are going to make the wrong choice, should you give them the choice or should you help them if you really want your society to work?
Cool. Let's go back to slavery.
So go back. Did slavery end?
For
It
you
only
now.
ended here in America. Still going on around the world.
All right, you guys, we're just going way off the rest. So I ask my next question. Who's more critiqued when it comes to interracial dating? Are black men more criticized or are black women more criticized?
Black men.
Black men, of course. Come on.
I would say black men too. Yeah.
Black men.
Black man.
Okay, so why this is where we kind of left off before Venus had left last show. Why is the perception that black women are more loyal than black men are? Why is that the perception?
Because black men are simps and we defer to our women on stuff like that. We don't fight that narrative.
What?
No.
Hold up, what? What happened?
Black women do overall choose us first. I don't know why they take that small percentage and make it seem like it's just astronomically these black women are dating outside races. Same thing with the black men. Like it's only like they see the ones that they really, really like. And because those guys choose white women, that's supposed to be like across the board. And we know that's not true.
I agree with Daniel, sir. Most black men in America has never even been with a white woman.
Facts.
And most black women haven't been with a white man.
Yeah.
But
And it was many reasons. It wasn't because of this attraction.
Well, we know that the black men weren't allowed to go with white men and white women until
I bring one home.
1965, right? But the black woman was always allowed to go with the white man.
Yeah, I don't think that was by choice.
I mean, it was not by choice. But if you go to the first
in our lifetime, most black families are going to say, "Don't bring no white girl to my house." I heard that most of my life, and
I didn't necessarily hear it from me, but I definitely heard it plenty of times. With my ears in general, and I know a bunch of people that have heard that. But that could be just because my family background is slightly different than most. I'll
say this: if they ugly, they don't care because then they just start making fun of them. But don't bring a fine different race woman because then they start looking at you crazy and jealous. That's my experience so far.
It's a good point to a certain degree. I get that.
It's the truth.
Beauty conquers all to a certain degree when it comes to a lot of things.
Because it's really, it's not the men that's shaming and looking at you crazy. It's always going to be the women. So if they ugly, the women going to join her. If she look bad, they going to look at you side-eyed.
Actually, right. Well, never mind.
Come on. When a brother sees his boy bringing in a fine white girl, he looking, yeah, man, you go. The black girl looking at you, you sell out. Blah, 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 blah. You bring a fat white girl come, it's like, oh, that's all they can get, them fat white girls.
I wouldn't necessarily say that either. I don't think they care for the most part.
That's exactly what they say.
Are you crazy? Michael B. Jordan was on a boat.
I've never high five. I never seen dudes high fiving because of another black dude had a white girl.
No, I'm just talking a fine girl. I was just saying white. You know what I mean? Any fine girl, a brother look at them.
Women don't care if they look good or not. They white. They see that they're white. It ain't about no looks. If she looks better than her or not.
Okay,
she white.
Like
I disagree.
Men don't care, but the women care more, in my opinion.
Do we think that if black women date out, that those black women have to be more well spoken? They have to be well mannered. They can't have like let's just say hot Cheetos, hair color, long
they have to be nice.
They become Karen.
Bro, all they gotta know how to do is
what's wrong with hot Cheetos?
Hold on. Black women make publications to help educate other black women how to get with white men, and they specifically say you can't be ghetto or else it's over. You know what I'm saying? You're not going to get with a white man. So
Most of the complaints I hear is their attitude.
Okay, so if that's the case,
That's cap.
Ain't
Okay,
cap, man. I
what's
work
cap?
in trade. All the white people, anyways.
I know a bunch of ghetto girls that go with white boys.
That ain't the fucking.
yeah, trailer park.
Go
Trailer
ahead,
park.
You
No, that's not true. Usually it's the parents that stop those guys. They still like those ghetto girls, but
So
when
what
the parents
happens?
get involved, that's when the narrative switches up.
So what happens when they're telling you, like, man, I ain't got nothing against black women. Not that I don't like them, but they just loud and they just mean, they got rude or they got bad attitude. What happens when they start saying this out their own mouth?
They like those ghetto girls to have fun with. That's
Like
it.
literally, it's not like I'm saying this. That they're literally telling me that that's their reasoning for not wanting to date black women. We're like, nah, you lying, nigga. You actually don't want them because they black.
I've heard this for like 20 years.
I've
Since
heard
I
it
was a
for
young
40.
man.
Black guys don't date black women.
I'm calling dust. Because the same white dudes who will say that about those black women, they'll go date a white woman who'll do the same damn thing, and they get ragged on up and down the street the same way.
Well, I don't really. I'm going to call dust on you there, because let's pull up 1,000 videos of white women behaving like black women. No. Let's pull up 5.
Here's the deal. You ready?
Gary Owen.
YouTube ain't real life.
I understand that.
Video doesn't mean that that's what's going on. The whole damn manosphere is based on fake shit.
Wait. You're saying YouTube, so videos of people performing, doing things is not real?
No, what I'm saying is somebody posts a video, one chick in Alaska. These black men's, they don't do this. They don't protect the women. And then the dudes get up, watch the video, and start injected in their veins and acting like that's what reality was going on.
No, I'm talking about the 50 different videos I see with black women fighting in the airport. I can't even find 2 videos of white women doing that. The 100 videos or the 1,000 videos of black women tearing up Chuck E. Cheese.
Right, it's based on the videos, not domestic violence, not what you see if you go over.
Where did domestic violence come from? I'm just talking about the behavior.
Because it don't sell.
You're not listening.
It don't sell to put white black women fighting.
So that's
Are
because.
you kidding me? Racism is the biggest seller right now.
Y'all,
I mean, number one seller. If we could catch a white girl doing something like that, come on. They had a white girl that said the N-word, when she was 15, and they brought up that video and she lost her job.
They don't publicize. Hold on, they don't publicize those videos of white people fighting and doing all that stuff all the time because it doesn't happen all the time. Like he said, Carrie is right. Grant is right. You see overwhelmingly, you see this.
And they don't look
when
to
you
the video.
find them, right? They're gonna be sitting there. They're gonna be cursing at each other, calling each other nigga, and they're gonna be fighting over a boy or some bullshit. Like
so it's no.
You know what the joke is, brothers? I look for these videos. I look for the videos for the white girls fighting and behaving ratchet.
The day I saw one with this girl came up to this girl house and she got ragdolled and she hit her with a car, a whole bunch of goofy shit all over a guy.
All right, so black women are the better fighters. Clearly, we've watched. If we see a black woman and a white woman fight, we kind of know where that conversation or that disagreement is going. Black women overwhelmingly win all their fights against non-black women.
Oh, I'm not even talking about the fights against the white girls. I'm talking about the fights against the black girls. Like I remember back in the day. Do you guys remember Kimbo Slice? Do you guys remember Kimbo Slice?
Do you remember outside your city? Do you remember that?
I remember all of
outside my city, I see black women fighting each other or black people fighting each other. I see that more than all over the country. Okay, so there's something to it. We're not just saying this because we hate ourselves.
You ever been somewhere where white people are? Did you know they existed?
I live where white people are.
What are you talking about?
I live where white people is white.
All the women just do everything the men say.
Okay.
Well, I'm going to tell you something. Their behavior is totally different than most of the black girls.
Before Freaknik, there was girls going wild.
Get more cooperation out of
how many girls going wild was fighting? You're going to compare Freaknik to Girls Gone Wild?
No, you missed the point.
They scam with no point. They don't go outside. All white women
do everything.
What's the difference?
Dude, I've been all over the
girls.
I've been all over the world. I've seen not even just black people. I've seen different types of people.
Girls going wild. They go do a cocaine auditioning for Playboy magazines and doing all types of shit. But freaking it, you come on, man. The shit just came out, and you know.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, this is over.
What's the
guys.
difference? They was both
offspring.
having
Won't
sex.
sell.
What was the difference? They was both having sex and being degenerate. So what's the difference?
The violence.
Girls going wild.
The violence is the difference.
Instead of 20. I'm on sale for 75% off. $5, you can kick me off the panel.
What was the difference?
I'm on sale. This is just too dusty.
The violence, Cheryl. That's what is the difference.
We have a violence problem in the Black community. Surprise,
And
surprise.
who is the leader of the violence in the Black community? Black women?
Black men are violent.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, they are the most violent. You don't know that by now?
And why every time y'all talk about the Black community, y'all
They
talk
going
about
right there in the corner.
Y'all are up
if you
here
catch a
talking
bunch of
about
white people that live in the
class
hood, they're gonna be just as violent as everybody else in the hood. Why is hood culture automatically?
We didn't even mention the hood.
Not even.
Okay, hold on. We're not even mentioning the hood. We're talking Black women in general are violent.
Let's not argue, okay? Let's simplify. For men, the level of violence is equal amongst men. But white men can beat up some Black men, vice versa. It's not the same for women. Overwhelmingly, Black women are more violent than any other group of women. It's overwhelming. It's not even close. And not only that, they can't beat y'all up on a 9 out of 10 times. Y'all hurt them. They can't fight. So I'm sorry, y'all got to wear that belt when it comes to women. For the men, it's up and down because the men, yeah, if you're talking about violence towards each other, yes, but the level of violence we're able to enact towards each other is more equivalent than with y'all. There's a large discrepancy once what white women can do to Black women and what we've seen historically over time. Go video by video. What you say about me? She getting beat down. It ain't no white girl run up to y'all about to beat y'all down. That is extremely rare. And so when y'all want to compare level of violence with men and women, it's kind of a pointless thing. Men are going to be overwhelmingly more violent because we have the capabilities to be so.
But I don't think the average white man could just beat the average Black man either.
Of course you
do.
do.
What are you talking about?
Of
No,
course you
I
do.
don't.
Of course you
Only
do.
the warrior ones.
Do you not know how many warrior white men there are? See, that's the problem, y'all.
I don't.
They live in the small. I like to call it 16 blocks. Like you guys got to get out of your neighborhood and go see how the rest of the people live like that.
Sherelle, wait. Sherelle, just think about. Hold on. Think about how many white men are in the military. How many white men are Navy SEALs?
That's where I've seen it go the other way.
How many white men are?
Okay, yeah, I understand that, but how many people are special forces? How many people are in the military? Let's just be real. That's like 2% of the population. It's not a lot of people.
Oh my
And they whoop
God!
ass
Like
too.
you want to be right so bad, but when it comes to men,
Who want to be white?
I said right.
Oh.
I don't think you want to be white. I would not.
Oh man.
When it comes to men and violence, our levels are more comparable. It just is. When it comes to what Black women and violence, it's not. Y'all on a whole nother level of violence compared to other women. Y'all may not like it, may make y'all uncomfortable.
So y'all saying it's bad because we could whoop a hoe? That don't make no sense.
No, it's bad because you guys are always whooping a hole instead of having a conversation.
Well,
at least we're not shooting people. That's what our counterparts do.
Talk about.
Well, you Negroes are starting to shoot
like
people
we're
more.
You're all catching up. You're catching up. You're catching up.
Who would shoot each other over a pair of Jordans, but
Or shoot each other because a woman called them and said,
starting to shoot people now. Black women are starting to shoot people now.
You need to be next.
Whoa.
You see what I mean? That's why Black men are going on vacation. Because a woman like you.
We loyal to Black men. We love Black men. We loyal.
Only when they're dead.
Well, then you can go on to somewhere else and get ragged on another language.
We gonna go too far.
No, I'm Black, darling, and I've been in my relationship with my Black woman for 25 years. I sort of know what I'm talking about a little bit.
That don't mean nothing.
Angry? You guys have got so soft that when a man raises his voice, he's angry.
Hey, relax. I ain't trying to go on to the next thing.
We got you.
Hey, you want me to read the super chat?
So look, go ahead, Dustin.
Looks are us, $5. They Black woman criticize Black man exclusively, as if they are possessors and not other races. Yet they say they don't belong to us. They want a one-sided affair. Is that right? John the Baptist, $5. What tells me you people don't need choices or rights. Shout out to John the Baptist. John the Baptist, I told you they don't want solutions. Anyway, Bob, $4.99. White women are not destroying McDonald's over a bad order. No one is surprised when they see black women fighting over women and men.
That's cap like a motherfucker. Cap.
But this is what they want to hear. They want to hear that all the white women are just super feminine and soft and just holding your hand.
Exactly. Just cap.
And the
Just
black
cap.
women.
When was the last time you saw a Caucasian woman tearing up
When the
a
last time
Waffle House?
I just seen it. I just seen a white girl hit another white girl with a shovel on Instagram.
Florida.
Stop acting like white
Because
people
of-
just
I'm
perfect. Y'all
talking
are
real life. I'm not talking YouTube.
Dude, y'all are on an industrial
There's an
scale.
algorithm.
Just hold that, man. Just hold the L.
Stop the violence. Stop it. We're trying to read the super chats. I want to jump to the next video. I've been streaming a long time.
Time out, $5. This is to keep Dusto safe. I like that. Damn it, I was trying to get kicked off for $5. Now it's $10 to kick me off the panel.
Shout out to timeout.
Now I'm 50% off. Now I'm all right. Kick Dusto off 50% off. $10. Jonathan Barreville.
You see, Jonathan, you see Aaron up here just saying anything.
Hey, Sherelle, go ahead and read the super chat for me. Make it animated.
Jonathan Barronville, thank you for the $5. Say, Aaron, are you really saying that black male violence is comparable to the other male's violence rates? You can't seriously be saying that. Am I mistaken? Is he mistaken, Aaron?
Yes, he is mistaken because I did not say that.
Oh,
and I don't even think I don't even think he's certain that I did. He's trying to request what did I say? And what I said is other groups of men are comparable of enacting the same level of violence towards each other. It's not the same with black women. Y'all on a whole nother level. Those women, they don't even have the capacity to attack and fight y'all at the same levels. You cannot find those levels. We have it in every group of other men everywhere else that a black guy fighting a white guy, they have the ability to enact the same damage. It's comparable. It's not the same when it comes to black women. Y'all on a whole.
What other race of women went through slavery?
When you talk about
every other one.
What are you talking about?
Slavery.
Like, first of all, let's just be clear. Men are going to war. All men of all races have went to war. Men are got to be men. Y'all got to be warriors. But what other woman in this country has went through the stuff that black women have went through in this country? So why should
every other woman around the world?
Oh my God!
Every other woman around the world in this country. What the fuck?
Protect us. And
yes,
not have,
every other woman that
march
comes to this
alongside of
fucking
y'all, not
country
have to work alongside of y'all, not have to walk and fight alongside of y'all. We have always been y'all partners in the fight. We have never been able to just sit down and sit on a porch while y'all do everything. So
yes, you did. You didn't fight with us. That's a lie they're telling people.
That's crazy.
There's no black women fighting.
Yo, Sherelle. When we niggas was in slavery, your black ass was in the house getting fucked. So what are you talking about?
No, we were outside.
Black women never was freedom fighters.
Even go there.
Black women never rolled. Black women never got dogs spit on them. Black women never got sprayed by hoses. Black women wasn't a part of the Black Panthers. Black women didn't fight. You sound dumb. You sound dumb if you think that black women wasn't picking cotton. You sound dumb if black women wasn't getting whipped and chained.
So all the black women slaves was in the house.
Guess what? They wasn't
all
just
the black
having
women
sex
slaves
with
was in the
black
house.
women. They was having sex with y'all too. So get on, because the master was having y'all in them bedrooms at the same rate.
All right. This is y'all problem.
Here's the black woman's defense. You guys are all gay. You guys are all gay.
That's not true, baby. Go through your history. That's crazy. That white man was paying all that stuff too. Don't start.
Okay.
The term buck broken is a term for a reason.
I'm gonna try this again.
Y'all was getting fucked in the ass.
Y'all just want to.
You know that was a lie, right?
Right.
Man, yeah, I mean, like most of you guys talk about slavery. I mean, nothing about it.
Shit, we got a 3-headed demon on the fucking panel.
Can Aaron talk? I mean, I think it's his show. Just an idea.
This ain't Aaron's show no more. I'm sick of Aaron.
I swear to God, the terrorists are here, bro.
Aaron is oppressed. He can't talk. No.
You threw the first bomb. How about that? You had the
Who,
first
me?
roadside bomb, Lil King.
Probably.
I have
No,
I
not
have
you.
been possibly the most respectful person besides Thanos, and I can't say that for Dusto because he say all the crazy stuff. But
Yeah, that is true.
I'm legitimately, literally having conversations and just sticking to the points. I ain't personalized. This stuff is getting out of hand. Y'all just want to argue. Y'all just want to argue.
I just want to troll.
Little King just like took black women out of history.
See what I mean?
Why
See,
y'all got this?
I was moving past
this dude. He seemed like he was old enough to be a part of the civil rights movement. Up here speaking his nonsense. I need to understand.
So we I think you're directed at me, correct?
Time for this.
Unlike you, Cheryl, I actually own the Thanos. Then hold on there. She directed that at me.
Requesting people to get put off.
She directed that at me. Let me explain something to you, Cheryl. First of all, yes, I was there to see a little bit of it.
Nothing he says makes sense.
First of all, here's the difference. Most of you are going on stories that you've heard and nothing that you've seen.
But
Because
that's
of
what
you.
I'm saying, because I know that you were there when they freed the slaves. I want the firsthand experience, so I'm trying to understand.
Do you think you're funny? That's why you can't have conversation with women.
Dude, somebody get $20 and get this chick off of here. Just $20. Just get off,
Yes,
man.
just $20 and you can feed a child. Get busy,
I'm
y'all.
still on
Have you
sale.
heard the points Gary has made? He's like,
I'm still on sale for $10.
Show some respect.
Keisha, you still here?
Guys, show some respect because Gary don't play. All right, so let me just read the super chat.
What was Harriet Tubman like? Can you tell? All right, sorry.
I just want to read the super chats and get to the next video, and then we can go from there. I got to do 20-second intervals here. Let me get through one interval.
Let me read it. Let me read the super chats.
Okay, go ahead.
Jonathan Barronville for $5. If there was an award to be won for male violence, black males would win it every single year. Black men in mass behave like jungle animals.
And we've seen it on the panel.
So I will respond.
Even in them other countries, like the ones from Emeka from where they ain't got no shoes and they live in huts. They violent over there too.
What the fuck? Bro, he's not even on the panel.
Aaron is trying to answer.
So I will say this, Jonathan. Yes, if you want to say in America, sure. But if you look at other countries, I don't know if that's consistent. Just go to any country, any level, their group of men are the violent ones. That's just the truth. Now, if you say in America, yes, the rates wise, we are. It is what it is. And I guess you know there are many reasons why. I wish I was able to do that. I'm just a little guy, 5'5" with brown eyes. Okay. Negro dacto. I had to fight all my life. That's what Oprah Winfrey said.
Dang, they changed that so fast.
You know me, I move on quickly, brother. We on lock. All except Thanos is anti-woman. How am I anti-woman?
What?
That is. Listen,
because you are the facilitator and the harborer of these freaking maniacs up here.
I'm actually
people to stop.
Actually, he's harboring your maniac ass.
I troll men and women.
He's harboring your maniac ass.
Allegedly, I'm here by myself.
All I know is women love me. So I mean, if you think I'm anti,
yeah, women love me. So I don't know, bro.
And it's even better when you don't have to sleep with them to love you. So, Bob, listen to the way these women are communicating. They are proving the stereotype. What's the stereotype, Bob? Because I'm not sure
what's the stereotype. Because the way I communicate says that I have a higher reading level than 4th grade. That's what I do know. So what's the stereotype? Since we want to talk about stereotypes and black people and education and how they communicate, what are stereotypes? Can I hear it?
B.O.B. is not on the panel, so he's not going to be able to answer you the way that we want him to answer you. I'm sorry. It's just not going to work, okay? And the women have been requested to be removed from the panel. Well, I guess I'll see you women later.
Man, you couldn't pay another $10 to get me
Well,
out of
you
here.
notice she was ready to fight just with that comment. She was ready to fight.
Yo,
who was ready to
fight?
Being
y'all do this every time. If y'all don't know how to maneuver around like unruly and ruly women and how to handle them. Like every panel turned to a sausage party just because y'all can't keep y'all composure.
Well,
Y'all
Thanos,
impulsive.
I'm an instigator.
Y'all
I'm a
react
troll.
to everything.
I was chilling, man. I just
Like
she
I don't
said something
understand why
that
y'all want to
ain't
be around a bunch of dudes all day.
Well,
Because that's what they like. That's what they like to do. They always
now
like
we
to hang
can
out
have
with a
an
bunch of men.
intelligent conversation.
I know
Yeah,
when I
but a
was
lot
when
of
I was
y'all
growing up in
don't
South
let women
Carolina.
come in because you
Those
so
women are
emotional. Oh,
not
go ahead, Aaron.
unintelligent. It's just they can get frustrated trying to defend women. That's all it is. I think most of the women that come on my panels are of a level of intelligence. Whether it's displayed at the time in which we're judging them is different, but I don't know. Maybe I sound like a simp because I don't necessarily.
Nah, we not.
No, you sound like a good host.
You got.
Honestly, I see more Dutch usually
I
when
do
it's
got a
more male
statement.
panel. It's actually more Dutch.
If men are moving logical and you see, even if a woman coming emotional on, coming with some off statements and rhetoric, why do you feed into it if you in your logical? If you operate in your logical, why do you get triggered by it? Why do you
People get triggered?
That's a
People
good
get
point.
triggered when it's sustained ignorance. When it's a span of time, that's when dudes start getting all uppity and stuff. I'm not defending that, but that seems to be the pattern. They'll reason with the woman for a while, and then people give up. It's frustrating.
I mean, I'd rather you give up and just fall back in your masculinity than to start arguing with it.
Okay, let me correct you, Thanos. Men don't fall back into masculinity. Men are masculine or they're not. Only women fall back.
YouTube or real life?
What do you mean? You're having fun. So when we're having a discussion here and a woman keeps ratting off, you get rid of
What
them.
happened? I missed something. Something happened. I
Gary,
lost it.
it wasn't a
Nah,
conversation.
what's the
If
guy
you come
dropped
on me,
$100
I'll delete
to get rid of all the women on the panel?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Oh,
because they
okay.
like
Just join the
sausage.
trolls.
It's the
Thanos, just
Hillshire
join the
Farm
trolls.
Show.
Come on, man.
It's the what?
You
Salute
blame
to
me,
my man
patriarch.
Carrie. Hey, salute to
We
Mr.
come on
Grant.
YouTube to
Salute
talk
to
about women.
patriarchy. Salute to you, brother.
What did I do? I haven't done anything
We gonna
yet.
get to the next
No,
video.
just saying salute to you.
Are we going back over the TikTok videos or what?
I'm just trying to get through a couple videos and break the discussion down so Aaron don't have. And if you do,
Man, they got like 13 minutes, actually 12 minutes to go back on the panel.
Where's my phone?
Guys,
man.
stay focused. Daryl Long says,
I got a pizza
y'all
coming.
don't like ladies, so join the Simp Nation over here because these bandits is out of control.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We're all.
Why don't women?
We listen to him.
Why don't women think he's
I like
a bandit?
Daryl.
They think we bandits. Okay.
Daryl's
Rifle,
cool, though.
you getting annoying.
What happened when I left? I'm seeing a bunch of rainbows in the chat. What the hell's going on?
I don't know.
What's called dropped all the women from the panel for
What women were
$100.
up here? What women were up here? Were they attractive?
Sherelle, Callie,
They
I don't know Callie.
never cam up. You never know.
I like Sherelle though.
Some of the men felt bullied.
I like Sherelle too, and Callie.
I don't know who
I
Callie
like
is.
all the women on my panel. We just don't have to always agree.
I'm cool with all
Especially
three
that's
of
my
them.
nemesis in the chat, but she's cool.
You better watch what you say. They may go back and make a reaction video to you with their simp empire behind them. Don't be dropping women from the panel. They might give you lessons on how to be a better man, even though they like women as another woman.
All right, let's get to the next video. I'm not doing this with y'all today. Not doing it. Not gonna do it. Okay. I just want to hear a little bit of this video in the beginning. Okay.
There's literally research that shows that white women who date black men are perceived more negatively than white men who date
Who's
black
this
women.
white bitch?
According to recent census data, over 95% of married white women are married to white men. Only less than 1% of white women that are married to black men. Historically, interracial couples have faced.
This is one ugly looking white bitch. I'll tell you that. Look at her face. No, she looks depressed. She looks depressed.
She's all right.
She has a resting Adderall face.
The point of it is,
I want to see what she looked like without makeup.
It's a very small percentage of white women that are actually married to black men.
Right.
Oh, that's what we're going back on again, or what?
Yeah. That's right.
Very small percentage.
Yeah, white women's preference is white men. You know, if you go back to the things I sent you, which you didn't bring up, black men still have a negative view amongst every woman, but have an overwhelmingly positive view amongst black women. Black women overwhelmingly prefer black men, but amongst all other groups, they have negative.
Okay,
they're in the
can
negative.
you tell
But
me
you also got to remember this, fam. White women are the most liberated out of
Yeah, white
all
women are the
women.
most.
So
Well,
they have
they're
this.
the
They have the
dumbest.
pick. They can go
They're the
anywhere they want to
stupid.
go.
They're dumb. They're the dumbest group of women too, in my opinion.
Yeah, I know some pretty smart ones,
I
really
doubt
good
it.
ones.
I doubt it.
I do.
But liberation doesn't make white women smart. What have they done with their liberation outside of hate their own white men for giving it to them? White women are the most ungrateful women. I mean, no other group of it's very weird to me when white women date out. Like I don't expect you to be loyal at all. It's like if I see somebody giving somebody millions of dollars and they're disloyal to the person that gives them millions of dollars, and then you come to me and I'm not giving you millions of dollars, that it shows me that you have loyalty based on nothing. So white women have been giving more than any other woman out here. The right to vote, all that stuff was given to them by white men. Hispanic men didn't give Hispanic women the right to vote. Indian men didn't give Indian women all these things. White men gave it to white women. And white women turned around and made white men give it to all the other women too. So it's just very interesting to me that white women, like when I see white women throw white men under the bus, I think they're the most disloyal group of women because they've been given the most.
Yeah, but you can't make somebody be loyal to you because you gave them something. Like because then you start
True.
getting into purchasing like loyalty.
But I'm saying that if you're being given something, I'm not talking about the owner. I'm talking about the dog that's being fed. If the dog that's being fed has no loyalty to its owner when it's been given all this stuff, especially if you've been what makes you think you're gonna have loyalty to anything else?
So I'm not refuting what you're saying. What is being expressed is a lot of women in a lot of other countries are not as free as women in America, right? So we don't know their true actual beliefs and intention, because if you take them out that environment, what is often said, if you take those women from Thailand, you take those women from the Philippines, Brazil, and bring them to the U.S., they will start to slowly become like feminists, right? So
of course,
that means
feminism is a white women concept. It's a white woman concept.
I understand that part, but what I'm saying is that we ultimately don't know what decisions these women would make until they're in the freest form of when they have the ability to make their own independent choices outside of indoctrination and all that other complaints of their
But not everybody deserves freedom.
I'm not arguing that. I'm not arguing that. I'm just saying it's within fair bounds to say those white women probably never liked those white men. We can make that argument. They were just dealing with them because they had to. Because when they tricked them to give them freedom and money, they said, we understand you punks. So I'm just being
and maybe reasonable. A good Aaron, that's actually a really good point. I had to think deeply about that. Rarely does somebody like you ever come up with a good point, but that's actually something that I'd have to think about.
Oh, fair enough.
So are you saying white women are the Joker? They just want to see the world burn? Because I wouldn't disagree with that.
I'm saying we've only seen the tip of the iceberg of what women have to possibly.
We're not talking about we're talking about white women.
I understand that, but white women are the best recruiters.
So that's true.
Yeah. I mean, I guess you got me with that one.
Because most of the women want to strive to be like them or have the power that they have. So it's easy to recruit for them. Hey, you want to come get some of this over here? Come on. A lot of the black women.
Why do y'all bow to them so much?
Who bow to who? What?
All y'all.
Y'all? I mean, I don't bow to them too much, but yeah, I've dated white women before. Absolutely.
How could you do something like that?
Because
she was fit, feminine, friendly. She was really cool. I mean, we got along well. We didn't argue. I mean, she let me lead. We had a really good time.
Oh no, my piece is almost about to get here, and I think it's a white woman delivering it. Let me just say this. Like, how do you even talk? Like, you don't think it's a little weird?
No.
Just a little bit. Okay,
I'm
so
in New York City, fam. I'm in New York City.
well,
I'm in
whites
the
are a
melting pot.
minority.
I have.
Whites are why couldn't you get you a Dominican? Well, we know why you couldn't get a Dominican woman. But why couldn't you get
I
you a
could.
Puerto Rican woman or something?
I could.
Really?
I've dated one of those too. 3
How?
years. How?
How much did that cost?
We mean how much did it cost? Every relationship costs if you want to interact with a woman.
You're right. I'm
I mean,
asking
what are
how
you thinking?
much. How much was
How
it?
much? I don't know how much it costs. I think
What
it
about
costs a lot
Puerto
of.
Rican? Puerto Rican woman. Why don't you
I've
like
dated
what?
a Puerto Rican before for 3 years.
Okay, what like how would you go with a white woman? Like how did she come to you or you went out
Yes,
looking
I
for a
was
white woman?
approached by her.
Oh, okay. Okay, interesting.
Hmm. Puerto Rican girl. I was
Yeah,
approached by her.
I know Puerto Ricans. Like,
Yeah,
I know that
I
I
get
know
I
what
get
goes on
plenty of
in New
white
York.
women
Yeah.
that approach me like continuously, like a lot.
Interesting. Do
Hmm.
you think white women talk to you more than black women do?
Yes.
Okay. Because I would say for me, I have more black women that come up to me, but I'm also different.
Cause you're yellow,
I
boy.
have. I'm
Black
gonna say
women
this.
love you, yellow boy.
You're a
I
light
have. I
bright.
have
That's why. You're
honestly,
a light.
honestly,
That's why.
This is pretty
Still
honestly,
black
I
as
have.
much
discriminatory.
as you want to
You
be.
guys are
I have more.
discriminating.
I have more white women, more Asian women, more Indian women step up to me and vocalize versus black women.
I have the
Interesting.
same thing with me.
Black women are
More
very
white women
vocal.
approach me.
I don't know.
Yeah,
Yeah,
white
Black
women approach me. Asian women
yeah.
approach me. Black women don't
Hmm.
want to have nothing to do with me.
the women I've been approached by the most are black women.
Okay.
Like the most not other races of women. I know that at times I could just find it very weird when I'm gonna be honest, the women that approach me the most have been black.
Look,
Now
they
is that
want to
because of
date
your
out by
area,
not
your
dating out.
demographic,
I know.
or do you fit more into
You're
what they
halfway
like?
there, Eric. Don't you realize that, brother? They want a white dude, and you're the
Yeah,
closest to it.
Oh wow.
yeah.
This
Like,
is
dude,
so
they want
tasteful.
to date out, but not really date out. That's
You
all that
guys
is.
are
Yeah.
Remember, they like the light skin.
but also Hispanic women too, but like when they
But you
find
do
out
look
I'm not
Hispanic.
yeah, but when they find out I'm not one, it changes everything.
See, with us now,
Are
when
They
you
they
still
eating?
date
let you
us,
smash though. They still let you
Yeah.
smash though.
Eric, I'm not gonna lie to you, man. It
Are you
changes,
eating pizza in
but
the background?
don't worry about what I'm eating. First of all, second of all, it changes, but
You
honestly, they
got
like me. They like me
crumbs.
more. They like me more for the fact that I'm not Hispanic.
What type of Hispanic women are you? Now you know what my favorite type of Hispanic women are, right? The best looking women in the world. Well, one of the best looking women in the world, right? I think that they're God's gift to earth. My top three women are light skinned women from America, and I think it's a tie between all three. Light skinned mixed women from England, and then Dominican women.
Oh my god.
I got a question.
Really?
What's the difference between mixed in America and mixed in the UK?
Oh, buddy. Oh, buddy. What's the difference between Tabasco and Louisiana hot sauce?
Yeah, but a big difference.
It's still hot sauce, right?
A huge difference.
They got a different level of spot. Bro, Thanos, you go and see them mixed women in like
Nah, he's
Croydon or
right.
something like that. I'm telling you, they got I think it's
So,
just a mixture.
Eric,
It's
I
just,
agree with you to an extent, but for me, I'm pretty much fine with any light skinned chick. I don't care if she's Hispanic or like light skinned black or from England
No,
or
it's
whatever.
it's the same.
it's
They
not.
the
They're different. Okay, so
they
you're
maybe have different culture and
okay.
stuff like that, but
So
it's
you're
still
It's a
telling me a
sexier type
mixed
of
woman.
sass.
Okay, let me ask you
and
a
a
question. So
Caucasian.
It's
you're
a
telling me a
sexier
Why would
type
it be
of
mixed
sass
different?
woman.
with them. Thanos,
You're,
it's a sexier type of sass. It's that
are you
sophisticated,
telling me a
sexy
mixed
English.
woman from
Yeah.
let's see a mixed place by you, Columbia, Maryland. Columbia, Maryland. A mixed woman from Columbia, Maryland is the same as a mixed woman from Santo Domingo. It is the same as a mixed woman from Croydon or Brixton in the UK. No, I don't think so.
Wait, what are you
Different
talking?
cultures,
They're just
different cultures,
mixed.
different values.
Yeah,
Different
No, we
cultures,
mixed.
talking about
Yeah,
looks.
different
Stop.
values,
Slow
different
down,
cultures.
yeah.
slow
Look,
down. We just talking about looks. It is no difference.
No. All right, so let me tell you about the mixed. Trust me, I'm a light-skinned woman connoisseur, right? So the mixed women in England, right? They're really sporty looking, right? They don't be using no makeup, no extra. If they're using it, they might have used it recently because I haven't been since the pandemic, right? But they wear like Nike track suits and more baggier clothes and stuff like that. They got a really interesting. The women from DR, I call them the Powerpuff Girls, right? Because they got this. I was talking about this the other day. They got like the perfect mix. And then the women from America, the mixed women, the light skinned women from America, you already know what it is with them. You already know them the best looking women in America.
Okay, so it's not their physical
patriarchy.
looks,
Hold
it's
on,
their
patriarchy.
and all that.
You're just
They're
talking
formed.
about patriarchy. You're just talking about attractive women in general just happen to be freaking light skinned. That's what I think you're. And also too, I'm kind of over this whole light skin shit because a fine woman is a fine woman. There's enough donkey looking light skinned people around, so I don't understand the light skin. Like, dude,
there's
there's
more
ugly
donkey looking white.
bitches.
But hold on a second. But the thing is, to me, there's more donkey looking white women, or there's more donkey. I personally think.
How can you quantify that?
No, you ain't. No.
Really? Have you been to West Virginia? How can I quantify it? Have you been to Kentucky?
Yes.
You know,
there's
you
the
know
top
when the
20%
hold
of
on a
all
second,
women.
Hold on a second.
There's the
hold
top
on a second.
20% of all women.
Let me say something real quick. You know when the donkey white woman get with the dusty black dude, it's like two negative magnets. They just create a beautiful kid.
Okay, I won't argue with you on that.
But that wouldn't matter if she's fat or not. It's genetics, fam.
They didn't have very attractive parents.
Remember, that's still only
I
1%.
have seen that several times.
I don't know what it is. I can't explain it.
What are you talking about? Like the Zendaya effect or something?
No, I don't know why it happens.
Why is that what he's talking about? The Zendaya effect?
I don't know.
Oh, the Zendaya effect.
So is Zendaya not bad? Is Zendaya not like? Is that not like heaven?
She ugly as hell.
You think who said that?
Whoa. Hold on.
Zendaya. She ugly.
She's
not fine. She's not.
All right, y'all. I got my pizzas coming. I'll be right back.
All right. Look. Hey, even Aaron left his own show. Zendaya's not my type. I will be a liar to say she's not attractive. Hold on, Sherelle. I will be a liar. I will be a liar if I say Zendaya's not attractive. I would. Yeah.
Did you see her ass in Dune? Did you see her in Dune?
That was
hungry. Crazy.
She's not ugly, but she's hungry though. She's starving.
Zendaya.
Yeah, she's starving.
She's not my type, but she's still attractive.
Yeah, she's attractive.
Negroes are easily impressed. People are even white people are easily impressed. Because I had white boys saying she's fine.
All right, she's not your type.
Oh, look what you look like.
That means you the oddball out, man.
You look like
I don't care. I'm a fat, unselect Black American man. I'm cool with it, so I don't care. So thank you.
And you're talking about Ilsa Zendaya? Like this be the
That's my opinion. It's my opinion.
You have to understand,
like, people under the bridge being
Zendaya
picky
is
about
like
what they want to
very
eat.
like tiny and petite, and so most.
Yeah, I
We're
just
talking about
gotta
her
feed her.
face.
I just gotta feed her. That's all.
The
talking about
problem
her
is,
No, I don't.
a lot of people can't look past that and just focus on the face. They say
I don't
they
mind
can't
if she's
see it.
petite. I don't mind if she's petite. Her face is just ugly. I don't mind if she's
You are
petite. Her face is just
tripping.
ugly.
You are tripping. What? I'm almost scared to ask this question. You know, I'm not gonna ask this. I'm not gonna
Hey,
ask
Chris,
this.
don't. Sometimes you gotta let the
What is
cat
the
stay
rating
on.
system in some
You're
of
right.
these
You're right.
situations?
You're right.
Even that, like, that's an unrealistic rating system. If you think Zendaya, out of all the women in the world, would be categorized as ugly, if you line up 100 men, I mean, you're gonna say, "Oh, that's my preference," but that sounds like a woman. Like, I think objectively, outside of what I like, if I was to line up 100 men, they would probably say she's not ugly.
I would agree too.
He's
You
not.
would be the only nigga.
That's my opinion.
Like,
ain't
I don't
even
have
close
to
to
look at it. Put my preference.
I mean, she's a 5. That's not butt ugly.
There ain't no 5.
Okay, 7. Even though actually, nah, that's a lot. I can't even bring myself to say she is 7.
Go to the next question. I'm done.
Yeah, yeah. Oh boy, out his mind right now.
He's just trolling, y'all. I think he's trolling.
What makes you think he's trolling?
What y'all do to Gary?
I mean,
where did Gary go? Oh, there go Gary.
Yeah, he's dead.
Probably was the internet. Everybody had the internet issues.
I thought y'all kicked me off.
I intentionally turned off my camera.
Nah, the internet kicked me off too. So it's just been a lot of stuff. So.
And Callie, you good people, baby doll. I don't class you with the rest of them other crazy ladies. No, not disrespect. So I didn't want to take you off. I apologize for that.
Nah, Gary, you gotta let them all feel a burn.
No, Callie. No, I've heard Callie speak. She speak with some sense. Them other ones is crazy.
But
Callie doesn't make sense.
Callie is my girl. She knows that. Callie loves me. She can't
This one right
Hey
here.
y'all.
Oh man,
Fantasy, what's up,
here we
Fantasy?
go.
Hey, fantasy. Appreciate
What?
that, Gary.
Hey, what jersey that is? I can't see.
Celtic Nation. Can you see it?
Boo.
Hey,
All American.
Yay.
What's wrong with y'all? We fought really hard. Why y'all shitting on us? Y'all ain't shit. We fought really hard and we deserve to wear our jerseys. Y'all were at home.
Okay, good for you.
I'm glad to be one of the non-basketball Americans.
I just want to say one
care.
thing. Hold on, guys. I just want to say one thing because Venus was in the chat talking about colorism. Because patriarchy has an affinity for the type of women that he likes, right? Now, JB wants to continue on this colorism and want to highlight the dark chocolate women. Now, I don't think women get mad at all when the dark chocolate women are celebrated. They get mad only when the light-skinned women are celebrated because this false colorism thing.
This man is biracial.
Who?
Eric.
I know that.
So it makes it. So we hear I'm black. I want my people to be black. There's nothing wrong with that.
Man.
So him saying I'm biracial, I want my girl to be biracial makes the same sense, right?
No, because nobody. No. What I'm saying is because when I say no, let me finish. You understand why I'm saying no.
I said okay. I accepted it. I accepted your no.
He didn't
like
say
that.
anything yet, Fantasy.
Okay.
This is what I be talking. This is what the fuck I be talking about.
Thanos,
I accepted his no. I'm not even fighting it. Why are y'all mad?
Yeah, she good.
No, he ain't mad.
She good. I know how to deal with these dark skinned chocolate women. Just let them tell you, okay, no problem, and move on. Don't shove it down their throat. Just let it go. You know what I'm saying? That's the problem that people have. Now, I must say, these interracial relationships are great perspectives, right? Because I haven't found that video yet. But what I keep hearing is, did I play that video last time? I did play it just before we left. Is that black women think white men treat them better? That is the theory out there. Now, I don't know if it's true. I don't know if it's not, but I know that is the theory that is placed out there, right? And then I guess black men tell y'all women, these white women treating us better. They shows is. Now, obviously, if we look at how black women would be beating people up compared to how well Becky can fight, it's clear to say we probably rather take a slap from her than from y'all. All right, well, I'm just saying, y'all a little bit more violent with the violence. I could pull up a video right now. I'm not gonna play it because I'll get in trouble like Uncle Tom did. Where this one black girl went off on this guy. I'm like, man, and she wasn't no little lady either. She was giving it to him. Eventually, after he caught his feet, it didn't turn out well, but just know she was throwing him. And I'm like, damn, I don't never really see that happen to them other guys, but it is what it is, okay? We have a much greater fear of y'all when it comes to violence than from women from other races. That does not mean that they treat us better per se, although the perception is out there. And then the opposite, maybe white men treat y'all better. I don't know. But I don't want y'all going to like those experiences assuming that that's 100% true. Because a lot of times a lot of women haven't even dated out. And y'all just heard that these white men will treat you better. Y'all heard that these white men are taking care of their children and not abandoning them. I don't know if it's true, but it could be. I don't know.
But what happens when you know for sure it is true and you say, this is my situation, and women decide from that they want to go after that? Who's at fault? The person that didn't go out there and want to take on your mindset that you said they're not going to vet them. They just assume they're going to be nice. Who's at fault? The person that told their good news? Because people only hear about bad stuff all the time because people are afraid to express when things are good to not look like they're bragging, not look like they lack humility. So you can't talk about all the good things. But when you experience that, you should be able to, and people should be able to discern, okay, it is out there, even though I might not get that.
Yeah,
Fantasy, I get that.
We know why you date a white man. It's okay. We know. But I'm just saying, but the opposite would be the same. You know what I mean? It would be the same in the sense that what black men say about white women or how their experience with black women could be true. You know? So I don't know if you
Just
if,
speak
if
for my
black women are
brother.
saying if the lived experience of black women is white men treat us better, then hey, go find out. But if you can't get that outcome, don't blame black men.
Yeah, it's definitely not black men's fault. But like y'all said, y'all the most violent, right? JB was
No,
saying that.
no.
No.
JB says rates wise, but being able to enact violence is equivalent amongst most men in general. I'll let you have
Correct.
I'll let you have the Asian man because they're smaller. Summertime in Atlanta is so dope. I've never been to Atlanta. I might have to make a trip.
I just drove back today.
If I ever could afford those high prices, okay. And I know JB says he gets hit on by a lot of guys out there. So
Atlanta
So
sucks.
sad to Stephen.
Hey,
Hold
hey,
on.
I lived out there and I moved
Y'all
to
are
Oregon.
afraid that y'all are gonna get
Hey,
propositioned too much and get tempted too
Aaron,
much and try it
Aaron,
out.
Aaron, it happens.
Aaron, bring a
Fuck
gun to
that.
Georgia. I used to
Have to
live in
try.
that area before I lived in Oregon. It's a lot safer where I live. I'm just say that.
Fair enough.
Just on the chance that Atlanta's overrated.
Boom, just moved to the right area. You just didn't know where you was at.
So many gorgeous chocolate women. I agree. They all across the world and all across America.
And it's
I
sundress
don't like
season, Aaron.
patriarchy when he say most of the beautiful. I think beautiful women are everywhere. But that's just how I view things, okay? Chocolate women hit the streets with the sun glowing on them. You talk about sundresses?
Yeah, buddy.
All right, let me chill because we don't really be dealing with that. I really be enjoying the view.
You got
Lock them up.
excited.
Lock them up. Lock them up.
Aaron, let me ask you a question, brother. Have you ever been out of the country?
Yes.
Have you ever been out of the country?
I've been to Europe.
Where in Europe did you go?
In
If you don't mind it.
in particular, primarily Greece.
I knew you left the
Oh, okay.
basement.
Cool.
I honestly don't care to travel. I hate the whole process. I hate the whole process. I hate packing the bags. I hate carrying them. I really don't like it. And I don't like being stuck in the air, even though it was good seats. Probably some of the best seats, but I just don't like it. And so
I think traveling is good for you, fam. I've been to like 39 different countries. You know, my previous employer, I used to go back and forth to Scandinavia. You know, I used to go back and forth to South Africa, back and forth to Australia. I think traveling gives you a certain worldview, and then when you come back home, you just see things differently. I think you have a little bit more empathy for individuals and for people, and you just have a little bit more insight. So I encourage you guys to go out and travel more.
Hey, Kasim, what you think about Norway?
Oh, I loved it.
It's great,
I love it.
guys.
I am Scandinavian to the casket drop, fam. I am all in Scandinavia to the casket drop. I love
Have
it.
you ever been to Russia, Kasim?
Say again?
You ever been to Russia?
Yes.
It's pretty good there too, bro.
Yeah.
Hey, Kasim, tell
Very
them
nice.
about the Africans and the Norwegian women and the green card mixed baby.
Oh yeah. So the thing is that Scandinavian women in general, they like the African men because they watch a lot of TV, right? They watch a lot of social media, a lot of rap videos. So they intrinsically are attracted to that masculinity that the African men has because the Scandinavian men don't have it as much. They all pretty much look the same. They all pretty much dress the same. So when the African men, he's appealing, he's exotic, and they get these women, the Scandinavian women, you know, some of them are very feminist and they make a lot of money and a lot of them are rich, but when it comes to income, they don't really brag about it like that, but they be pulling in, you know, $200,000. And these African men know that. So they get them over there. They hook up with these Scandinavian women. They get them green cards and stuff like that. You know, the African man gets his green card. It's going to be a little bit difficult for him to be in society because his strong accent, his strong dialect, but then he takes that money,
you do look like
stays with them for a while, gets his peoples, and then so it's a big market with the green cards.
No, Aaron.
I
No.
don't see Godfrey at all.
No. Absolutely
no.
not.
No.
No.
All black people look alike.
Yeah, that's what that's giving, Gary.
I'm gonna leave it alone. All right, y'all hate fantasy wiping because y'all want to shame her. Nobody give a damn. Nobody cares.
I don't
And
mind.
all over
just this morning.
fantasy. I was brushing right over it. You want to highlight it?
On Fight Club, they said it.
You bring this on yourself.
She
they said
bring
it.
this on yourself.
She
They
loved
said
that
it.
toxicity. She
They
loved
said it. I'm glad he called it out because they said it on Fight Club today.
Fantasy, read the super chat.
Bob says, been all over. Even New Jersey is better than most of the world. Singapore, hands down, is the best city in the world, however.
Did he just say? Did he just say
I would
New
take
Jersey
Hong
is better
Kong
than
over
most of the
Singapore any
world?
day.
He said,
Hong Kong
said
over
what he
Singapore any day.
said.
Hong Kong over Singapore
I'm
any
not allowed
day.
to go to Hong Kong, but
Singapore,
Singapore would
so
be my number one.
Hong Kong, fam.
With
I'll
Dubai.
take Brazil, Copacabana.
That's fine.
I mean, Bob, my bad.
No, you good. I'll go to this next video, but go ahead and get your thoughts on why I find the video.
I was gonna say, although Bob did say that Cobb County was nice, and I agree, Cobb County is nice, but I wouldn't live there. It's, come on, Black Boy County, basically. That's
I
what
saw what
it
happened
is.
to the Cobb Gallery. I almost cried. I left pre-COVID, came back went to the mall while I was down in Atlanta, and I was just distraught on what like that mall looked like in Perimeter.
Unlikely.
I almost cried.
Yeah, I mean, all the black malls, all the malls are pretty much suffering. You know,
I was
Amazon
like,
pretty
like
much
this
did
the
that.
Black
And
The
mall
malls
now?
are dying.
well,
I
the
went
black
back
mall would be
to
Greenbrier.
No, yeah, of course.
Black
But I
Mall.
was,
Yeah, Greenbrier definitely, Cali.
Black Malls. Okay, all right.
and no, it was a
all
white
the
mall
malls,
before I
they
left before
dying.
the pandemic came back just 18,
Look,
19
hell,
years
South
before
Lake
that.
Mall was the black mall for a minute too.
Yeah. Okay, my bad. Go ahead, Aaron.
No, you good. Go ahead, bro. That's all good. You know me.
Yeah, I'd never live in Cobb County. It's too many white folk up there.
I will say
I'd
this.
rather
Y'all,
not.
y'all ever seen the movies like when people are running and they're trying to escape and they don't know where they're going and they luckily somebody goes over here, and they take them all through the shortcuts and everything? Because sometimes when you in foreign areas or foreign land, foreign territory, unbeknownst to you, you don't know how to navigate. You know what I'm saying? And so you get lucky when you get somebody that's in the baseline to give you some insight. Because Black women don't experience being with white men specifically at high rates, they often don't know what type of territory they may be jumping into. So I have found curly hair woman like so, where she wants to explain to you the type of territory that you could be jumping into. Okay, let's take a listen to curly hair woman with green eyes. Ooh,
Hate to this comment or whatsoever, but I need to speak to my Black women real quick that date white men. Please don't be putting these men on a pedestal like they are not capable of being racist and misogynistic. Please. I am friends with a good number of Black mama biracials, daughters that have racist white dads, that have deadbeat white dads, that are suffering because their mothers went in with this type of mentality like white men are not going to do me dirty like Black men have. But can we all realize that all men have work to do? Can we realize that all men are capable of fetishizing women of different races? I am so happy when I see Black women get to be with somebody that treats them right and respects them regardless of who it is. But it is not all of these white men that are out there dating Black women. And in the same way that I urge white women and Black men to listen to the experiences of white mom biracials, I really want y'all to listen to the experiences of Black mom biracials that have dealt with these white fathers. Their experiences are equally as important. No biracial child in existence deserves to grow up with a racist white parent. And for that reason and that reason alone, I urge y'all to be cautious. Just like Black women and Black men are not a monolith, white men and white women are not a monolith either. And not all white men that go into interracial relationships with Black women have good intentions. Vet any man that you date, solely because you're not the only one that's going to suffer if you don't. Much love, and I wish y'all all the best in dating whoever the hell you are dating. Because let's be honest, this shit is ghetto. And this is coming from somebody with a white dad that was a complete and utter deadbeat to his non-white kids, who pulled a pew-pew on my non-white mother. Protect yourself, protect your womb, please, for the love of God.
She hating.
Why are all these mud sharks?
Not hating.
Why are all these mud sharks with Black mothers
It was bad.
always like
He's the
that?
offspring of a lot lizard and a trucker met. Like,
I mean, I don't get it. These mud sharks with black mothers always complaining.
Mud
But
shark?
yeah, that's what I call.
You said mud shark?
I'm
Yeah.
confused. I'm
Oh, sorry,
confused.
that's a name from back in the 70s. Sorry, brother. I got a little old on you there.
Like they're much
These
dirty
are
and I'm a
women.
winch now.
These
But
are
why?
children of
Hey,
biracial children with black mothers. I notice they act different than biracial children with white mothers. I don't know if anybody else noticed that.
Mm-hmm.
The ones with the black mothers, usually you see on TikTok complaining about this, that, and the other thing. Usually the ones with the white mothers are usually successful. I'll give you a few. Barack Obama, Haley Berry, just two.
Okay. Just
Fantasy, what are your thoughts?
on which part?
Yeah, that's what I was about to ask.
You guys are you
What
guys
the
have
hell?
free will to express yourself or whatever you thought about the video.
So I absolutely agree with her. Like I was saying, just because you hear how great things are over here doesn't mean, but maybe you need, look, all that matters is somebody gets the message. I don't give a fuck if my delivery was off and hers was on, or hers was off and mine was on. Vet these men, but don't limit yourself by race. Don't do it. Just vet the men, because there's not enough black men anyway. Not enough black men that are available and straight for y'all. So you might as well spread your wings and date
There's not a
whomever
lot of gay men out here.
is treating you properly and showing you that they want to take care of you and be a family with you. That's what
Yo,
you
that
need
was
to
one of the
focus on.
worst. That was
Don't
one of the
listen to
worst.
what they're saying when they're like, just stay black. And don't listen to what he's saying when he say just date biracial. Just date who's doing what they're supposed to do.
Well, I'd like to rebut that. First of all, 51% of black men in America are living in the middle class or above. So when women say that there's not enough black men available, is a ridiculous thing to say.
Why is that
Especially
ridiculous? That's not ridiculous.
because if 51% of the men are in the middle class or
That's all I'm saying.
But
No,
I'm saying,
no,
the term
them
which you
being
made,
in the middle class, what's that got to do with it?
those are not good men? They're not.
No, but what does being in the middle class have to do with it?
Okay, most people in poverty have problems. Being in the middle class and above, usually you don't see most of these problems.
But what does that have to do with what I said?
What's that have to do with fantasy?
Lower class
Well,
people bums.
first of all, when you bring up this gay thing, you only have 7% of all Americans, and I'm talking the whole alphabet community, are gay. So it's not this problem that everybody's talking about.
That's not a real number.
The real number is
black women are
still outnumber women.
No. The 7% is a real
Don't
number.
women still outnumber men?
What do you mean it's not a real number?
Don't women still outnumber men? Wait, it doesn't matter. Don't women still outnumber men?
No, but it do
Yeah,
matter.
so that means when it comes to the
I
same
was
gender
just
loving
adding on
community,
to that. Like,
black
these are all the
women-
reasons why you should not just stick to one race, especially and even if they're not gay, women don't believe in bisexuality either. So those guys gotta be it too.
That's cat.
Even
That's
if
cat.
even if whatever. Y'all saying that's cap, but there's
What do
plenty
you
of black women that say
mean?
if my man said he was bi, I wouldn't want to be with him.
Yeah,
So,
but of course that's what women say. That's what women say in public. What they really
I
saying?
don't say
They
that in
fucking licking
public.
his ass or something. Like stop
If
the
you're gonna
bullshit.
be with somebody,
Y'all be on
you're
some
gonna
weird
know.
right there. I'm with Lee.
Okay.
Out of here, bro. Like y'all be lying. Everybody be lying in
Let her
public.
land. Hey, unlikely. Let her land. Let her land. Let her land.
Man, bullshit.
This got weird real quick.
Nah, you done fantasy or you good?
I'm done.
Wait, you
But
telling me
look,
that
like,
it's
I'm gonna
black
have
women
to
out here purposely dating
agree.
bisexual
I'm gonna have to
black
agree
men?
with
Well,
unlikely.
yeah, there's so
No,
much
I'm black
diseases
women
there,
are saying
Thanos.
if they are bisexual, they are not. Like if somebody tells them, that's why they don't tell anyone. Because if somebody says I'm bisexual, they say you're gay. There is no bisexual black people. You're gay.
All right,
There is
so
no
that's what they
bisexual.
saying about
And
you
then
too, then,
women
right?
won't date you. Like I'm not gonna
No,
date no gay man.
Men don't look at
Are
it
they
like
saying that about you too?
No,
No,
men
they don't say
look
that
at
about
women
women.
like
We
that.
get different privilege, and that's why I advocate for bisexual men to come
See,
out.
this why y'all can't date bisexual women. Look how they treat y'all, bro. Y'all want
Fantasy.
A bisexual man is a gay man.
Not as bad as
She
bisexual
gonna
men.
judge you, but she the same thing. It's crazy. It
We
makes no
get
sense.
treated as lesser than straight women, but not as bad as bisexual men. They get erased, and I think
I
that's
know.
worse.
I'm not saying
Men
better. I'm
cannot
saying
be
that nobody should fuck with
bisexual.
you either. If you feel that same way, I don't think nobody should fuck with you either. If you like, oh, because you're bi, and it's like the same
I don't
shit.
feel that same way.
No,
I said,
bisexual women get a pass because the nigga think that he gonna be with both of them.
Yeah.
Oh yeah,
Like
no, I know they
you
get
You
a
hit it
pass.
right on the
Like,
head there,
I
Callie.
don't get that.
but I know they get a pass. I know they get a pass. It's like, and I know why they get a pass. They think the dude think he gonna get a threesome. Yeah, I get it.
well, I just
Never
And they
happened.
say
Though.
that doesn't count. They don't care.
I want to say this right here.
Sorry,
Never
Gary.
happened though.
I guess he was talking about you, Gary. I didn't know. I was trying to figure out who that was. So sorry, Gary.
I just want to say this right here. Fancy Island Girl have had a lot of bad takes over here, but this might have been her greatest take ever. She's 100% right. Women should look in all races to be able to find their best options, point blank, period. This idea that you only be limited to the color of your skin is racist, and I believe that it's just a horrible point that people are trying to force on people. You're trying to bully women into being with you because they didn't choose you. The best thing for you is for her to go to who she chooses because that's who she's going to be with for the rest of her life. It's a great take.
Wait.
What the fuck are you talking about?
Hold on, gentlemen, calm down. If that's the take, right, and you know me, I'm not necessarily disagreeing. If that's the case, black women can no longer ask for black men to be better. Black men.
Word is born.
Hold on, let me finish my. Y'all lucky. You're lucky I don't know how to be angry. Okay, I got a fake
showing emotion.
Jordan, okay, so we can no longer ask for each other to be better. You can only ask for everybody to be better. Because if you are going to open your selections to everybody, if it should be that way, don't put the pressure on one individual group of people when you have access to everybody. That's kind of idiotic. We can no longer request those things. That doesn't make sense.
No, you're included in everybody, so that means you too, sir. When I'm saying
that's not how
that means you too,
that's
sir.
not how it's
That is absolutely how that goes. What are you talking about?
Oh, you talking about black men?
If you're making sure that he said, "Oh, don't say anything to black men if you're going to open yourself to all races." Everything you see, no matter the race, you should be able to call it out if you date all the races.
What I said was, maybe you're hearing what you want to hear. Okay,
we shouldn't be able to tell y'all to be better, is what I heard. So what did you say?
You have to tell everybody to be better. Asian man, I want y'all too. Y'all need to be better. Don't ask we need to fix your problem. If the problem is no longer the black man, is the point.
I see what he's saying.
Yeah, if they dating Asian men,
no, I'm going back. You know what?
I'm agreeing with you, sir.
Yeah, he's just saying everybody. He just said say it to everybody.
I agree. I'm just saying if you're not dating, when we say everybody, we say the top people that people like to date. And no shade, but it's not Asian men. So I'm not going to advocate for people to date the people that they haven't been dating historically and they don't want to for no reason.
Asian men pulling them.
I think
I'm
we
going
need
to focus on the top people.
I think we really have to start focus on humanity. I think it's only one true race, and it's humans.
It's human.
We have found ways to be able to divide ourselves, to be able to focus on things that's truly is not that important. I learned that it's really about class. If you really start understanding, when you start talking to people who have a lot of money, because I speak to them, they say, I don't care if you come here looking purple. Do you bring value to the relationship? And so many people so focused on color and not the value that the other human actually bring to them. And this is why I believe divorces are so high, is because you're so caught up in color and you're not focusing on the value that comes to you. Hands down.
So I hear what you're saying, but there are certain races that I'm not going to advocate for people to date as Black people. And Asian is one of them. And Indian is another one of them. I'm not going to advocate for them to date them because they are historically not accepting of Black people into their culture, Black American people into their culture. When you try to date out, it's already been told 1 million times by 1 million people that when you date outside the culture, it is a problem for the entire family. So instead of dealing with that, I'm not going to advocate for that. You have a lot, you have the chances of that in the white culture, and you have chances of that in Black culture, really, of being you're not Black enough.
You have a chance of that with everything. But you see it right here.
The chances are higher when you have Asian and Indian men. What I have been told. I'm sorry.
You're right.
It's literally
You're
how
right.
do black people look. We have a whole bunch of black people jumping on people because they date outside their race. Like this idea that only it happens in Indians.
Right.
You know the difference between Indians and Asians? They tell how they're truly free. You got an auntie, you got an uncle, you got somebody who upset about what you decide to do and who you decide to marry. That happens in every culture because they think very small.
But that's different from the entire culture turning their back on you, which is what they were saying. That's a lot more pressure, sir. When we joke, we crack jokes about the white girl when there's a white girl that comes to the cookout. That's different from saying you cannot come because you have a white girl. You and your white girl stay out of there until you get out of this phase. That's problematic. And that's the stories that I don't want to advocate for people to have.
So what about the Nigerian guy who bring the white woman back to the Nigerian? See, this idea that it's just them. Africans move the same way. It's not.
I'm not going to advocate for a white woman to be with an African for the same reason.
Correct.
I said we
advocate.
Extra stress when you're supposed to have a village to raise your family. I'm not going to do that.
But hold on a second. Let me ask you a question. Hold on a second, E-Man. Let me ask you a question, Fantasy Island. You said yesterday, so are you with your man because you like him, or you with him out of spite? Because you
why the
said
fuck would you say it's out of spite? That isn't okay. Let me listen to why you think that.
Because you said that that there's not. Well, number one, the conversation yesterday when you said you don't prefer lighter men, you said that yesterday. So
I said what?
Did you or did you not yesterday say that you did not prefer lighter men? You said this.
Yes,
yesterday.
I did. I did say that.
Okay, so you're with your man out of spite. Because
I'm with my man despite the fact that he is white. What are you talking about? Despite the fact that he is white, I'm with him.
Okay, you said it was not your preference.
It's not.
Okay,
I already explained that.
So you're with a man that's not your preference.
Yes.
Okay, so
he's not an ugly man. He's still attractive. He's just not my top tier type of man.
Okay, so once again, you're moving out of spite. You're saying that since you really want to be with a black man, but since you can't, you're settling for this white man.
Why would you think I can't be with a black man?
The speech that you gave in the beginning says that there's not enough black men. Black men, there's not enough of them.
There's not enough of them for everyone to go around. But do you look at me honestly? Let's be real. Do you look at me and think that I cannot be with a good black man?
I don't know. I'm just saying.
I'm saying, do you look at me? So I'm just saying there are certain people. Okay, I'm just gonna be real. I can obviously be with a good black man. I am with my man because of the time that I met him. I wasn't meeting other people. I met him and then COVID happened. So we were only at work and at home. He was there. We met. We were flirting, and we got to know each other, and we fell in love. That's how it happened. That's very natural. Not because of his color.
It sounds to me. No. You said it in the beginning yesterday when you said I don't because I sent Aaron the facts that black women prefer lighter men. Right, that's just a fact. And you said no. You're still like on this pro-black.
I still don't prefer lighter men. I don't care what the average black man prefers.
And I'm not going to be able to finish talking. I sent Aaron
making up stuff like
Aaron O has a study.
It's random.
Aaron O has the study in his DM.
What does that have to do with me?
Let me finish talking. You won't let me finish talking. You came on here in the beginning. Your beginning speech was, ladies, these black men, there's not enough of them. There's not enough of them. So you're only with this. I take that as you're not with your preference. This is not what you really wanted. You're only with this white person because you feel like there's not enough black men out here for you. When you turn around and when you say that darker men are your preference and you're with a white man, that clearly goes against what it is you prefer.
Well,
those are your words and not mine.
No, she said that was her first choice.
Okay, so once again, you're
hearing what you want to hear. You're not listening. I already told them when I started this that you should date everyone. Do not limit yourself.
Not your preference.
Do not limit yourself.
Does your man know that he's not your preference?
Does he know that he's not your skin tone preference? Yes, I think you should stop trying to limit yourself to your skin tone preference, I think it's limiting.
So y'all
That's
want to
what
be
I'm
so as a
advocating for.
man,
Does
you're
that
with
make
somebody
sense for
that's your
you?
second
Is that
privilege.
logical to you?
No, it doesn't. What you're saying right
Okay.
now,
Well,
what you're saying right now
just
is
sit in it.
wrong. The
Your
door is
skin
open and
tone
doesn't matter.
preference.
sit in
You
it.
see what you're saying, Island? Like you gotta
Like
think before you
think
speak
about what
sometimes.
think of
It's
what
about
she's
what
saying.
you value.
Think about what she's
What
saying.
are you talking about?
You've
Man,
already
see, I wouldn't even go into that trick, but
it's
Y'all
really
value money too much to the point where y'all don't mind erasing
but
y'all.
hold on a second. But
Look,
Jay,
What are you talking about?
you're not letting
If you
people
date
finish to
outside your race
explain
and
it.
have babies, that baby you're going to erase the skin tone and everything about your race. That's like,
But if
that's
you
no
date
different
outside
than-
your race and
You're
still
not
have
letting
babies,
people
then what?
finish.
It's no
JP,
different than if I get a
I can't
female
even
British
finish. Hold on a
bulldog
second,
and mix it with a Rottweiler.
Jay Prince,
I'm
let me finish.
You can't finish because it's a bunch of people trying to talk. It's
No,
not
no, no.
just,
You're
oh,
the
I
main
can't
one
finish.
cutting. You're the main one cutting people off.
What are
So
you
the thing
talking
is that-
about? It's 4 people talking
let
to
me
about
see
this.
if she'll let me finish this time. Yesterday, when I provided Aaron O the studies, which I think he should post about how black women prefer men who are who are lighter than them, right? Those are the studies that I gave to Aaron O, which are true, right? So I said that to you yesterday, and you said, no, I don't like light men. I don't like light men. Then you turn around and come on here and say, well, black women should date men that are not black. So which means that you're dating something that is not your preference. And for me, it seems like this is only a second option for you. You're only with a white man because a black man you didn't want or you couldn't get with. Because that's what, if you're not with your preference, what does that say about you?
So you only supposed to have one preference?
No, what I'm saying, that's her main preference. You're supposed to be with the things that you say are your preference.
Yeah, but
how does
they
it?
can
Nobody
be,
wants to be
yeah,
anybody.
yeah,
Nobody
no.
wants to be
Love her.
anybody's second fiddle.
Yeah, but-
Nobody wants to be
Y'all that
anybody's
white
second
that's
fiddle.
not how that
No.
Yeah, that's not how that
Fam,
works.
I think what it is, you have to take
a black man because she don't have the ass, the body.
No, we're not talking about that, JP.
We're not talking about body here, JP.
Stop that. Stop
Getting
that.
a white man is the attention.
JP, what is the
that
title
she
of
want
this
to get
show?
attention from us.
JP, look at the title
It's
of the
what
show.
the
We
most
gotta have a
attention she got
conversation
from
across
black
the
men
board.
probably her whole life.
It's not just black and white.
Jay Prince, this
the title of the show.
conversation is about interracial relationships.
relationship.
Right, but we can't erase the nuances. The problem is like that bullshit.
Yeah, but
email
JP,
we
that's
talking
the
about.
show. That's the title of the
When
show.
you come
can't
on
say
here
that.
and you're
That's
dating,
what
and
the
you
show
say
is
you're
about.
dating somebody, and your
Since
preference
when
is
do we
still
need to be
dark-skinned
all
men.
outside our fucking race?
Hold on a second, Jay Prince. But if you say
Millions
that,
of years, people are races stuck to their own.
but if Jay Prince says my
Why we
preference is
need to be
dark
outside
skin,
our fucking
hold on a
race?
second. But my thing is Jay Prince comes on here and he says my preference is dark skinned black woman, and he's with an Asian woman, and he's like, well, I'm with the Asian woman because there's not enough black women out here for me. You're taking second fiddle, Fantasy Island.
He said that's her first preference. That's her top preference.
So you're not with your preference.
No, like I like black women, but I like Latina women too.
Who are you with?
I like Indian women too.
Who are you with?
Huh?
Who are you
Who
with?
are you with?
Whatever one I want to be with at the moment.
Okay, the thing is this: if you come on here, that wasn't what she was saying yesterday. You come on here talking about you don't like lighter men and dark-skinned men are your preference, and you're with somebody that's not your preference. It's coming off as you're with a white man out of spite.
But Eric, listen to this.
And then on top of that, saying that he's not top one. Like
exactly, who wants to be
Eric?
not
Eric,
top one?
hold on, Eric, listen to me. Which one would you rather compromise, your standards or your preference? It sounds to me she compromises her preference instead of her standards.
Well, the thing is this.
That's what JP.
The thing is this. Don't tell me when we present a study of what black women liking lighter men when you're the one dating a lighter man and then saying it's not what you want, because that's what you obviously have.
No, that doesn't make any sense. So when I say that I prefer blue eyes, I have always dated men with brown eyes because I've always dated black men, and most black men do not have blue eyes. I still prefer blue eyes. When they ask you for your preference, they don't ask you if it's realistic or if it's somebody that you're actually going to date. They just say, what do you prefer to see?
So you're
a
with
lot of
somebody
people
that you
prefer to
don't
see
want.
lighter skin. That's just what we've been seeing all the time. That's what we've been seeing in the magazines. So it's not
that's
some
not what
random
we've been seeing.
aha moment.
No,
but
it's not
I
what we've been
prefer blue eyes. I've always dated people with brown eyes. I'm not settling for people with brown eyes. I like the people when I date them. I obviously think they're attractive.
But then why would you? So you're with somebody that's not your preference. Did you say that or not?
Yes, I am with somebody that is not my preference.
Okay. All right.
And I think that we need to understand that. I also prefer a certain type of build, right? But if I find a man that's bigger than, I'm not going to say, oh,
that was pretty confusing.
That's too big. No, I'm going to say, oh, that's not exactly what I like. Like, I like it to be a little more.
I understand what she's saying.
Muscular build.
Yeah, she's making sense.
Still fine.
She's making sense.
Still fine. And I still am attracted to him.
Her blue eyes.
She is.
Hold on.
And this is the problem with preference, right? Because what patriarchy is saying has some validity to it. This is the problem with preference. And this is why I say that people say, I only date such and such. You become racist. This is why these statements are. This is why I don't have no preference. This because it's just smarter. Deal with who you like. If you're attracted, I'm attracted to Zendaya. I don't care what nobody say about it. But I'll see another woman. I'm attracted to her too. It ain't gonna be I prefer Zendaya over her. It's just like I ran into her first. So
I ran into her first is facts. Like that's just what it is. That's what it normally is. But some people are like, I won't date you if you're not my preference. So that's when preferences become a problem because they usually don't find them anyway. They're usually single, but they're like,
you can compromise your preference.
settling.
Fantasy
you can
compromise dog and die alone.
You can compromise your preference all the
Hey,
time.
let Chris get a word in there.
No, just real quick. You
There
can
aren't
compromise
just
your preference
racial
all the
preferences.
time. Who said that?
Flo?
No.
Oh, Lord.
The Naked
I
Slayer.
think y'all need to take a few seconds.
Shut up, Flo.
Take a few moments to think because this preference stuff can really derail a lot of talking points. So I'm gonna read the super chat for y'all. Take a few moments to really think what y'all saying because it could go bad. Bob says been all over the world. Even New Jersey is better than most places in the world. Singapore hands down is the best city in the world. However, well, a Bob man, hey, look, I'll go to Singapore with you. I don't want to get on a plane. Can we drive? Can we drive? No, I'm just joking. We definitely
first class, Aaron. First class.
I don't know. I like economy. I like to be cost efficient. You know what I'm saying? Like put me in a suitcase, throw me on the bottom of the jet, and
see that. Now I know why.
I ain't got it like that.
Aaron, I finally figured out why you don't like to fly. The first time you fly first class, you'll love to fly. Trust me.
I never said I haven't flown first class. What I said was I want to be cost efficient now that I understand the differences. But let me run through these super chats for y'all get me in trouble. Okay, OMA, that's Mr. Lucario twin. Lucario. Oh, you know what? I'm not gonna pretend like I know what that is besides a Pokemon. Is it too late for me to become a race hustler? No, it ain't. You might as well. I could make so much money selling racism to black folks.
Shout out to JB.
I've already been outdated as a conservative, bro. That's where the money is. Like
you can always change your mind too.
Yeah, all you have to do is become a politician. You guaranteed victory. Because
Yeah, look at Aaron.
what they want to hear, call some divisiveness, say you the hope, do it again 4 years later. Gary, if Pat Mahomes' mom was black, he'd be a manager at Foot Locker. I hear you.
Bob's
I don't know how y'all got to that.
Jesus fucking Christ.
Okay, listen, I don't know
What's
how
wrong
we
with
got to
y'all?
that. They say there aren't a lot of black men available, but somehow non-black women can find them. Laughing out loud. So
those that they're finding are dusty.
So the crazy thing about that, okay, yeah, that's the first boot. Gary said we ain't having that. Black Don said, eat a man, leave the Nigerians alone. I like Nigerians. Trigger my good people. Let me see what else I had. So the thing about this is that at the end of the day, when y'all say it ain't enough black men to marry the black women, y'all gonna go try to steal other men from other women. Ultimately, y'all don't realize what y'all be saying.
Y'all all are men. How about that? Y'all all are men.
No, we
have to pick from all of y'all.
Okay. All right, fantasy.
Yeah, we're all American, right? Okay, yeah.
I'm just looking outside.
All free game. Choose the best one.
Hey, I'm just here so I don't get fined.
Get a black dude, bro. Most of the black dudes are going to Spanish, Dominican women, and white women. Especially the ones that know they could get girls, bro. They really not checking for black women like that. It's cat.
No. Look,
Yeah, here they are online
Let's be
talking.
clear.
You hear what Unlikely said?
Shut up, rock mouth. Older mouth. Shut up. Anyway,
You copying
like
a
for
super
example,
chat is not funny.
Flora, like, yo, since you want to talk, let's use a Flora. She's like a 2 or 3, right?
Yo,
But
can you talk about yourself?
She want a guy
Talk
that's
about
attractive,
yourself.
right? So she's not gonna be able to get that.
That
Flora
is
is a perfect
that's
example.
some foul shit to say to someone you don't know from a can of paint.
Hey yo,
You
rock mouth.
weirdo.
Yo, rock
Put your
mouth.
camera on so we can see that ponytail on your head again.
Hey yo,
Put your camera on so we can see that
mouth.
dusty ass ponytail on your head.
Hey yo, you
Come
got a
on.
whole Jabberwock
Turn your
walkie concept
camera
in your
on,
mouth.
looking like a fucking
Yo.
transvestite. Turn the
So
camera
like I
on.
said, women like Flora can't get
Happy
black men,
Pride.
so they shun them. They talk shit about them.
Dude
All
literally looks like
yo, she be up here
trans.
calling
So you
them.
gotta
She be up
come
here
on
calling
here.
black dudes.
So you gotta come on here insulting people.
Yeah, she keeps
Fix
talking
that
to me.
97. Fix
Bro,
that
you started
shadow.
talking
Fix
to
that
me
shadow
first.
beard. Fix
Bro,
that
Shorty
shadow
started-
beard. You look gross. You
Alright,
look
bro,
One at a
gross.
time. One at a time.
Like I said, you a 2, 3 possible. And
Where's
you're not
your
getting the men
girlfriend,
that
Sharon?
you're
No,
not
actually,
getting
he's
the
nice.
black dudes that you want. You getting the UGG mugs.
He
And
told
now
you to shave your
mad. You
face
want
so
to
you
call
can.
them
He told
nakers.
now
You
you're a
want to call
2.
black dudes nakers
You went
all
from a
day
5
because
to
you
a
mad.
2. I don't call
I'm
real
done.
black men.
Nah, you
I don't call
definitely
real
a,
black men
you definitely a
niggers.
2-3.
I don't
You a
call
20.
real black
You a
men
drug.
niggers.
You a
I
drug
don't call real black men niggers. The only black men who insult me are the ones online. So,
bro, you be calling everybody a naked, bro. You cap it.
because you guys run your mouth. You run your mouth
Bro,
in the chat.
no,
That's why you
it's
get
because you're not attractive enough
Now
to
you're
get
mad
the black
about
men
it.
you want.
Now you're mad about
Why?
it. Now you're mad about it.
No, I'm
Now
not
you're
mad.
mad about it.
You can't get the black man you
So
want. I'm not
continue
mad.
your expertise. Continue your expertise and keep my name out of your mouth.
Jody, you said something to me first.
Okay, Aaron, I think we can move on.
All right, good. So, move on. Y'all know me. I don't waste no time. Jumping, moving on. See through you says, "Who can't get a black man?" I know you're not serious. We all know they easy.
Yo, again, that's cat. That's
They're
cat.
easy to fuck, right?
Bro, the ones that they
easy to
want, they
have
cannot
sex
get,
with,
bro.
right?
These women, the
That
ones
ain't
that
the
they
goal,
actually
right?
want, be with the Spanish chick, be with the white girl, bro. It's some of us that will stay in our race, like they saying, but most of the black dudes be like, man, fuck these bitches. They walk around with wigs on, like, yo, it's really those chicks walking around with wigs on making y'all look bad. They're not even trying to deal with the attitude and shit. And then, bro, like, if they could get if a Spanish girl want them and she look good, he going to her easy. He not going to a Flora. Like, let's be honest.
Most dudes
Why you
can't
got
get a
so
white
much
or
She
Spanish
the main one calling people. She got it on her thing. Naker Slayer. Like, be the main
I
one
only
talking
heard
shit
half
about.
of that. I only.
She be the main one talk about black men because she can't get.
Are you mad about it? Are you mad about it? Are you mad about it?
You can't get men and you sit online all day.
I have a rotate. I can pick up my phone right now and get a black man. You guys are not
you can't.
hard to
That's
get.
cat.
I don't know why you
That's
guys
cat.
talk.
That's cat.
Y'all are the easiest men. You're an easy lay. You're an easy lick.
Get hard dick and
I can get you to buy me a wig. I can get you to buy me a wig. If you never met me on YouTube, you would be buying me a wig.
Okay,
You would be buying me a 16-inch lace front, talking about you want to see me in it.
Hold on, ladies. Can I give the ladies a bit of
Work and be on
information?
the panel
Sorry.
unless you gonna cam up. I'm done with these off cam insults. If y'all not camming up, y'all not gonna be on. If y'all not gonna show what y'all look like, y'all not gonna be on.
Yeah, if y'all not getting sexy.
That's
If
fair.
y'all gonna talk mess, y'all gonna talk mess the
Can
right way.
I finish my food first?
You got it.
Callie's like,
mess, they gonna do it the right way.
I'm almost done.
Oh, this one coming in on against.
Yeah, go
Okay,
ahead.
this you go. Okay.
Why? Hold on. Flora, do me a favor. Wipe your camera screen first.
She look like that every day.
Whoa, hold on.
Hang on, Lee.
Not with your tongue.
Let me tell you,
All right.
Lee, when you're retwisting your locks, retwist them in the direction that you want them to go. I saw you retwisting them like going straight up. Retwist them in the direction you want them to go, and it'll be a whole lot easier. I just wanted to say that because it was getting on my nerves earlier.
Oh my god.
All I know is see through you is taking.
Can you stop putting me in the black? I'm trying to fix my camera.
Yeah,
I suggest you use a napkin.
I run things around here. I'm gonna be nice. All right, so
a napkin. Are you guys making fun of my
Chris,
camera?
Chris, I think that's the glare. That's the glare coming through the back window.
Shut the fuck.
The gag is I'm related to Fatty. That's not really no gag. We wouldn't give a damn if you was. Why would we care? We in America, greatest land of all. Sorry,
Yes,
I
it is.
got overwhelmed by it. I apologize.
America is the best.
Yeah. Lee be going off. But Lee, you have been booted, brother. That's what they said. See, that boy Lee need to go. I don't know why.
Hey yo.
Oh, thank God.
I can't believe they sided with Flora over Lee. I'm shocked.
You got shooters.
They love the Naker Slayer. They love me and the Naker.
She got shooters.
The Naker Slayer. What is a Naker?
I
have no knowledge, and I'm completely unaware of what it is.
That makes two of us.
Naker is a nigga.
It's a nigga.
Bandit.
Whoa.
3 trash bag bandit.
You didn't pick it up from the tone.
Well, I kind of I didn't want to assume that because sometimes they just use words to kind of like throw jabs, and she also speaks different language, and she come from another space. The bandit part I kind of get. That's just an insult, but I don't know what it actually means. It's
from the. I don't want to drop names, but it's on that lady on the other side.
That don't bother me.
Well, I think it's coming to Cynthia G side of the house.
Yeah, I mean that makes sense. I don't know.
Nyla said it first.
Okay, I take that back.
Yeah, what Callie Bev said.
I take that back.
Right, that's what I was gonna say.
Take that back. Lee is beloved by the people.
Hey yo, shout out to supporting the channel. Yo, Aaron, man, you was talking about this yesterday. Like where these women will sit here and talk about black dudes because they can't get the ones that they want, Aaron. They ain't able to get those ones. They getting the ones that they want to call Naker. And they want to call names. Oh, he just see that. That's
I agree. These women cannot.
Lee 100%.
Big cap. Big
solution. They got mad at me.
Not cap. It's not cap. If you sit like me, I don't sit here and talk about black women like, oh, black woman is black.
A massive cap.
All versions of them. I feel like the ones that sit here and they really be hating on black dudes be the ones that can't get them. Now, if that's not all black women.
Lee got a credit.
Look at the way your neck is rolling. Don't nobody want.
You think somebody wants you, rock mouth? Come on, you bro. Nobody wants you.
I don't need to worry about you hurling insults from your fucking raggedy ass head on the internet.
Bro,
I don't care. I don't go on the internet for validation.
Hold on. Let's be honest.
Close up when you was arguing with Raw B.
I get niggas in real life. I get niggers in real life.
Hollered at
Why you want them?
Under the cover, you'll take them.
I wish I didn't.
No, for real. If Lee hitting up Flo behind the back door, she would.
That's
in
all
a
she
minute.
could get is Nakers. That's what I'm saying.
Gary's old ass is delusional, and so is his little mammy friend over there.
No, it's just I've seen. I sort of know females a little bit, and
You
anytime
are
a female
old.
like
You are too fucking old. Your generation's trash. You don't have shit to
And
say
you
to us
ugly.
about relationships or marriage.
I don't mind it.
Oh,
Do
man.
you think being old is an
Go
insult?
back to the 50-year-old men. Go back to the 50-year-old
I'm
men that
almost
were
60,
conquered.
baby.
They've been
I'm
getting
almost
dragged since the
60.
civil rights movement. Go back to them niggas.
Hey,
All the
baby,
real ones
at
died
least I'm
already,
here.
unfortunately.
I'm
Whereas
here,
always
man.
the ugly
All
ones.
because
that got the
you threw a
biggest
bunch of
mouth.
niggas under the bus to get here, of course.
Oh, my goodness gracious.
Little coon
I
ass
can
nigga
see
come over here with your
people.
nonsense, with your dirty ass
Aaron,
theories.
tell
I
her cam
don't know
up,
where you
Aaron.
get these
She ain't on her
maker
cam.
theories
She keep popping
from.
off her cam, Aaron. Kick her ass off.
I'm driving, you ass.
Well, she did cam up so people could see what she looked like when she was arguing with you. So I have to
Right, and I'm just out of.
I don't know where that sound went.
That girl ain't getting nobody, dog.
Nobody
Only
she
you
wants
and
to be able to get,
only you and Gary believe that. That's why you guys even have supporters, because the women in these chats, they all get men. They get you nakers. The problem is you guys aren't worth shit. That's the problem.
But you just
I'm
said
sorry
you
there,
got
Flo.
about getting her.
I'm sorry there,
You
Flo.
just said
I
she
have
gonna
a
get
woman,
naked,
and I've been with her a long time.
So what are you on? So why is your old ass? So why is your old ass online then? You
Why
shouldn't
am
be
I lying?
worried.
Okay,
You got
okay,
your
let me.
wife.
You ask
You
a
got your
question.
wife. You got your
You want
wife.
the answer,
You got your
or do you
wife.
just want to talk?
You got your wife.
Yeah.
If
I'm
your
hoping
answer's
that you
not
can get
relevant,
a
I don't
husband.
want to hear it.
I'm
If
here
your
to
answer's
support
not
her.
relevant,
Shut up
you're
and you can
not
hear
helping
it.
anybody.
Shut up.
You're not helping anybody get a husband. You're not
Shut
helping
up.
anybody get a husband.
Shut up, else I'll get you off.
Ever. You old man. Keep saying shut up, you old man. Old ass coming over here. You don't have shit to offer but nonsense.
Lee, palm roll. Palm roll it.
You got some palm rolling? I don't know how to do that yet. You be palm rolling?
Yeah, I
she's
palm roll
rude.
my junk so
This
it don't
big
get
fat
puffy at
fucking
the end.
Flora is gonna talk to me like that, baby? Are we gonna let a big fat fucking Flora talk to me like that?
And then she
Your mom's a big fat
overweight, bro.
Get
I
the
forgot
fuck
that
out of
she
here.
overweight on top of
Your
that.
mother's
I don't care.
overweight.
Fuck 'em.
That's the only thing you know how to do is hurl insults. But you still can't help these incels get any women. Why can't they get women? Why can't these men get women?
Huh?
Why
No,
can't these
no.
incels get women?
My girl is
You guys helping them. Help them. Don't worry about what women are doing.
Meanwhile, you driving around by yourself, talking about why we can't no men, no women. What are you talking about?
Okay, so it's illegal to drive back from the gym, you stupid. I'm not gonna.
You ain't coming from the gym. That's cat. You capping, and you ugly. Oh wow.
I don't know, Lee. Them look like gym clothes, honey.
Oh wow.
He's a stupid idiot. Everything he says is only for internet.
All day, bruh. They walk around with gym clothes on all day. Most of them don't be working out. Stop the cat.
Y'all calm yet? I feel the love in this room. Woo, so much love up in here.
I feel it too, bro.
I'm finna be even more calm as soon as I fix me another drink.
I'm about to fix me one too as soon as I'm done with my shit.
All right, cool. Let me go to Keisha or Venus, so that way I can make sure I make some space for them because they not as like ratchet as the rest of y'all. So
what are we commenting on?
Whatever you want. They were saying so many things you probably didn't even have an opportunity to say nothing.
Wait, what did you say, Aaron?
We want to know what y'all think about this interracial dating.
I don't care. Just leave black women out of your conversation, and I'm straight. You talking to me, Lee?
Nah, I wasn't talking to you. Why, you want me to talk to you?
I was talking and you started talking. I thought you was saying something to me.
No. Yeah, because he kicked Rockmouth. I just said, bye, Rockmouth.
Okay,
so whole booger in her mouth.
I was saying, I don't care who you date. Just leave black women out of your conversation. I'm straight.
Well,
I just put him in the conversation.
Whoa.
Yes, that was me.
That's funny.
Why?
Let this one black woman represent all black women?
But they're hilarious. And it's
when
usually
did I say I represented all black? When did I say
Because you just said leave black woman name out of your mouth.
Oh my God, yo, y'all come on here with this black power shit.
Hey,
Keep
so
black
Venus,
woman name out your mouth.
I got a question, Venus.
Leave us alone. Yeah.
So, are you saying, based off what you're saying, let me ask you a question. When you see a black man with another race of women, do it makes you feel some type of way? Like, do you have an internal feeling?
Hell yeah, they be, especially the ugly ones.
I don't. Wait, are you implying that I'm ugly?
No, this is for all the women on the panel. When you see a black man with a woman outside of his race, does it makes you feel some type of way when you see it?
I don't care.
When they hold on, let me say this real quick, Edie, man. When they say when they say black women date inside their race 80% of the time, meaning that if black women is marrying black men at 80%, that means 80% of 80 is black men is with those women. So trying to conflate it like black men marry out more than the next, that's shit crazy. That's wild.
No, they didn't say that.
And another thing that they saying, damn, I forgot my point about this marrying. Go ahead.
They have requested for Florida to be back. So somebody is toxic.
Yeah, man, to answer your question, I don't like it, but I don't.
Y'all said it's easy to get.
I don't impose my opinion on others unless asked. So if you ask me, I'm gonna tell you that I don't like it. But if I'm not asked, then I'm gonna keep it to myself.
She talking about some dreads. If it was easier to get black men, why y'all complain about that black man is not marrying y'all? Is it easier to get fucked by a black man, or is it easier to get married? Two different conversations. Because all y'all women, black, Puerto Rican, Spanish, all of y'all is easier to get fucked by any races of men. Stop trying to make it seem like y'all going off these Disney channels, make it seem like these white Asian men just these good motherfuckers. Because they the ones control the narrative. They controls the media. And only time they always talk about black men is always in some negative light. As if these other races of men is something better.
Well, hold on.
Okay, well, to answer your question, either man. Oh Lord. To answer your question without deviating into other things, yes, I do feel some type of way or whatever. I don't outwardly and just be like, I don't like interracial dating, nothing like that. No, I pretty much keep it to myself. And you know what I'm saying? If you ask me my opinion, then I'll give it. But I don't harbor any ill will towards anybody because, you know, I got mixed first cousins and shit. You know what I'm saying?
I get that, but why? Like, I never understood if somebody was living their life over there in their corner and they was dating who else.
One of the guys that
you're not. Hold on, you're not the first. Like, you're just being honest. But a lot of black women have say they just get this feeling in their stomach when they see a black man dating somebody else. But I just don't understand why that happens.
Podcast say he want to hear people speak.
As I've gotten older, I've come to accept it, you know what I'm saying, a little bit better than I had before. That's just because I realized that, you know, you're going to date who you're around. So if you're, you know what I'm saying, if you're a black person and you live in a predominantly white community or something like that or whatever, then I know that you're more likely to date outside of your race than not. You know what I'm saying? So I kind of like accepted it a little bit more than what I had prior.
Well, relationships are heavily built online now, so you're no longer restricted to dating who you're around. People do like long-term figure people out now online. It's evolving pretty quickly. I just think biracially dating is still, it's not new, but the rates are starting to creep up faster and faster.
So hold on. So for the men, do y'all feel some type of way when you see a black woman dating outside their race? Because I don't.
Yeah, I see my race. I see my race.
But okay. So the short answer is this. This actually matters, right? The men that are not exclusively stuck to one group of women will feel no type of way. But the men who only date black women, I could actually see where that might be something. But it also depends because I get stares and stuff like when I'm walking with my friends and we just friends, we going this way, going that way, and I feel the energy of that black woman that saw where we were like just walking, right? And then she knows it too. And then sometimes I don't be paying attention because it's normal to me, and she be like, "Did you see that?" Like,
well, man, I want to say
so it happens a lot. I think you have to be the type of man that black woman wants. And then they get mad. If you're not that type of guy that they want, they're gonna be like,
I think what you was saying, right? Y'all keep saying for financial, that's what y'all main value is.
Wait, why you attacking money again? What is your
they said they can find a different race of man or whatever.
No, I didn't say anything about money.
Let me finish this thought right quick. What I value, my end goal value, fuck the money. That's a goal, yes. However, my end goal, you got to have an end goal, what you want to rest in. My end goal is to have a black family.
So get a black family.
If I can't have a black family, I don't want no family.
No, but JP, get a black family. What that got to do with me?
Yeah, sure.
You have to have a black woman to get a black
already.
A white woman and live like y'all say.
No, but JP, you fine. But
what I value. I think black people should value. The problem is black people trying to escape from their black experience.
I'm trying to escape.
Hold on. Every time niggas get money, black women and black men, y'all trying to escape from the women and men who y'all pick. Y'all trying to escape from the neighborhood. Y'all trying to escape from y'all language.
I got two black sons.
Y'all trying to escape everything. Y'all be trying to escape from
it's
everything.
It's not our neighborhoods. We don't own them. What are you talking about?
We do own black women. Without black men, there's no such thing as a black woman. That video that biracial woman was talking about, if black men is the only motherfucker on the planet, it's the reason why black women is here. Not no white man, not no Asian man, not none of them motherfuckers. The black man is the reason why we have black women today.
Using
Without
the
black
white man
women,
internet.
You are
there's no
quacking it up,
black
JP.
woman.
What? Hold on there, JP. Well, JP, hold on. What does this have to do with what they were just saying?
Nothing.
No, y'all said a bunch of stuff earlier. With that,
So go to something that we said. You just went on a tangent about nothing.
No. Aaron
Oh,
just said something about we don't control women because I think he was.
No, he was talking about.
Hold on, once Edie Man. He was referencing that video of that lady that he played earlier when they were saying black men don't control us or all this other bullshit.
Nobody control nobody.
You don't belong. You don't belong to no certain type of race. You do belong to your race.
No, you don't.
No, you
Yes,
don't.
you do.
Race
No, you
like
don't.
every other.
You do belong. That's why y'all get kickback and backlash when y'all go outside your race. That's why it's a taboo in your whole family in society.
Only for sorry, bro. No, bro.
We don't accept your babies. We don't even look at your babies like it's one of us.
We don't even recognize you. It's not that you don't recognize us.
Black people trying their best not to be racist.
He's trying to argue. Listen.
When black people trying not to be racist.
Aaron, you see when the money comes on the stream, he can't even help but think about money. Like money, he like, go money. I gotta talk about money because
where I'm gonna go.
Why black people trying not to be racist? Because you said it earlier, Edie Man. That's racist to only want to date your own kind. Since when is niggas concerned about being racist?
Well, you see, there's the problem there, JP. Hold on, Edie Man. I got JP now. JP speaking for niggas.
No, you won't have it.
Okay, hold on. No. I can explain. He's speaking for niggas. You're speaking for black men. That's two different species, my brother.
Yeah, sell out black men.
No. Okay. Now, JP, your problem is anytime a black man got money, he's a sellout.
They trying to escape from their black experience.
What? Hold on, bro. What's the black experience? Hold on. Tell us what the black experience is.
The black, like I said earlier, y'all trying to escape women. Y'all trying to escape.
Hold on, Thanos. Let JP go, man.
Let me say something. It's a problem when you don't want your kids to even resemble you. You want your kids to resemble a whole nother motherfucker. You's a weak punk
Wait,
man.
hold up. You tell me
one. Sorry. Hold on. JP. I asked you the black experience, man.
Okay, let me answer that. The problem is the black experience that we've been having has been like somewhat low value. And a lot of black people who begin so-called educated, they adopt this. They trying to get under the education and the status of other races of people, especially white men. And so anything about black, they try to erase. They laugh at it. They laugh at niggas when we come up here. They make fun of biggly black. So, but they don't laugh at white people shit. They don't laugh at Asian people shit. They don't laugh at Indian people shit. Only niggas, those house niggas mimic and mock and try to degrade who they are unless they black race. Only niggas do that. They try to remove the women.
We ain't talking about.
They try to. Hold on, once, Edie Man. Let me finish. Black men will take care. Black men will raise and take a lot of those black sellout niggas will raise his biracial kids way more than his black kids. They don't want the dark skinned woman. They don't want to live around the black people. They don't even feel comfortable around black people. They try to race even the black language. They don't like even the black food. They try to race everything that represents blacks.
No. I think hold on there, Edie Man. I think he got it right. He said they tried to erase everything that represents niggers.
Hey, don't fall.
But that's not a bad thing there, JP.
What the heck?
Wait, no. Listen.
All right.
Like y'all not gonna change his mind. Y'all act like y'all
listen. This is
some niggas will be talking with that rhetoric. I can't even front on that.
The problem is black women is too tough for you.
J Prince, let Edie Man talk now. Come on.
Wait. See, what we hear is these niggas talking about us black people calling us sellout. We ain't worried about y'all because y'all are not a threat to us. Y'all ain't getting money. Y'all ain't doing nothing that can really touch us. Y'all truthfully not
fucking your bitch. We fuck your bitch.
Come on, JP. Be a man, man. Let you talk.
Listen, and this
A
shows
woman
that
just
these
came on here
niggas-
earlier and talking about y'all need to beat us up for fucking your bitch.
This is show you that these niggas can't control themselves, and they want us to act like that. They want us to act like these niggas. Listen, I'm telling you, I have learned.
I'm bringing bitch around me
they
too,
really
Cliff.
have
For real,
a
ask
problem.
Cliff Daddy.
Yeah. See, they can't control themselves, and then they say we supposed to act like that because that's the black experience. I don't want to be like that.
Oh, you want to be like that white man?
Hey,
you want to go off his standards,
gentlemen.
We should be however the fuck we want to be.
Gentlemen, calm down for a moment. Keisha, I have a few other gentlemen on the panel now. And the question in which you asked earlier when it came to the certain type of man, can you please direct that question to either man?
The question about certain type of men. Oh, the alpha males question?
The way in which you want men to hold accountable the other men or something like that. I don't remember exactly.
Well, I think instead of coming online and trying to get women to align to a narrative that we need to marry unattractive men, maybe you should direct your energy towards like those 20% of men who are having sex with majority of the women. And maybe y'all could come to agreement so y'all can have women to marry.
Add to the roster.
Okay.
Are you on mute, E?
That's because it's his child is in the background. He's trying to.
All right, so I just want to make sure I heard you right. So you're saying that men need to address the men that sleep, the men that are populating the population, right? So it have nothing to do with alpha. You're talking about it's more of why don't we address those people, right?
Yeah. Why don't you address those people? It's just a suggestion. Like that's what I'm thinking.
Well, I get what you're saying. I think those dudes do get addressed. So, for example, men in my family that I feel like is that way, I have conversations about them because they still do have my last name. The idea that we can't address both. See, we live in this space. The one thing that I loved about KS is he addressed men and he addressed women too. It only was a problem when he started addressing women too. So the point that I'm saying is men do address men that are doing this and that, and we do correct that, but women are not interested in those conversations, so they don't tune in. And since they don't tune in, they say, oh, you never speak to those men. Yes, we do speak to those men. It's just not interesting to you because it doesn't apply to you. But
y'all did not watch him when he was telling you to wash your ass. Wait, try again.
But
you didn't even watch him until he started
bottom niggas is making most of the black people. According to y'all,
you guys didn't even listen to him until he started addressing women.
It's creating majority of the people.
No, you're not, JP.
Y'all say 80% of the thugs is getting
But first of all, bro, what people say and what is a different story.
Babies, y'all good niggas ain't
Not you, Pookies. Pookies ain't the baby daddies.
I want to have.
Who got more kids, Pookies or black men?
Black men.
Gary, stop calling the trick.
No. Y'all been said, according to the stats, y'all said 20% of the men, which is the Pookies, created 80% of the children.
No, we didn't say
So
those.
that means we create most of the people.
Nobody ever said that, JP.
20% of the men are Pookies.
Okay, Aaron.
He's on
Name
the right
a
track.
high value man that y'all would consider a high value man that got 5 plus kids.
Nick Cannon. All right, let me move on.
Elon Musk.
Your man's no high value.
Nick Cannon's not high value.
Elon Musk.
Majority of Pookies who got 10 baby mamas.
Can Aaron
That's the reason why y'all calling me a Pookie.
Can Aaron finish?
The fuck?
Let me just read the super chat.
We
please.
created the population of
Grizz
black
Tree
people.
says Flora looks like the TJ Maxx assistant manager. Which one is that?
That seems personal.
Flora eats Fruity Pebbles without the fruit. Rock face. Okay, I get it. All right.
At least I have all my teeth.
JP admitted he was a psychopath on Fight Club. He did?
I don't think he knows what that means.
JP, if that's true, tell Fantasy to come on home and leave that white man alone.
You gotta get an ass.
So if a black woman doesn't have an ass, is she still black?
Stop. Jesus.
Answer the question. Answer the question.
Listen,
three more super chats, and I will let either man respond because I know you really want to have that conversation. Good job, JP, on your hot dog venture. Salute. Shout out to Ray Midnight. He was trying to come up, but man, it's so packed on the panel right now. Women have 25% marriage rate, though not men. So I guess he's indicating men's marriage rates are higher than women's. I'm guessing that's
38%.
The real Pookie says, talk Jay Prince, Black House in the building, basically. So Eden, man, I want you to continue to address it if you can. I also want you to know that she also stated that instead of addressing women, allow women to be in their nature, which is to be hypergamous and go for the best men, and address the men that they are going after, is what her indication have been. Real quick, JB said, I love Black folks. I hate them ninjas. Black folks build it in progress. Ninjas destroy. I wish we could have what was Bawakale movement in America?
Bawakale.
But I don't speak Bawakale, okay? Yeah,
I'm with it.
It's about 10 of us. We can start with 10. What? Right. JP gets a $20 credit in the case. BOB, you toxic.
Shout out Bob.
Toxic.
Hold on 1 second. Hold on. All right, so let me
address it tonight right quick.
No,
virtual hot dogs.
Conversation.
To support the hot dog cart. That's it. The Black House Glitz.
You better not be selling to no white people then.
Nah, he gonna sell.
Actually, let me get this out right quick.
Why did you do that?
Right quick.
No, he
I went to the farmers market.
He about to lie.
I went to the farmers market, right? Thousands of people. We the only Black people there, right? Don't you know? They were so reluctant to even borrow food. Everybody else sold out but us. They barely even bought a hot dog from us.
That sounds like a business problem.
Yeah, it's
like no. Food sells itself in the way you cook it. Our shit
no, that's not how food works.
Oh, come on. No. You ain't gonna make me believe that I had low quality of food, didn't have good. I got a very
no. I'm not saying that.
Wait. Was you the spokesperson? Were you in front of the food? Were you in a suit, et cetera, et cetera? I'm just wondering.
No, we was like in a uniform, but it was my cousin. I had females, but they did start buying when I left the scene, right?
Exactly.
When I went to the
nigga left, the bunny came.
Sounds like you were the problem, JP.
They did not want to buy nothing. So all this stuff y'all trying to make it seem like racist.
I wouldn't want to buy a hot dog from you
either. Man, y'all niggas is full of shit.
All right, let's move on. Stay focused on one task.
Oh, and after E, that's my talking point.
Who wants to be a hypergamous woman who wants to reproduce with the top men, but then don't want the top men to be able to reproduce with the hypergamous women.
All right, so listen. So first of all, so it's like 5 group of men, but I'm just going to talk about 3. Okay. Right? All right. So everybody talk about the alpha and the beta. We know that, right? Alpha, believe it or not, being a beta is not a bad thing.
And Sigma.
I'm an Omega.
Listen. Well, Omega is the last. That's something different. But a lot of these niggas are deltas. I don't know if you ever heard of a delta. So you got a lot of deltas attacking alphas or betas right now. If you know what delta means, delta is low life, is like flat, don't accomplish anything, and they sit around and they try to really do it. See, when it comes down to
accomplish something,
huh?
I'm a Pookie low life that accomplished something.
Well, just listen.
My business, custody of my children, everything. So that's a big old accomplishment.
No, but you ain't finishing.
This
is not even about you. I'm addressing this young lady. So alpha men have no problem addressing beta men because beta men are willing to listen. They have accomplished something. But when you start talking to men that are deltas, they're really deaf and can't hear what you're saying. And it comes like it's a waste of words. I know people don't like this saying, but in the Bible it says, don't cast your pearls around swine. If a person is not willing to take the knowledge and to take the correction, they don't even try. But when it comes down to women have showed us talking to you make us money. If you
we gotta agree with your talking points though, because it sound like what you're saying. And when y'all speak, we gotta agree with it and go by y'all rules and what y'all see fits.
No, you just gotta move out the way.
Well, it depends on if you consider yourself a delta. For a frame of reference, can you use examples of men that have been on the panels of who would be a good example of an alpha?
Keisha trying to
who
play.
would be a good example of a delta?
Toxic. I know you.
If y'all fall for this,
I'd like to hear that as well.
Just for a frame of reference.
I'm letting all you black men know. Y'all fall for this. I'm coming for y'all.
But I mean, that's a part of communication. I need to understand where you're coming from. So I just need examples.
Toxic. She's toxic, y'all.
Keisha the goat.
So
I think that was a good
Her
question.
name is Keisha.
So to answer your question, I don't think I have enough information. See, we think that just because we get this small snippet of somebody's life online, we actually know how they move in the real world. I don't think we have enough
I
data.
think we have a lot of info based off of how y'all move on these panels.
No, I think
More than enough.
a lot of people are just trying to get attention. I don't think they act like this in real life. They be saying yes sir, no sir. They be in the acting like a good citizen because they would acting like a good citizen. They asked to be locked up, but you know what they is? They're free. So we know that they don't act like this in the real world. You don't just run up to white people and talk like you talk because it's not. That's not. I know you lying. They're like. So we got to understand that you have a person online and you have a person in real life. And a lot of these dudes ain't who they say they is in real life. Let's just
So
say that.
why can't
Let me tell you this,
what
Keisha.
does that have to do with an
I had a
example?
problem. Hold on, Keisha. Listen, Keisha. I had a problem with somebody online when I first got here, and I didn't understand this internet shit. And I flew to his city. And I said, "Come here, let's have a real man-to-man conversation." A nigga hid. So I'm telling you that these dudes,
Something suspect about that.
Are you crazy,
Let me
man?
find out. E-Man about it.
That's sus. That's
E-Man
sus.
pulled up.
Don't
E-Man
fall
said,
for it.
pull
You were flying there to fight. I don't know what you went there.
No,
it
do not
wasn't
fall.
that.
E-Man said, pull up.
I'm
I'm in
back.
your
What are
city,
we talking
nigga.
about now?
But
Amen. Amen.
So he became
Amen.
overnight.
Salute to you.
It was
Aaron,
no
he
beef.
said
Listen,
all
it
of
was no
that.
beef.
Overnight, don't you know that's cookie behavior?
No, it's not. It wasn't any beef. It's just he said that he wanted to have a conversation face to face, and I took it. He was literally. So what I did is
Sounds like a Tinder date.
Well, I want to eat a man. I want to have a conversation face to face.
I come I'm willing to talk to you. I really talk to you.
Some popcorn ice cream cupcake.
I think that somebody can change Jay Prince. I don't know who it is. It might be Jesus, but somebody can change him. I believe so. I still got hope for him.
So
You
man, what would
got
Chris
hope,
be?
and I got super chats to read. John the Baptist says, "Please stop reproducing and let humanity become extinct." John the Baptist is so done with people. Save yourself time. There's an uprising taking place in Haiti right now, where the Haitian population are pulling up on the gangs and chopping them up. They are tired of destruction. Wakale. Well, that's one way to deal with it. That's basically what Keisha trying to tell us to do here in America. We not falling for it,
buddy.
We ain't got the same option. Pay us. First of all, black women, pay us. If y'all want us to do that, pay us. Dirty dude, they seen the racism oozing from you is why no sales. Oh, you mean that they know that he on that type of time and they can sense it from his energy? Damn. Maybe they can. I don't know.
Maybe they recognize him from Fight Club.
Alpha's not online complaining about black women all day. Yes, they are.
Yeah, they in the streets fucking them.
No, they're not.
Yes, they are. They online.
They
They
in the streets
online
fucking
selling
them.
your courses,
They're
talking
not-
about how to deal
I
with
just
black
got
women.
done fucking them.
complaining.
Why you think I ain't been online? I've been fucking them.
You guys don't consider it complaining. y'all just don't identify complaints as people don't buy hot dogs from people that don't
Look how
wash
sad.
their
Look how
ass.
sad Edie Man face done got because he know I can
People don't buy hot dogs from people that don't wash their ass.
Oh my God.
Wait a minute. They buy wieners and diners. Digglings too. I got that for sale on the card too.
You as crazy as everybody else.
What is Deaners?
Okay.
Well, Digglings, I meant to say.
Wait, hold on. Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Aaron.
You as crazy as everybody else. They didn't want your hate-filled wing.
I'm gonna fuck some on them black women.
Oh my God. We didn't even do nothing. They talking
You don't
about the
gotta
white
fuck
people
them.
not
How
doing
come
that
I
too.
can't fuck them? I'm supposed to fuck. You can't get mad at me because these lame ass niggas can't get no pussy.
Jay
then
Prince, it's not your turn yet.
Fight us because Keisha and them gave us some pussy.
No, we not mad about that.
I'm not gonna turn
not
out
mad.
pussy because
Nobody cares.
We not mad.
Aaron's
We not mad
girlfriend
about
is
that.
white.
I think you're mad, Aaron.
Real
Right now,
men
piss me off.
are not
Piss
even
me
using
off.
the red pill verbiage.
I'm gonna give me a
What's
woman
your
pregnant right
definition
now
of
because y'all
real
piss me
men?
off.
Homeboy Blaze says, I
Quantity
don't
over
hear no
quality,
other
sir.
group of men openly rooting for their group to date out. Self-preservation.
No, stop. No, stop that BS. If you look at the
Wow, that was
studies,
some good.
It's a
That was
fact.
some
It's
good
a fact,
advice.
man. You cannot argue with it. Sorry.
No.
Nobody else is doing what y'all ignorant people do. Like they're just not.
Statistical fact, actually.
No,
Yes,
I don't know.
correct.
I don't see any white man anywhere saying, "Hey,
Okay, all right, stop.
You don't know
Stop
enough
that.
white people to see
Let
any
me
about that.
read.
How the fuck you know what I know? What's your
Hey,
ancient
Aaron says
civilization
stop.
at?
Relax.
I just want to read the last two, and then y'all can go back and forth on if there are black women online saying we don't want black men or not. All right, because that's what it sounds like we're about to be headed to. I see through you says been on these panels for over a year. Stop being a cat or lion or mountain lion and put some names on it.
I think she meant Hussein.
Oh, she's trying. Okay, she's saying you scared to say that person's name. Okay, I get what she said now. I don't think he is. Man, don't go by that ninja. He may rob you. Nah, he not robbing E. Yeah,
No.
y'all underestimate the wrong people. Everything JP says is a one-liner. Stop stooping him up, Bob. Stop it. We not
Everything JP
doing
says is a one-liner.
Man, no, you can't. But I'm getting the results that y'all go to school for, and I didn't have to.
So
what
no,
are you talking about?
I want to ask
I'm
you
getting the
a question.
results that y'all try to get them y'all bank account up to. I'm getting pussy.
Oh my God.
Wait, hold
Hey,
on,
are you,
hold
aren't you 40
on.
years
Wait a
old?
minute. And I'm finna go against my rule here.
I
I'm finna address JP. Wasn't you just on here saying earlier that pussy is easy to get, but it's hard to actually get a woman and be in a relationship? Ain't that what you just said earlier when you was trying to shit talk the women? It's easy to get fucked. Ain't that what you said?
Yeah, but I still respect the women that for me.
So why are you bragging on getting pussy then?
That was a lie.
No, let me be honest with you, Kelly. Let me be honest.
Getting pussy is the easy part, right?
Certain niggas. Let me be honest with you, Kelly. A lot of these dudes who got their degrees and stuff, bank account, like a guy like Edelman, right? He wanted that. He think that's the way to get all the pussy. He thought by doing all that, he was gonna get all the pussy. Now, and so he got married because he thought that, okay, that didn't work. So he got married thinking that, because we be saying, oh, when you get married, you put that
Have
ring
you ever
on.
been to college?
Hold on.
I was just laughing about that.
Oh, come on.
Niggas have they have nothing. They don't even understand. Fucking.
Hold on.
You have
We said that if you put that ring on your finger, you get all the bitches. That still didn't work. So when niggas like me come on, didn't have to put in no effort.
Who the hell said that last part?
Effort, and I'm getting the bitches that he willing to pay $3,000 for, and they still ain't fucking with him.
JP, you are not getting baddies that cost $3,000, sir.
Come on, JP. Come on,
That is not
JP.
happening.
You're getting hood girls, man. You ain't never getting a woman to work in the office or nothing.
Free G's? No, sir.
Some
Look,
older single women.
Kelly,
maybe.
hold on, I'm finna be done, y'all. None of that stuff worked for Edie Man. So what he do? When he found out that I'm fucking them bitches, he tried to degrade them, saying, "Oh, those are women that we don't want. Those are low value women. If they fuck with you, they really pissed because I'm getting the pussy."
Yo, this can't be real.
That was funny.
Listen, all right, listen. First of all,
Hey, Prince for motherfucking president.
All right.
All right.
I'm
Hey,
gonna
let's
need
eat
you
it
to
and go
never
now.
do that shit again. And imagine you was jumping when you do that. Don't ever do that shit again.
Listen.
You
He's
should have
jumping
heard.
on you, Chris.
You heard how many times you called me Mr. President.
Hey, whoever said I'm gonna fly for your city.
You should have heard how many times you called me Mr. President.
Hold on
Mr.
one
President,
second.
Mr. President.
Okay, get out of the fantasy now, JP, and let Eat Man talk.
Gary, he addressed me. Listen, he addressed me.
That looked like you were doing the writing, JP. I
Leave
don't know.
black women to the pookies. What the? I don't know, Ray.
All right, hold on. Check this out. First of all, I went from running a club to the military to college.
He did all that still didn't get no pussy.
The idea that it wasn't like, that's how I know you never been to a college campus. You just never been. You don't even understand the life that you're missing out in college, right? And so on a college campus, you just don't know. I get it. You've been in the hood too long. And you've been hanging around these little he let you talk. I know it's so hard for you to have discipline, young man. You know, just one time. Can you discipline yourself for 2 minutes? Is that too long? That's too long for your mind. 1 minute. Okay. As long as the TikTok.
Okay.
All right. So what I'm saying is this idea that he was able to go and. I told you he couldn't discipline himself. You see how bad this is, Aaron?
Go ahead.
You should have bet some money, JP.
But unfortunately, B.O.B. sent him a credit. He's toxic, so he wants this toxic stuff. Go ahead.
Look at Aaron. He trying to get me booted. Boy, you be getting paper, eh? You know how to get that money though.
You get yourself booted.
I need you to serve on my hot dog card.
You trying to make $1 million business?
Eating man talking about he hiding his true feelings. That nigga been a hater of me ever since I showed that one.
He ain't even talking
about J Prince. Get into reality, man. If any man on this panel is jealous of you, it's something wrong with him.
When any man see me on Gary, when any man see me on video fucking two bitches at the same time.
Yeah, but you're not 15. What's the big deal, bro?
I never saw that.
But why would he be pissed? It's not him.
Because he wanted that lifestyle that I'm getting for free, and I ain't had to go to school for or work or bust my ass or
like
go
this
to the
It's let me ask you a question. So it's a big deal having sex with two women?
Look how he cheats. He know I ain't lying.
All right. Where's Cali Bev at?
I guarantee you.
Even Cali. Hold on. Cali. Remember that segment?
So I could get all the women.
Cali, remember when we did that one-on-one interview? And we had a conversation about men being virgins?
I ain't up on this crying.
JP, shut the hell up for 2 seconds.
Hey, come on, have a little restraint, brother. Let the man have a conversation.
Yeah, hold on. Let me say this before you say this, Chris. Hey, low key, JP want me. He want my money. He want the life I got. Like,
I know it's June, but pause.
You see how the game it is prime month. Come on out the closet, Edie, man.
Listen,
I be light skinned, E.
I know that he want to be light skinned. Dark skin just ain't cutting it no more. So I just know he dreaming now. He said,
women love that chocolate dick. I'm trying to tell you, they got veins all in it. Look like veins out there looking like a whole snicker, boy.
I bet you.
I'm trying to tell you.
I bet he dream at night to be like, if I had Edie man money,
Dan knows why you ran off camera.
He'd be like, what kind of life? I would have 3 hot dog stands, 4 hot dogs.
Hey, yo, just move the conversation forward. I'm calling the audible. Move the conversation forward.
I'm with Chris. Conversation forward. How are you bragging about bagging too? Stop it, JP. He's not going to stop bragging about the life he lived. Okay, let him live his life. All right. So we're gonna get back to Keisha and the hypergamy and how you to get rid of the issues for the hypergamous woman.
I think women should be hypergamous. But I have to agree with the guys when they said women are not getting the men that they want, because if they was getting the men that they want, they would be married. Like that is factual data. So what they do is they get the man that they can get. But believe it or not, I think what we're really trying to say in so many words is that they should be hypergamous, but their expectation is so unrealistic. That's why they stay single.
Yeah, but but you're right. How can you be hypergamous beyond the hypergamous man? Like the man don't even exist to the level of hypergamy.
So hypergamous, if we break down
it's biological.
Being hypergamous benefits him.
Oh, no, listen, being hypergamous is more than what she got. Most of these women they got a fast food job. Like they not making a whole bunch of money. So the middle class is hypergamous to most of these women.
Well, you're supposed to date up on
fast food job
scale. So real quick, JB says the really sad thing is Jay Prince for president. I added that in because he likes to say it. Really thinks most of our lives is for vagina. He does.
JP, what's your end game?
That's how God created.
He don't have one, and don't even
God created me. God created me as a sexual being. 2, how you get here, Jonathan? Somebody was fucking, and they've been fucking for a lot of years. There was a pookie. You got a lot of brothers and sisters.
I just don't understand.
Raw.
I just don't understand.
Nut bucking. I don't understand shit.
I don't understand why these niggas.
I'm just like your grandparents and ancestors. I
just don't understand. That's how God created why they put so much emphasis on sex. Like I have learned that the person that is so consumed in sex is not having as much sex as they say. Because if he was having as much sex as he, it wouldn't be that focused. Like, how do you focus that much energy on something you getting all the time? It's like It's almost like it's.
The only reason why, because we
Well,
got on.
people have addictions. So.
I turned down some pussy the other night.
All right,
No,
all
you
right,
didn't.
we
Man,
all
on
right,
me.
man.
Man, no, you was there. When I was on live, that woman, it was
Thanos,
and
you're
I
the
said,
witness,
said
man.
what?
big discipline.
Hey, Thanos,
And I
you
didn't
said
fuck
that
her that
man.
night.
She saw
Thanos,
JP
don't you
turn down
put me
some
in your
turn down some
story.
pussy.
I
Thanos,
have the option to get some pussy when I get ready.
Thanos said, don't you put me in your bullshit.
Hey, Thanos, you was at his house and you see him turn
This
down.
Aaron
you
fault.
did turn down some pussy, man.
I was in
JP looking
Atlanta.
for a witness,
I'm gonna
Thanos. You're
pull
not
up
gonna
the
be his
video.
witness.
No,
I was
I'm
in
gonna pull up
Atlanta
the video.
Georgia.
I'm gonna pull up.
Oh, don't put it on video, bro.
no.
They call that
I was
revenge.
on my live. She
I
was
know they call that revenge porn, though. Don't put it
Hey.
on video.
y'all in the chat. Am I lying, y'all?
No,
You
I
lying.
was on that live.
Why
You're
do I
not
have
lying.
to?
Who's Dennis? Am I lying?
Let me tell you why you
Then
lying.
I turned the pussy
I
down.
don't care.
Oh, now y'all don't care.
Aaron,
Y'all
he's
willing to
lying
believe that I'm
because
lying on my dick.
a woman shooting her shot online is not reality. She went over his house. She wasn't butt naked laying in his bed.
Dennis, where she was at?
She was at his house.
Ah!
All right, thank you. You got it. All right, you got it.
Look at the saltiness on his face.
Now, either man. The next question is, how fine was she? Because I know that's your next question.
That's what I was gonna ask.
Dennis,
Go ahead. Go
She
ahead. Ask the
wasn't-
question because
He
you
wasn't that
ask the
attractive.
question.
Well,
Dennis, was he
10
pretty?
and JP only messed with 10.
No. Wait. Either man, hold on. Whoever was there, that's
I
valid.
was not there. I don't know what he's
How?
talking about.
No. Somebody said she was there. So whoever was there, how fine was the woman that's in
Calabelle?
question?
I think she was beautiful.
Nah,
but
that was
she's
Venus
married.
that was there.
Wait,
Yeah,
what are
I
y'all
think
talking
she
about
was.
for
I
real?
was. What are
She was
you talking
attractive.
about? I ain't say nothing.
Venus, you was at J Prince
Oh,
house?
my bad.
That's
My bad.
Keisha talking, y'all. Y'all just have to be quiet so y'all can hear her.
Yeah, I gotta cut y'all cameras on. I have no idea who talking.
Okay,
But,
Robin M is talking now.
but yeah, I was there. She's attractive, but she's married, right? The vacation lady.
Not that one. That one finna come on my live tomorrow.
You had a married chick at your house, JP?
The other one that was she's not the one that was married. That was a
Oh,
different.
okay. I didn't see that one then.
Even though the
who saw
married one
this?
was
'Cause- So she didn't see it. So that's one witness down. Thanos
No.
down.
I was not there. I don't know.
That video is on my live, E man. If you take the hate,
listen, we got
all
two.
you gotta
Hey,
do
real
is
shit. Hey, JP, when you ended the live, when you ended the live, was she still there?
No,
because I told her I wasn't fucking.
Oh, you was
I'm about to say,
practicing
if she was still in the house.
I wasn't fucking. I told her she's
No.
still
I believe you on that. I believe you on that. I'm saying.
She said,
no,
she
JP, I
go
believe
home.
you. I believe you.
I'm like, man, okay. I'll talk to you later. I ain't trying to give up no dick tonight.
Okay.
I'm practicing dick discipline like y'all taught me. You taught me this.
No, that's right. No, he's right. He's right. You gotta give him credit.
Discipline.
You gotta give him credit.
Either man. At least I got the option to practice.
All right, Jay Prince. We want to answer the woman's questions. We no longer want to answer your questions right now. Let's talk to the women. Women want their questions answered. Go ahead.
Can I ask you a quick question? What would you label either man as far as like alpha, delta, sigma? Like, what would be your scale?
A scrub.
I don't know how the scales work, but
well,
what
what would you consider yourself then?
Me?
Take everyone else off the table. Yeah.
Me? I honestly, I don't even know what half of this stuff means. Honestly,
Aaron would be a sigma.
I would probably put myself at the bottom. So whatever omega is, that's me, right? So, but as
me and
far as
Aaron would be sigmas.
I would be the one falling in line with everybody. Like
You're
whoever
the
the leader is, I let them lead. Like I don't have time to focus on things that are not conducive.
Man ready to leave. 80 man gonna get up ready to run and cry.
He's not.
So is Sigma supposed to be what? Okay, so which designation is like average?
Sigma is a lone. Sigma's an alpha with no followers, so he's a lone wolf.
You said Sigma is more like average than us?
No, it's like a solo alpha.
I was tearing that ass. I could have
A lone wolf. A
Yeah.
lone wolf is a sigma.
Long stroke the fuck out of. She seen my dick red.
Yo, chill.
You know
We
that's
don't
the
wanna
monster.
hear that.
JP, what is you doing? You trying to sell glizzies and you on here talking crazy?
No, I'm getting at Eddie man. Look how sick his face look.
He ain't worried about you.
This man look like he done caught all type of pneumonia and shit. It's okay, brother.
It's the look of disgust. Is
Yeah,
what it
he
is.
looks. Yes.
No, that's the inside
Jay
cry
Prince to get
face.
some
We
beautiful
crying on the
woman
inside.
that's willing to
No,
surrender her vagina
I
to
think
him.
what it is
That
I
beautiful
realized
woman was willing to surrender her vagina, and I turned it down.
What's the
I just
big
said, you want
deal?
it.
But why is that a big deal, bro?
what I learned is Jay Prince don't get attention in real life. So when he come online,
Look, I had it last night.
He
I had
can.
it that night.
You just said you didn't have it.
I turned it down.
That mean you didn't have
I
it.
was in control.
Okay.
He was laying all on my shoulders and shit, cleaning up the house.
All right. Okay.
With
We're
them
trying to
turquoise
move
blue
forward
boy
to a
shorts
different
on.
part of the conversation.
He won't
All
mind.
right, Jeffrey, hold on. Let's move on.
Nice, man.
All right. So no, she asked a good question. I think the question was she asking, "What do people think I am?" I think it depends on the scenario. I think some men are alphas in certain situations, and some men are sigmas in certain situations. You have the ability to change. For example, if I was in a room with, say, for example, wealthy people, I'm gonna be a sponge. I'm typically going to follow the way that they're going because they have more fruit on the tree. But if I was the big dog in the room, I'm pretty sure people will be following me. So I think men have the ability to change. This idea that we only can be one is crazy.
Okay,
Yeah.
so how does that tie into my original question about addressing
I
like
was
the
the big
men
daddy
who
in that
are
room.
actually getting the most sex?
Well, so if you was listening to what I was saying a lot of those guys are deltas, right? And so that's not.
But deltas depending on the environment?
No, deltas are like flat. Like if you really look up the definition of like, it's just flat. It's like not doing really nothing, right?
So I thought you said it can change.
But some guys don't change. I said it can
Okay.
change. I don't say it does change. Some
Okay.
guys they're stuck in where they're at. They're not going to move forward. They're just not. They just consumed with lower level thinking. But then there's other guys who understand that in certain environments that I do need to follow, and in certain environments I do need to lead, which is different.
So the guys getting the most sex are deltas?
I think it's hard to say because each person is individual. I can't say that a whole group of people are deltas.
Well, you brought in the different types of men, so I'm just using that framework.
I get what you're saying. No, I think what it really comes down to is I think those guys can change, but I don't understand when a man just don't want nothing. Like a man just like they take up space and they don't accomplish anything. But we know it's a lot of guys like that. And usually, if you don't have anything outside of sex going on, your life come consumed with the one thing that you could do good. But once you can make money, once you like if I'm planning on going to Europe, right? Yes, I would like to have sex, but I have other things in my mind to do in Europe. I want to experience life compared to me being stuck in my mama's basement. My only thing I
Hey,
do
that's
is
personal shot at me. Nah, I hear what you're trying to get. Go ahead, go take it out on me. Go ahead, take it out on me.
But I'm losing you in this explanation here, so tie it back in.
Just talking out of hate. He a hater.
No, it's crazy how you get offended when I'm not talking about you.
No,
Jay Prince. But no, listen. The point that I'm saying
talk on
is
niggas achieving that you couldn't achieve. You thought that you was told as a kid, son, go to school, get your education, get a big degree, money, and all the women gonna fall on your lap. They're gonna come like buses. And so when you operated your whole life on that, and then when you see men that don't got no education, that don't got no businesses, broke as a joke, like myself, and I'm achieving the woman that you wanted to achieve since you was in high school. You know that high school girl that you had a crush on that I've been fucking, I'm tired of fucking.
No, the woman that I desired was my wife, and I got her.
No, you a goddamn lie.
Listen, I'm a proven example of a man who can go get the woman.
You only got married so you can have a status in.
I get what you're saying.
And
I know you get triggered when I start talking.
They married just to.
I am an example of a person who got what he wanted. You a person who come online and complain about what you ain't got. Because
I truly believe if that woman, that black woman that
those
you
women,
wanted,
you had the woman you desire, you wouldn't be
getting a
complaining
divorce.
about women.
You gonna be like, baby, yeah, you there? Yeah. Oh, this eat a man, yeah. I'm not coming home. Yeah. But bye. Love
So
you.
sad.
Bye.
So the reason it's sad is because his whole YouTube page is about women not being the right woman, right? He said he can get these women, but it's proven you can't get these black women. You don't have the evidence of being able to sustain them. You can't get them. And now you say, "Oh, she gave me a one night stand."
Woman surrender
That
her
mean
body.
that I gotta. No, that just
Well,
means
let me put you on some game. Let me be for real, Edie man. Okay, listen. Fuck the bullshit. The bullshit I was talking about. Let's talk turkey, right? We're gonna get serious. Once a woman surrender her vagina to you, right? That man has many options to keep her, right? So it wasn't that she left. Like I always say, women, I never experienced no woman leaving me. It was always me that didn't want it. Like I got done hitting it like 100 sometimes. At that point, she damn near used to have to pay me to have sex with her. Like majority of the women, they damn near had to used to force me. It wasn't about the sex no more. But now I did have a woman who tatted on my neck. We had something more than sex. We could sit on it. We could wake up early at 6 o'clock in the morning and just have a conversation. Didn't have to go take no trips, none of that. We just sitting up there vibing, having a conversation from 6 in the morning to nighttime. Just us just vibing, talking about life and connecting. We lived, it was so, I was so swagged the fuck out. This woman from Galveston, Texas, 8 beauty passions, ran track. Her family, she come from a very successful family, and all of her daddy used to try to convince her not to be with me. She threw all these and very beautiful, dark skin.
Can you get her now?
Hold on, hold on, let me finish. Hold on, let me finish.
Just land the plane because I want to respond to that.
She lived in a van with me multiple times, and her dad thought by we live in a van, he could convince her to leave me to be with him. She said, "I'm not going nowhere without Jay Prince."
So hold on.
To your question, Aaron. To your question. She came back in 2020. Remember, I told you when she got out the car, it looked like a whole bunch of her got out.
Let me respond to the first part. How long, Jay Prince?
But when she was young,
hold on. Let me tell you something. My father taught me at a young age is if you get a woman mind, the rest of her will follow. It's not her pussy. It's prostitutes out here that'll give you pussy.
That's
you
right.
So what I'm telling you is it have nothing to do with her vagina. It's really what's between these two things. And if you can accomplish, listen, I let you talk. And I'm trying to put you on game. If you can get her here, the rest of it's going to follow. So it's not have nothing to do with
I understand that game. I understand that game. But
that's why I'm not so
because also what they didn't tell you, what Pops didn't tell you, you also got to know how to connect with a woman too emotionally. And yes, that's my package. Yeah, you once you get the brain, that's like getting the motor, right? Once you get the brain, everything gonna follow. Yeah, I get all that. But your first appearance of connecting with a woman, when you approach a woman, to get her to that point where you get her mind and her body and her soul, is you can connect with a woman emotionally.
Okay, let me read these super chats. SB says, so the black experience is low value. According to some people, that's what they're claiming. Other people are saying that's ninja experience. Some of us are trying to promote.
It depends on what you consider to be value, though. Value is relative. The shit that y'all say is value is like white people saying the shit.
I know you keep saying the stuff that we say, right? But the women in these spaces, they, you know what?
A woman been married multiple times, not value. That's low value, right?
Oh man, I can't.
Anybody that's been married multiple times is low value.
Can we go through?
That's a used vehicle. It got multiple owners.
You just said
No, this value shit that these people be talking about, they're not realizing they low value them damn selves when they check their body counts.
Fair enough. John the Baptist says male hierarchy has nothing to do with women or sex. So stop the crazy babble.
Yes, it does. He's crazy.
Only broke people think it has something to do with it.
The real
only ancient people don't think it does. Be quiet, Grandpa.
Hey, only broke people.
You make me horny every time you speak. You got a beautiful voice.
Venus. You talk about Venus?
Yeah, Venus. I love Venus. The way.
Okay, let me ask. Okay, hold on. I'm gonna pause the super chats for one moment. Venus, would you ever give Jay Prince a chance in life?
I am not at liberty to discuss. Can we read the super chats because we are interfering with the.
Say no, Venus. I love when y'all tell me no in the beginning.
I just want to read the super chats.
The
Real Pookie, $5.
Stop
In
touching my
nature, alpha.
bread.
In nature, alphas dominate the male.
Bread.
I'm trying to read the super chat.
Go ahead, my bad, Venus.
I can't answer personal questions. The Real Pookie, $5. In nature, alphas dominate the males first. Men, who are y'all dominating? What men submit to you? Men determine alphas, not women, career, or finances. Brokey.
Shout out to Real Pookie.
And yet they don't answer the question.
Who you dominating, Eater Man? Thanos?
That is
Who
great.
you motherfuckers dominating?
That is,
why you call Thanos?
Listen, this
what
is
man
really
is
good.
submitted to you niggas?
Listen, this
Hey,
is
Y'all
really
can't get women to submit to y'all.
Hey, yo,
listen.
Venus, check the back
I
chat.
get my broke ass get more women to submit to me than they would submit to you rich black niggas.
I've submitted to Thanos. I'm not gonna lie.
Listen.
I did, allegedly.
Listen, this is it's some truth in
You a
this
whole
statement.
stepdaddy.
And some men,
After males didn't care no other nigga kid.
so the funny part
You
about
submit to your wife.
so
Idiot.
the funny part about him doing all that yelling, I've proven track records that I do have men submitted to me. I have hired men, have put men into power in business. See,
Well,
he
I'm
don't
gonna hire
understand.
this man now to work on my car.
He don't understand that alpha is so much more than just women. He would never have another man to be able to come under his authority because he can't even control himself. So it's a whole nother level.
Okay, all right. Let me finish the super chats. I ain't got time for this. This man.
Shout out to the Real
my
Pookie.
energy is
That's how
swelling,
big
and I got a
corn
whole
is.
other. In nature, alphas dominate the males first. Men, who are you dominating? When men submit to you, men determine alphas, not women, career, and finance. It sounds good, but that's not definitive.
That's a fact.
That it sounds good. That's not definitive. Jay Prince, you're describing a bum female.
She's not a bum female. It depends. Okay, for her fuck with me, y'all would consider her bum because y'all think that I'm below y'all. And y'all think they think that a woman like that shouldn't be with me.
Okay, all right. Let me stop.
That's of a higher status fucking with me.
Let me finish the super chat, and if you want to be addressed, we'll address it. Jay Prince, you're describing a bum female. Where you get the time to sit back and talk all day, you really think that's a flex? So if that's your statement, right, we consider you. How would you consider you above us if you take females out of the question? Like no talking about women at all. How would you be above any other men on the panel or in the chat or all the men that you claim? How would you be above them?
Because I'm afraid to say what the fuck I want to say, and y'all niggas can't. Y'all gotta say it's certain stuff that y'all can't say because y'all worrying about y'all business, how people gonna look at y'all. A lot of y'all bragged about working in corporate America, so y'all can't even speak y'all mind. A lot of y'all afraid to even be yourselves. A lot of y'all afraid to even live life like you want to because you scared to go to jail. You scared to lose the status. You scared of getting labeled. You scared for people. Y'all make y'all decisions.
What's wrong with being scared to go to jail?
No, y'all make y'all decisions of life based on what other motherfuckers want. I guarantee you, if you motherfuckers would be y'all motherfucking self, half of the careers and shit that y'all doing today, y'all won't be doing it. Y'all chose certain careers because y'all thought it's gonna fit in another nigga's to get his accolade and get praised by another motherfucker. And a nigga like me, the reason why I'm above you niggas, because I do what the fuck I want to, and I don't give a fuck what no motherfucker think about me. I live free as a motherfucker, been locked up 30-some times. And then
Hey, bro. Hold on there, JP, for 1 second. Any man that's been locked up 30 times, you don't know what freedom is.
Well, that's how that's
well,
lady
JP, the fact that
Hey, JP. I don't care what type of level that I'm on. I got my results. I want a big bad booty bitch to follow around. I'm getting that.
You still mention the woman.
All my
You
kids.
still mention women.
I'm raising all my kids. Edie Man is married to a woman.
He didn't say nothing about
taking care
you.
of another man's baby.
He didn't say nothing about you.
I'm calling him.
That means he above you because he can afford to take care of something that's not his.
If an alpha male, a rich nigga's not gonna take care of none of niggas' babies.
Very
You don't know
stupid. Of
that,
course
though.
they do.
You
Rich
don't know
people
that.
take care of other
I
people's
mean,
babies all the time.
most rich people take care of most people's babies.
I thought y'all said high value men like Kevin Samuel say not interested in taking care of it. Why
It
would
depends
But
on
Kevin Samuels had a stepchild.
No, hold on, Aaron.
Steve Harvey and Russell Wilson do it.
Y'all said
A lot of rich
wealthy
men take
ass
care of
rich
other men's
man
babies.
is
They
lowering
do.
his value to take care of another man's kid.
A lot of rich
High
men
value
do it.
man. This is y'all said. A high value
Russell Wilson takes care of another man's
Steve
kid.
Harvey.
Russell Wilson isn't considered an alpha though.
No, high value.
Nobody else is
You know
claiming
what?
to be an alpha.
Next topic. Y'all tripping now.
This is why it's crazy. Nobody is claiming to be
But
an
that
alpha.
was actually brought up in the conversation, and then you jumped to high value. But
Nobody jumped to that.
So are y'all saying that Russell Wilson is not a leader?
He absolutely
not
is.
do
Well,
this.
because you identify
fuck
alpha,
no.
so we have
No,
a
let's do it.
comparison
Let's do it.
chart.
Let's do
He's
it.
not. He's an idiot.
Are you? What are you,
He's
stupid?
desperate. He horny. He's a fucking clown. Look how she's treating him.
Okay,
How's she
How's she
treating him?
treating him?
He still don't get the respect like the niggas that gave her all them kids.
What all them kids? She had one kid before him, and she's had two with him.
Please don't make me mute y'all. Please. This is getting out of hand. If you're not willing to go to the extreme to dominate, you are not an alpha. I don't give a damn about being an alpha. You can call. I'm an omega. So let's see if that destroys
Them
my
labels
life.
don't even matter in real life.
Stop this manosphere BS. Alphas make men submit. I can't say it enough. You know what these.
I agree with that.
Wait.
He's right.
Stupid. Which alpha makes which man submit?
Wait. That's fine to agree.
Who's submitting you to you, Edie, man?
Listen, man, y'all go.
All right, go ahead, my bad.
Listen, if you're claiming to be an alpha,
I don't
and
claim
you
that.
just
None of
stated,
that.
and you just stated
I'm
alphas are not online talking about women and stuff on these panels. Y'all wouldn't be able to see all these non-male alphas because y'all wouldn't be here to call them out and say they're not alphas. Two things can't coexist. You can't be in the chat claiming that you know what alphas
that
are.
makes no sense.
But I got to be honest, include myself. I got to be honest.
I can't observe my environment.
I'm actually in the boat with y'all.
Keisha,
This would have been 10 years
nobody
ago.
talking about you. You not an alpha.
If this would have been 10 years ago, y'all would have never caught me on no goddamn internet. You know why? Because I'm in some pussy. I'm doing me.
Everything about your life is women. Jesus freaking.
Yeah, because that's why I want y'all niggas to focus more on instead of focus on talking shit and past.
No, you want people to stop
JP, start focusing on money.
Y'all too busy. Y'all
Focus on money.
No, wait, Gary. Hold on once, Gary. Y'all traded your life in to talk bad of black women instead of getting women. At least I get them in and talk shit to them.
How do you know they is?
I'm glad you're honest, because
I'm talking shit to them right in their face.
Hold on. JP, I'm glad you're honest.
And then they suck my dick soon we log off.
Do you remember that one panel when you got on us for?
This is your fault, Aaron.
I'm gonna fix my fault. Fight Club will start probably about 20 minutes. I got other shows to run. I can't. I'm not doing this no more. Shout out to BLB. He says, however crude it is, a fact that male species does see dominating women sexually is a hallmark of status. Even Bill Gates is jealous of the janitor that is laying pipe consistently. I disagree. Bill Gates don't give a damn about that. No, he don't. Bill Gates can spend the rest of his life piping down anything he wants for all the hard work that he put in. But that maybe I could be wrong. B Love says it's sad that this man is raising kids alone with this mindset. JP, please get therapy and learn to grow and be a role model for your children at least. Lex Steele is more envy than Elon Musk. That is not. What is wrong with y'all? We not driven on this. We not driven on this woman everything stuff. Okay, I'm done. Fight Club, 20 minutes. We'll be locked and loaded, ready to go. Aaron O show has officially concluded. We getting up out of here. I gotta go fight another battle. It's hard for modern day society to understand that feminism determines what men are today. I don't understand. I don't comprehend. But in my era, men decide what men were. It still exists now. It's relationship battles. Male hierarchy has nothing to do with women. Fair enough, John the Baptist. Once again, it is a battle of relationships, not all this other stuff. I will see you guys real soon. We signing out. End of the show. No more nonsense. We gone. We getting up out of here.